asking for my badge, but my badge is in here. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. No. But I should have this. So. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I'm walking around with it. Yeah. That's true. I forgot about that. Robert. Okay, he's not feeling well. Okay. morning, everybody. Good morning. I can see it's day 2 and people have made friends last night at the various networking events. Good morning. Settle in. We have a lovely long day, but a really exciting one as well, with plenty of wonderful speakers. So I hope you made good friends last night. You had good food. You got to see some of the sunshine that is apparently outside. I know it's hard to tell when we're in here, but it's lovely out there, and we need it as well. So final welcome for those who are coming into the room right now. And while people are coming into the room, let me just welcome anyone who is also watching online. It's always wonderful to have you online. A reminder for anybody joining us today that the plenary sessions will be available to you on video, and you can use them internally, you can use them to share, and within your network as well, to grow this community, which is what this is all about. Of course, it came up in the word cloud yesterday. Networking and events like this are what people want. Again, a reminder of the Wi-Fi network and the password, because you will have to re-log in, if you haven't already done so, to the Cvent app. And of course, just a little bit of a reminder, go to the App Store, Google Play, you download the app, and then you just open FI Campus 2024 with the same email address that you registered for this event. And you'll have to do the same tomorrow as well, because for security reasons, you have to log in every 24 hours. It's, of course, very important because we have some Slido polls coming up today, and it is one way in which you can ask questions. The other way, the old-fashioned way, put up your hand and a microphone will come to you. Two other reminders, of course. You cannot have missed the Showcase Awards as well. Again, this is how you can submit your favorite. That has to be done by 2 o'clock today, because at the end of this afternoon we have the ceremony for the top 3 teams. So please do vote. And of course, as mentioned yesterday, you cannot vote for your own country. That's only fair. And then thirdly, again, we have now brought the iPads down to this floor, because yesterday it occurred to many people that once people got out to the coffee machines and the food here, nobody managed to get to the first floor, where there was also coffee machines and food. And so all of the iPads for the Olympics have been brought down, and they're just with the showcase booths as well. So for all of the 20 teams, very important, because the questions are timed for each break, and they won't be repeated, and those coveted medals will be awarded at the end of day 3. I think we can even show you the leaderboard. Is it possible to oh, here we are. Okay, so there's the leaderboard. I don't know who's who, but you know there's a little bit of competition for you. And as we heard yesterday, we do have one Olympian in the room. It's definitely not me. Anyway, so moving on to our first speaker. It's a really wonderful start to today, and we're very honored to have our first speaker with us. The keynote speech is entitled Creating Impact. Emil Boc is the mayor of Cluj-Napoca, the second largest city in Romania in terms of size and economic development, and the fastest growing city in Eastern Europe. Now, Emil Boc was recently re-elected for his 6th mandate as mayor. He was also Prime Minister of Romania between 2008 and 2012, and is currently the chair of the Committee of the Regions Commission in charge of territorial cohesion policy and EU budget. Mayor Boc holds a PhD in political science and is an associate professor at Babeș-Bolyai University of Cluj-Napoca. And I thank a fellow Romanian for helping me with those pronunciations. So please welcome Emil Boc to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be present in such a high-level event. And of course, it's very difficult to start the morning after I heard such a successful yesterday and a successful evening in the same time. I'm here, as you mentioned, with 2 hats. One of them as a mayor of the second largest city in Romania, in the very heart of Transylvania, Cluj-Napoca, and in the same time as a president of the Cohesion Commission of the European Committee of the Regions. So I will start with my second hat at the beginning, and in the end I will talk a few things about my city and how we can create impact with the European funds everywhere in the European Union. Now we are after the European elections. Whew. I will say yes, we did it again, and we do have hope, optimism, and we do have strong chances to have a very strong pro-European majority in the European Parliament. So yes, we have a future for the European Union. And if I'm talking about the EPP, one of the founding fathers party of the European Union, they have 10 more seats than in the previous mandate. So no majority can be constructed without them in the European Parliament, in the European Commission and everywhere. So having at the core around socialists, Renew and others, of course, at the core of the pro-European situation, I'm positive that our common endeavor will follow, and we are ready to move forward for a stronger Europe, for more Europe, and a more united Europe. So that's, I would say, the most optimistic news which we have in this very moment. But now, let's come back to the business as usual. We have ahead of us great challenges. Let's just name 3 of them: defense and security, enlargement of the European Union, and a fair green and digital transition. All of them are key strategic policy of the European Union. We know that if you want to kill a strategic policy of the Union, if you want to kill a strategic policy, you need just few ingredients. One of them would be lack of funding. The next one would be huge bureaucracy, as I always called a Christmas tree of different rules, and nobody know them and very difficult to apply. The third one would be lack of involvement of all the stakeholders, and last but not least, lack of communications. So how can we avoid to kill our strategic policies, having in mind at least these 4 problems? One of them, as I said from the very beginning, it's lack of funding. How are we going to finance all these strategic policies of the European Union? And I named just 3 of them, because we may think about artificial intelligence and innovation, we may talk about other topics, but let's focus just on these 3 of them: security and defense, a fair green and digital transition, and the enlargement process of the European Union, which is absolutely necessary if we want to keep a long-term peace and access to prosperity on our continent. There are 2 solutions. First, to stay in 1% contribution to the budget of the European Union, and you will see the results. The other one is to be more creative and to find public and private solutions to finance without affecting the public budget of the European Union. So my vision is, if we are going to stay in 1% contribution, we are going to block all the strategic policy of the European Union. So are we going to keep the path with the United States, with China, with India and others, and even to recover and to be ahead of them? That we need action now. If we want to stay and decrease more and more, as is happening, we can stay in 27 different markets of the European Union, we can stay in 1% contribution, and of course, we should not be surprised to see that our capital markets are flying to the United States. We should not be surprised that our talents are flying to the United States or other parts of the world, and we cannot fulfill our full potential of the European Union. The recent report of Enrico Letta, and I strongly advise you to read it, Single Market More Than a Market. It's offering a small argument saying, for example, we have in the European Union 300 billion euros savings of our citizens. 300 billion euros, and some of them, all of them, are flying to the United States. After that, the United States is buying companies from the European Union with European money. So how can we be smart enough to use our private resources in the European Union to use our money for our European interest in order to have our competitiveness and to fulfill our key strategic policies? So my message from the very beginning is we need a mix of private and public money to support the strategic policies of the European Union. What must be avoided with any cost, at all cost, is to take the money from the cohesion policy. Because the other solution is, people are looking in this very moment, let's see in the budget where we can bring the money inside of 1% contribution. Of course, from the cohesion. That would be the biggest mistake of our time, to take the money from the cohesion and to try to finance all the strategic policies of the European Union. It's on the table here in Brussels and all over in the capitals of the European Union. I'm not talking something, it's the elephant in the room maybe, but it is there. Now it's time to talk peacefully, because now we have the election, we have a pro-European majority, a pro-European future in the European Union, but what kind of future are we going to construct? Very slow motion or a more enthusiastic and dynamic one? So, by no chance, do not touch the money from the cohesion, because the cohesion is the very core of the European Union. As long as you have single market, we need cohesion policy. From the outset of the single market, we knew it, that the single market is going to provide in different components potential differential effects on workers, companies, and regions. And for that was created the cohesion policy. It's, as I said, two faces of the same coin. So in order to keep a stronger single market, to fulfill the untapped potential of the European Union, we need cohesion policy. So my first message is, do not touch the money from the cohesion policy. Find private and public investment solutions in order to invest for the key strategic policy of the European Union. The second element, what kind of cohesion policy are we going to have for the future? And here it's again two solutions: to modernize the cohesion policy, which is in place right now, or to replace the cohesion policy, to keep it because it's in the treaty. You cannot avoid cohesion policy. It's a part of the treaty, so it's there. But what kind of cohesion policy? The policy of the future should be focused, someone said, based on the mechanism of recovery and resilience facility, and that would be the future of cohesion policy. Again, a huge mistake. We should modernize the cohesion policy. We should have a more flexible, courageous, modernized, with reforms involved in the cohesion policy, keeping the golden rules, the 5 golden rules of the cohesion policy, place-based approach, partnership principle, and not replacing with the recovery and resilient facility mechanism. Of course, it's simple for the member states. They will get the money, they will decide how to spend it, they have to fulfill some milestones, and that's all. Let's look to the recovery and resilient facility. It's a great instrument. Let's be honest. Recovery and resilient facility is a great instrument, but it is an emergency instrument with a completely different aim: to solve an emergency of the European Union. It's a top-down mechanism. Do not take in consideration any cohesion principles. No consultation at the local regional level when we are talking about recovery and resilient facility and recovery governance, recovery and resilient governance. The other way around, the cohesion is based on bottom-up approach. We succeed to be in Europe what we are now, the best convergence machine, as the World Bank has said, due to the cohesion policy. If we want to keep the European way of life, to construct that to the next level, we must keep the cohesion policy. Otherwise, we are going to have a more divided Europe, and when you have a more divided Europe, of course, the next step is the beginning of the end. So, as long as we want to be together, we need a strong cohesion policy, because the cohesion policy is the glue which is keeping our Europe together. If you are going to touch this element, this golden principle, I think we are not going to have a long lasting future united in the European Union. And from that perspective, I strongly recommend to keep the cohesion policy. Of course, I'm aware that this cohesion policy must be modernized to keep what must be kept, to change what must be changed, but in the same time, to look to the future with more emphasis on the aspects which are united us, not dividing us. And I will emphasize one more element in this situation. Enrico Letta is talking about the freedom of movement. But in the same time, he's saying that freedom of movement supposed also freedom to stay, freedom of choice. You as a European individual, to have a real freedom to choose where to live, where to have a family, where to work. Unfortunately, in this very moment in Europe, this is not the case, because in 82 regions, in 16 member states, for almost 30% of the population, the brain drain is the rule, unfortunately. One-way ticket from east to west, from south to north. We must change that to double ticket, both sides. How can we do that? Having a cohesion policy to provide a minimal standard of life in every corner of the European Union. And that is going to help so much the single market. Because are we in the situation to allow that half of the potential of the European Union not to be used, to be untapped? This is the case because when everybody is moving just in one direction, one-way ticket, you lose the potential of that regions. You are going in this vicious circle. You do not have businesses because you do not have people to work. You do not have people because they do not have opportunities. So that's you need cohesion, to understand that you need a balanced Europe. And we do not talk in Europe, for my vision, about net contributors or net beneficiaries of the cohesion policy. We must talk about net winners of our Europe, if we are thinking in this manner together. So freedom to move suppose also a real choice, freedom to stay, so no one should be forced to leave his own region, city, or country due to the economic reason. And for that you need cohesion. You need a strong involvement of local and regional authorities in order to find, as I said, a minimum standard of life in every corner of the European Union. And I'll give my example with my city. Romania lost 4 million Romanians lost. In terms moving from east to west, our city didn't lose with the metropolitan area any, we are the same number of population. Because we invested and we took the advantage of Europe, of European funds to modernize the basic services, infrastructure, healthcare, education, better jobs, quality of life, and people are staying there, using the advantage of the university to provide the future for the young generation. So we need, in every corner of the European Union, to use such a potential, to offer such a potential for local and regional authorities to construct their life home. Of course, freedom to move, it's almost a religion in the European Union. Nobody can touch it, of course. But not to be forced, that is my idea. Should be freedom of choice, not a necessity. So freedom of movement as a choice, not as a necessity. So Enrico Letta is emphasizing so much about this component, and it's also another argument how we can strongly support the cohesion policy. I will talk in the afternoon later because you have a special seminar, special panel on cohesion, and we can discuss more about the impact. So I conclude my very first part of the intervention saying that we need now to think seriously to finance the triple transition, the enlargement, and the security and defense, not based on 1% contribution to the European budget, but think out of the box. Enrico Letta is proposing savings, let's be correct not to be mistaken. He's proposing, in terms of financing, savings and the investment union. I don't know how to name it, but you need to have European Investment Bank, for the example, at the core, because they is a bank of the European Union. You have to have European Investment Bank at the core, and in the same time to build up private and public support for this investment. If we are not going to do that, we are going to move forward, but definitely not at the speed it's necessary. So that I would emphasize again. Let's think how the next generation EU appeared. We needed to have a pandemia to have a next generation EU. My message is, let's not wait to have another tsunami to bring another next generation EU. Let's think before ahead how to finance and to be prepared. So, because we saw it. As long we stayed in that situation, we had problems in the healthcare and so on. So we created, when it was a crisis, a major crisis. Let's not wait for another major crisis to wake up. Let's do it now. That's my understanding. The second element which I want to emphasize is about the Green Deal, the fair, green and digital transition. And here I'm talking about it from the European Committee of the Region perspective, more or less. Because the green and the digital transition will be won or lost in the cities. So we must invest in our cities. And the cities must not be left alone in this endeavor, because we cannot succeed it. I strongly support the European Union approach of having 100 climate neutral cities, the missions of the European Union, because it's showing the direction, it's showing the way. Before we have, by 2050, a climate neutral Europe, we must have climate neutral cities. And we must prove by 2030 that is possible. In this very moment, there is no climate neutral city in the world. Let's have our Europe, the very first climate neutral cities by 2030, to show to the people, look, better environment, better jobs, better quality of life, and people will follow us. They need models. But if these cities are not supported in this endeavor because they took the engagement, and it's not very popular, you know, sometimes in our cities to promote such a approach. You need leadership, vision, but we are there as a mayor to promote it, because for such a policy you need leadership and vision. But without support from the European Union, we cannot succeed it. So I strongly support, for example, the idea of having a pan-European facility, financing facility for cities in the green transition with the support of European Investment Bank and of the European Union. Because we need to find a way how to finance, how to have a future in order to implement the projects. Otherwise, the green discontent will go to rise. Because people will say, you know, you promised a lot, and you did nothing. Why? Why you promise that? Because you have no money. So better not to promise. But if you promise something and the European Union is involving good missions, they must finance it. Otherwise, we are going to affect the very base of our Europe, the trust in the European Union. And money are not the only problem. We need technical assistance and capacity building. And here, the European Investment Bank tools are essential, and I can tell you that it's so important for our cities to have technical assistance and capacity building, because it's making the difference on the ground. And I strongly support to keep this instrument and to move forward. So the last element about Green Deal, I want to mention that not all the cities are in the same situation. Some are better prepared, some are not the best, in the best situation. So we do not have to neglect the territorial dimension of the Green Deal. So we need to pay attention to every city, to every situation, so a more granular approach will be needed. Because not all of them are in the same situation, so we need a tailor-made solution for each city, for each region in the European Union. So that's, again, we need a common approach in order to fulfill the situation. At the end, I just want to mention what, again, Enrico Letta said in his report. We need to talk about the fifth freedom of the European Union. We have freedom of movement, capitals, goods, services, people. The fifth freedom would be, as he's defining, dedicated to the free movement of research, innovation, knowledge, and education. We must pay so much attention to the innovation component, to the artificial intelligence evolution. We must not lose the competition with the United States and China. We need to have a freedom of movement of researchers, of innovation, a circularity, a strong financial investment in the field if we want to keep our competitiveness at the higher level possible. So let's make this fifth freedom a reality on the ground, because in this very moment, as you know, this freedom of movement is mostly concentrated in big metropolitan cities, university cities, and again, huge potential of the European Union is not used. So think about this fifth freedom and how important it is to move forward. I will close my first part of the intervention saying that we need in this very moment to move forward with action, not with words. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry said that a goal without a plan is just a wish. Yes, we have a plan now, and the plan was validated by European elections to move forward. But now, a plan without money, it's also just a dream. So let's work together to fulfill our plan and to implement on the ground, thinking about how to finance in a more concrete ways. And what is important, we have the solution on the ground. We have the money. Nicoletta mentioned 300 billion euros, for example. You have European Investment Bank. Also, public money, private money, put it together in a smart way, we can have a real future for our Europe. So, as we look toward the future, let us be motivated not by fear, but by hope, not by division, but by unity. Now, I want to share with you a few thoughts in the last 3 minutes about my city of Cluj-Napoca. We use the European funds, as I said, to have a real impact on the ground, freedom to stay. As I said, to keep our talents home. I used to describe our city using four letters T. Talents, technology, tolerance, and trust. I do not emphasize all of them, but talents is one of the most important. If you keep your human resource home, you have the best competitive advantage possible. If everyone is moving from your region or city, you have no chance to recover, to have a new generation in the public administration, to have new services, to have better jobs. So you need to focus on that situation. And I said you need a combination of the elements of the quality of life. And everything should be perceived in an inclusion, not in another manner, in an inclusion manner. And last but not least, from my perspective, it's so important from the right side, multiple helix, the collaboration between all the stakeholders in the society, and keep it in mind. Eco, not ego. I mentioned at the beginning some elements who might kill any strategic policy of the European Union. Add the ego. Look and think about your personal life. In how many situations the ego killed a lot of good ideas? It's difficult. We are humans. We have ego. It's necessary to have ego. But let's put that ego in a manner to construct, not to destroy. To have positive things, not negative things. It's so difficult, as I said. But if we are aware of that, and at an institutional level you think in eco, not in ego approach, I think we may construct. In my city, I always said, I am not the boss of the city. I am just one of the mediators who bring all the stakeholders to support and to construct and to build bridges, not walls, to promote policies to unite people, not to divide them, and to construct the positive mindset as much as possible in order to construct. So I think it's so important for our Europe or our approach to have an eco, not ego system approach. And I learned from my basic school in the university that an image is more than 1,000 words. In the end, I will invite to have a 2-minute movie about what we have done with European funds in the city to promote the European way of life. So if the video is ready, please have the 2 minutes presentation. the European Union made a difference in our city. The quality of life, as it is due to the European Union, is due to the cohesion policy and due to our capacity of working together. So my final message is that we are in the best situation ever possible. Let's be motivated by optimism. Let's look ahead with optimism because we have solutions on the ground to build up a better future for all of us. And let's us be motivated, as I said, not by fear, but by hope, not by division, but by unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bock, and the wonderful vision that you have for Luzhna-Poka in the future, and of course what is happening there on the ground right now. It's been very inspirational, and we look forward to hearing you this afternoon as well on the panel, where perhaps we'll open the Slido and the floor to some questions from the audience. So I'm sure you've all made notes. Now, the next panel discussion we have right now is on boosting competitiveness and resilience of SMEs. We're going to showcase 3 examples of successful financial instruments for SME competitiveness and resilience, the impact, the 3 countries being Slovakia, France and Poland. And just to introduce the people, unfortunately Robert Gürtler is not feeling well, so he's been replaced just in the last few minutes by Jura Jusko, who we saw yesterday as well. So thank you, Jura, for offering to replace Robert. So please welcome Jura Jusko to the stage from Slovak Investment Holding. We also have Oban Bonnet, who is the Principal Officer for Institutional Mandate Relationship Western Europe from the European Investment Fund. Yes, please do make your way to the stage. Marie Favillier, New Markets Director, Take Air France. Anna Zeboska, Deputy Director, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy from Poland, and Mateusz Olzak, Director of Guarantees and Sureties, BGK, Poland. So welcome to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And Jura, I'm going to start with you. Sorry, you've been thrown into the hot seat, but it's a very friendly audience. And I know that you have not had a moment to prepare because you're standing in for Robert, who we hope will get well very soon. But amongst friends, tell us about what you do at SIH.
Thank you. Appreciate that I can be the first one. So I think I will. I hope I will serve good Robert's name because he was preparing well. But yeah, as much as I can tell. So about Slovak Investment Holding, you may be aware it's a national promotion institution to call it, and we are in charge of all implementation of almost all financial instruments in Slovakia. And with respect to the resilience, should I already go to the deeper in what we've prepared?
Yes.
We address it in various ways, I would say. So we have the anti-corona plan. When the corona came, that's one of the products how we try to support SMEs in a sense of quick execution, and we try to support SMEs through the program when we put a guarantee to the bank, so the banks can continue with lending and supporting SMEs, and this was very greatly appreciated. It was in a sufficient amount, and the main thing was it was really quick, and the speed of execution was appreciated. I think it was 3 months from the first confirmed patient with the COVID to the launch of the program. So that would be one of the key things we would like to talk about. But for the introduction, I would stop here and give place to others. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. And don't worry, we'll be very light on questions for you. But we really appreciate you being here to represent Slovakia, because the examples are from France, which we'll turn to now, in fact. So we're going to turn to the DFI platform in France. And Oban Bonnet, you can give a presentation. If we can just pass the clicker to Oban. Thank you very much. You're the Principal Officer, Institutional Mandate Relationship, Western Europe, EIF. So you have a short presentation for us. Yes. It will be on.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. Very nice introduction from the mayor. It's a very inspiring message for the future of Europe. So, Aubin Bonnet, I've been working for the European Investment Fund for the last 15 years. I've been also seconded to European Commission for a couple of years. And yeah, I am in charge of this decentralized financial platform, and I'm very happy also to be today with Marie, who have benefited of one of our financial instruments. So if I can start, the first slide, please. Okay, so just an overview of what we have done so far in France. So we started with one regional mandate back in the, 2010, something like that. Now we have under management something like between 700 to 800 million euro. We have developed various initiative across France. In blue is where we have initiative targeting more specifically SMEs, and in pink where we have also used EFRD money to support the agricultural sector. So we are working with region Grand Est, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, Occitanie, but also Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, Normandy. And last but not least, one very interesting mandate where I think there is a FI Compass case study on this is in l'île de la Réunion, 8,000 kilometers from France, but very part of France, and extremely interesting mandate. We have really created value where in this region where they used to only support SMEs through grants, they shift a bit to financial instrument, which is extremely interesting for the European Investment Fund and the EIB group, of course. So this is a bit the overall architecture of how we are working with mandator, with region, in the jurisdiction where we have a mandate. So it's a two-step approach, basically, quite easily to understand and to implement. So reducing the bureaucracy and so on. So it's very straightforward, and is very appreciated by the region. So basically, according to the regulation, the region can appoint directly the IF. Then we set up a synthetic kind of holding fund. And what is very important is that we are working in partnership with not only the region, but also all the stakeholders, in particular the intermediaries. So there is a governance where we try to meet every quarter, at least twice a year, to explain a bit where we stand in terms of implementation, what is going well, what could be improved, and so on and so forth. So this is the first step. The second one is to develop financial instrument, to select the intermediaries, and the intermediaries deploy the instrument and support the entrepreneurs based at local regions. So it's really a bottom-up situation where it starts from the ground. The strategy, the investment strategy is designed really at the local level to identify exactly the market failure and to provide and to address this market failure with the extremely relevant financial instrument that the IF have developed across the years. So I just present you very quickly three of them. But we have more, but we can modulate a bit the one that I'm going to present. So the most easy one to understand, I think, is the famous cap guarantee instrument. An instrument that we have developed for many years. It provides for the managing authority very interesting leverage. You see, doing with less money, more supporting investment. So I took an example here with this cap guarantee instrument. So basically, we cover every single loan at 80%, but when there is a default, we can pay up to a cap rate, as we have in our jargon. We cover the expected loss, the unexpected loss. So basically, in one single word, for the managing authority, provide a significant leverage. We can also address, of course, all the cohesion policy perspective. So for the future of this instrument in the region where we have it, we are targeting some specific thematic objective, like digitalization of SMEs, like going from the green, supporting the green transition, or the industrialization of in the region. So we have 7 objectives, like, of course, innovation, but also social inclusion. So you see on the graph on the right, so the leverage achieved, so at the end of December 2023, with 60 million from the regional own resources, matched with ERDF money, we have supported 1 billion euro of loans for a total amount of investment of 1.6 billion. So with basically with 1 euro from the region, it generated 27 euro of investment. The second point, and again, the importance of the cohesion policy is materialized in the chart below, is basically to reduce the fragmentation. What is happening in this region is that where the provinces are the richer, they have benefited of less than the proportion of the contribution to the GDP of the region. So let's take an example of Haute-Garonne. It's close to the city of Toulouse, very industrial and so on. It generates 32% of the GDP. However, they have benefited only 25%. And the other way around, in, let's say, Pyrénées-Orientales, which is a bit poorer, it contributes only to 7, but have benefited of 12. So it reduced the fragmentation across the region, so it's very in line, I think, with the cohesion policy, and I think is a very good achievement that the EIF did. The second and the third product is again, one is a debt where Marie have benefited of this type of financial instrument. Is super simple as well. In the current situation of very costly liquidity, here we provide to the selected intermediaries very affordable liquidity at 0 or 0.5. So it depends the region where we implement it. Here I took the example of l'Île de la Réunion, where in this part of France interest rates are extremely high compared to France continental, and here the willingness of the managing authority was to reduce the interest rate to make SMEs, little entrepreneurs, access to finance at much better condition. So we have selected Société Générale, not to mention it. We provide liquidity at 0.5. Société Générale match with his own market practice. So at the end, of course, entrepreneurs in this region also benefited of the very good added value. And we deployed the full mandate by the end of December, and they decided to do a new generation of mandate for the period 2024-2029. And we can adapt this instrument for the case of Occitanie, where here the willingness of the managing authority was to use this instrument to support a very innovative SMEs. So you can a bit adapt this instrument according to the need of the region, of the jurisdiction. The third one, again, is a really quite a standard type of equity. Here I took the example of the co-investment. So basically we launch again a call on the market, we select a fund manager, and we say to the fund manager, look, when you want to invest into an SMEs, you can have a pot of public resources, you can match your own resources with these public resources to increase, to boost competitiveness, to take participation. And here our target is really the pre-seed, seed, innovation. The two of them are really focusing on innovative SMEs. And on top of this, you can also attract some external co-investor to the round table and to create additionality in the region, supporting very high potential type of SMEs. This is a bit what I wanted to present in terms of financial instruments. So we have a really off-the-shelf kind of instrument ready to be implemented and totally in line with ERDF or even EFRD rules. So on the chart here is a type of sector that we have supported when we use the co-investment model. You see 13% of the portfolio is composed of SMEs in the engineering market or IT, so it's quite innovative. So to conclude, to reduce, I think, and the fragmentation and so on, is ERDF is a very good source of funding. It's important also to work in partnership with the managing authority, but also with the intermediaries to ensure that there is a total alignment between the three parties. Also, I like to mention that on the new CPR regulation, I think that there are very interesting articles or way to even go a bit further in terms of supporting SMEs. I'm thinking about the potentiality to blend and to combine financial instruments with grants. I think it's something that we didn't use in France, unfortunately, because maybe it was a bit unknown or whatever. But I think it is a good, in particular, if you want to target specific type of entrepreneurs, innovative, or the one who want to switch to really to green transition and so on. So it could be a very good facility. Alignment of interest, I mentioned this already. I think it's very important that all the parties have its own advantage. So you do a financial instrument, of course, the managing authority do it for the leverage, for the policy objective, and so on. The intermediaries do it because their access, they are very well covered when we use a guarantee. So this is the main advantage. But also, I think we should always take into account the final recipient, the little local entrepreneur. He need to access to finance at better condition than the other, So in terms of, I don't know, collateral reduction or interest rate reduction or longer maturity. So they need to find the interest, and if the three are fine, aligned, let's say, I think is a good way to disburse quickly, to report to the managing authority, who can after report to the commission and be reimbursed. And last not least, again, the technical assistance of our colleague from EIB, very interesting to use it. We use it quite, I think, everywhere, in l'île de la Réunion, of course, to transfer the knowledge. Because if the managing authority has the knowledge, they are less afraid to go to the step of financial instrument. So yeah, this is it for me. Thank you very much.
Keep the microphone, because I have a couple of questions. It's when I'm listening to all of this and speaking to people here in the room, there are so many different stakeholders and so many different stages that something we haven't really spoken about is the absolute necessity for a clear, constant communication and education between the managing authorities, between the stakeholders, the intermediaries, right down to the SMEs. So how are you managing that?
I think we try to work with the managing authority as soon as possible, basically, because in the time frame you need to work, you need to prepare. And when the managing authority, I think, is comfortable with the level of understanding of financial instrument, how it will work, how they can declare the eligible expenditure, and so on and so forth, their strategy, because as previously mentioned, the bottom-up approach is key. They have a region, the jurisdiction that where we are talking about, Occitanie, is 200 billion GDP, Grantes, the same. So they have their local strategy, and they want to keep that. Is not exactly the same. We try to standardize, but sometimes they want to push more for innovation than competitiveness. So this need to be discussed openly with the managing authority, but again, it's not enough. managing authorities, good, they have this policy objective, but what we need to also ensure is that the market, so the banks when you do a guarantee, the fund manager when you do equity, are also in line to ensure that after there are no surprise, they can deploy the instrument, disburse with a time frame quite limited of a structural fund. And this is a good collaboration between the three parties, the region, the EIF, and the banks, or the intermediaries.
And then another thing I noticed on one of your charts, it said SMEs with high potential to access finance. So you also mentioned dealing with SMEs pre-seed and seed innovation funding. So how are you thinking about the SMEs you're targeting?
This is done at the right beginning when we draft the funding agreement, we call it. So the agreement, the relation, the contractual relation between the managing authority and the EIF. You have an investment strategy, or here you define exactly the target that you want to do. Marie is a very good example where in Occitanie, one of the key aspects, but also is the case in Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, where the key aspect is to support very innovative SMEs. So you need to have the right instrument to address this, to ensure that, I don't know if I reply to the question. Okay.
No, that makes perfect sense. Okay. And then just really with all of the work that you've done, can you give us any lessons where errors have been made so that they can be transferred, the knowledge can be shared to avoid repeating it?
We didn't do much. No, it's a joke. You have a pot of money. It's not unlimited, so you have to focus a bit, and to try to address.
Anything where it could have been there were no errors. Where could it have been quicker?
Quicker, yeah. Always. But after is a relationship. Is a relationship with the managing authority, also with the intermediaries. I think it's very important to negotiate also with the intermediaries, because they have to find their interest. But again, what is very important is the local entrepreneur, because he's the one who is going to invest, to maintain its level of competitiveness, to create jobs in the region or in the jurisdiction. And maybe it's an advice that I could say. Don't forget to challenge a bit the intermediaries to ensure that you have the best for the managing authority and for the entrepreneurs.
Well, that was very smooth, Aubin. Very smooth there. Nothing is a problem for Aubin. Well, thank you very much. And we'll keep with the French theme here, and we're going to move to Marie Favillier, who is the new markets director for Take Air, and she's going to talk to us about her experience with the Foster financial instrument.
Thank you. So, yes, I represent Take Care. We are a startup based in Toulouse, Occitanie, as Aubin mentioned. So, who are we? We like to call ourselves carbon killer. Why? Because we allow organizations to measure and monitor their greenhouse gases emission, with an objective to decarbonize or become neutral, with overall the context of the Green Deal that we mentioned before. So that's our promise and what we do. The story of Take Care is 3 co-founders that decided to put their careers in big French groups like Danone, Orange, or Safran aside to contribute to fighting climate change. They view that the companies were under more pressure through their clients, the RFPs they were going through, also their founders and the employees they want to recruit, and the new generation are asking for greener companies and for companies to know, evaluate, monitor their impact on climate. The regulation as well, coming here from the EU, with CSRD, for example, is putting obligation for bigger companies to have a view and have a plan to adapt and to reduce their emission. And with all that context, the founders understood they had increasing expectation for help. So they need solution to be able to do that easily and over time. So that's why they took part in a startup incubator called Nubo in Occitanie. And that's where Crealia, which is the intermediary, and the EIB and EIF fund came to help. They needed to raise money to be able to start the company, and the amount that was supported for Take Care was 55K. So you can all think, that's not a lot of money. But it really helped and was really helpful as the first step to be able to get other funding. So the funding is a debt instrument, what we call on a loan. It has a 12-year grace period and a 5-year repayment plan. Again, on that amount, it couldn't be a bit surprising, but that's what really starting startup needed. The other funding they were able to get was 50K from the French investment bank BPI. They had another help from the French region of Occitanie. Airbus, that you all know, also gave a small grant to Take Care. And Take Care is a company, what we called a community interest company. And they got a grant for that as well, 30K grant. So from that first financial help and instrument, Take Care at the end managed to have 150K of help, which then helped them to get the reassurance and the guarantee for other banking loans. So what were they able to do with that money? So at payment, they were able to do 5 recruitments. So on top of the 3 founders, there were 3 permanent persons recruited and 2 apprentices, mainly for the IT development. In the next 3 to 6 months, they were able to get banking loans. And long term, they got trust from the ecosystem, the banks, the risk capital. So it's not only 55K that Take Care took from this instrument. It's also all that long-term partnership. And in parallel, so we talked about the money, but there was also professional and coaching support around strategic planning, putting in place the right processes. So that's, in the end, from a small startup and small money, what can be done. So what has Take Care developed with that money? So it's 2 things, as we discussed. First is a carbon management platform. So it's a SaaS platform that helps Take Care do the GHG protocol equivalent, what we call in France the bilan carbone. So how a company can evaluate its carbon and greenhouse gases emission on its value chain. So the upfront in the value chain, the upstream and downstream, so the scope 1, 2, and 3, everything is measured, monitored in this platform. It's really optimized, and with the view that we help them at the beginning to do the first GHG protocol evaluation, the first bilan carbone, and then the company themselves internally can follow up and have in there their action plan to reduce with the view of being carbon neutral, as we said, in 2050. On top of that, we needed to have carbon experts, so what we call the team of carbon killers, to really help them understand the mechanism of this calculation, understand the use of the platform, do awareness as well. When we come up in a company, there's a lot of awareness about climate change that still needs to be done. It's not only, oh, I need my GHG protocol for this funding, for this project, for Airbus, who is my client, they want me to do it, I do it, and then I leave it. No, we need to help them understand what's the impact they have on the climate, what the impact of the climate, like the CSRD, and help them have a concrete action plan they can monitor in the platform. That's what we do. So in 2 years, from the beginning, we are now 20 employees, and we have helped now 200 clients with their GHG protocol calculation across France. So we are well known in the southwest, near Toulouse, but not only. We have clients across France, and we continue our development in the territory. And we have big ambitions. We want to become a leading player. There's a lot of players, but we want to maintain and be one of them, of the environmental footprint management in France, but also in Europe. We aim to support 2,500 clients by 2028, have a team of 80 people and a big turnover. Our ambition for that is to expand our offering to support companies with the CSRD regulation and all the requirements that come with it through a dedicated new aspect of the platform, so they can have the GHG protocol gases on one side and their CSRD requirements on the other side. And also all the carbon killer team can help with the other aspects of all the CSRs. The aim and the ambition of Take Care is to have a positive impact for society, for people, and as we all said, continue to have hope and build a better future.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. I think you've told us really about the characteristics of the financial instrument that helped you the most. And because of that, would you consider using another one in the future?
So we were a seed, so we've done that step. I think the next step for us, if we want to achieve those big ambitions, is to go to the next level, to use again what Crealia and the intermediaries with your help can do, like Series A, prepare for that and continue on the route of the different funding instruments that are available depending on the stage we will be at.
And do you believe in the startup world? I know you're coming from Southwest France, Toulouse area. There's enough information for SMEs of what's available out there.
So Take Care knew about Crealia and this funding through its incubator, Nubo. So Nubo introduced this financial instrument. But if Nubo didn't, I think maybe the communication around the access to those funds could be wider and improved a bit. But it's a good way that it comes from incubator, because they can do a first selection of the right projects all around innovation, so it's good. But yeah, maybe if other people want to start from scratch and maybe are not in this Nubo one, will they hear from that instrument? I don't know. Yeah, so communication around what's, you want to set up your own startup, you correspond to the different criterias. It would be good to have a wide access about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to Business Max Guarantee Financial Instrument Managing Authority point of view. So it's Anna Zwoboska, who is the Deputy Director, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy from Poland. And I know that you also have a short presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Well, from a MA perspective, so a managing authority, we have heard a lot about the cooperation that is crucial for everybody, and from the managing authority point of view. What is the Business Max Guarantee found in Poland? Well, it was implemented under Smart Growth Operational Program. It's the biggest operational program financed from ERDF, and it's aimed and supporting companies in their R&D activities. So we would like to search for innovative companies, and we would support them by grants and financial instruments, of course. And when we look at the calendar, we have, of course, prepared the ex-ante assessment. As you can see, the financial gap, it was huge. It was more than 250 million euro per year. And when I think about the Business Max guarantee, I think like a big evolution. So during 7 years of implementation, we have made 3 really huge changes in the implementation, and I think about really faster acting instrument. And I think this is something that is crucial. And it was also mentioned before that we need to react fast and we need to adapt to the market needs. And this is exactly what the Business Max guarantee is. When we look at the objectives, we have started with the first objective, and it was to increase the investment of Polish SMEs in research and development in projects. So this was our initial aim, initial objective. So we wanted to support Polish SMEs investing, and it were supposed to be innovative companies. But reacting to the market needs, we have added the next objective, and the objective was to support so-called green path. So our banks, our intermediaries, they have identified that there is the lack of financing for the companies that would like to invest in green transformation. So after 2 years of implementation, we have introduced the next objective. Well, we try to be really fast and responsive to the needs. So after COVID pandemic and Russian aggression to Ukraine, we were forced to introduce another very important part of the Business Max guarantee, that is liquidity support and working capital for Polish SMEs. So it's really the guarantee, the Business Max, is really allowing us to react very fastly on a very needs coming from the market. So why Business Max? Well, just to have the background, some background information. Polish SMEs, they are not willing to use loans or external financial sources. When they implement, especially innovative projects, they would prefer to use their own resources. Of course, it's very limited. It limits their ability to grow, to move faster. That's why it was extremely important to put on the market the instrument that would support the loaning, the bank activities in the SMEs that would like to invest. And that's why we have the Business Max fund. First of all, it's extremely effective. It has high financial leverage. It's a well-known product for intermediaries, and it really is very useful for. It increases the chance to obtain the banking loans. When we look at Polish SMEs that are not willing to go to the banks when they want to invest, some of them they just don't have the credit history, the banking history. So it means that they have to have additional external support to get the credit. We also put as the element of the Business Max fund, we also put the subsidies for the interest rates, for the interests. And it's, of course, additional incentive to implement development projects. Well, this is quite an obvious instrument which reduces the cost of debts that is financing for the companies. As I said, we also enlarged the first idea of the Business Max Fund to the Green Path. That is a new path, and it's added exactly as the response to the signals from the banks, from the intermediaries. So the banks are working hand by hand with the entrepreneurs, and they have come back to the information to BGK and BGK to the Managing Authority that there's the need on the market for such an instrument. And then, as I said, the Business Max is responsive to the needs, and is responding quite fast, because it took us only 2 years to have this additional objective for Business Max. Well, as you can see, it's growing. The Business Max is growing. We are learning, we are expanding, and this could easily be seen on the chart. So we started with 137 million euro, and in fact we ended with more than 700 million euro. So it means that, well, adding the new objectives, adding the new possibilities of financing, we also were able to expand the allocation of this instrument. When we look at those charts, we can see that, of course, the 2018 it was the green path that was added, and of course in 2021 and 2022 the allocation was expanded in order to support the liquidity and working capital in the companies due to the COVID pandemic and Russian aggression to Ukraine. Well, I think it shows clearly that we are really fast running. This instrument is really reacting in a very speedy way to the needs, and we are also capable of enlarging the allocation in such a way. So I think it shows that the guarantee is the right way to respond to the needs, to the coming needs. Well, when we look at the main 3 success factors, I think I mentioned the first one, that the financing offer is suited to the current needs of enterprises. We are working very closely with BGK, and of course the BGK is working with intermediaries, and the permanent cooperation, the permanent knowledge exchange is in place. This is what you mentioned before. It's extremely important to work with the stakeholders to know what is going on the ground, and I think this is what we have in Business Max. Of course, our partner is one of the main success factors. So this is the project implemented by the Managing Authority, but the beneficiary is BGK, and BGK is implementing this Business Max guarantee. So it means that we have the financing contract with BGK. BGK is looking for the intermediaries, and the contracts are signed between BGK and intermediaries. But this is BGK who is responsible for the everyday cooperation with the intermediaries, and of course for responding to the needs. Well, of course, the intermediaries, the banks are on the ground working with the SMEs, looking for the clients. They have the possibility to prepare the projects due to the technical assistance. So BGK was able to cooperate with 12 largest banks in Poland. So it means that, in fact, the visibility and accessibility of the Business Max guarantee was very big, was very high, and when there were banks, the SMEs were able to to have the business max offer. And when I think of financial instruments in Poland, especially in business max guarantee, I think evolution. Because as you can see in this slide, it's obvious that we have started from the very scratch, from the first financial perspective that was fully implemented in Poland, so 2007-2013. Very small, a very basic project that was aimed at SMEs. And in Smart Growth Operational Program, we have invented the Business Max Guarantee. And as you can see, the interest rate subsidies, we started this, also this part of the instrument. And we also started to support the green path, so all the, let's say, energy efficiency in the companies. Of course, we haven't stopped. Because now under operational program for the 2021-27 perspective, we also have, it's called Business Max Plus, so it's new 2.0 version of the Business Max, and we have a new product that is dedicated only for green guarantee for green projects. It is called Green Guarantee Fund. So in fact, this is an additional instrument that is available on the market. And when we look at the recipients, it's crucial that we have SMEs and mid-caps. This is the group of the companies that is a little bit out of the financing. So thanks to the Guarantee Fund, they are able to obtain the financing. And of course, the interest rate subsidies are also on the market, and also there is the possibility to obtain the repayment of part of the loan. So, Business Max Guarantee, just to sum up, it's evolution, and it's acting very quickly in response to the market needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Just for time, we're going to move directly on to Mateusz, who you've mentioned already. He's going to talk about the Business Max Guarantee financial instrument, the implementing body perspective. And you are the Director of Guarantees and Sureties at BGK in Poland, implementing this.
So now I understand that it's my part. So I need to explain you a few things in order to be on the same page of understanding. Anna explained what is Business Max Guarantee from the perspective of managing authority, and I will have the same, almost the same title of my presentation, but I will present Business Max Guarantee from the perspective of implementing body. And I was thinking how I can bridge from Anna's presentation to my presentation, and the first opening speech helped me with this, because a very good element which was mentioned in the opening speech, in the final remarks, was that the key element of the cooperation, the key element of the implementation of EU funds is the positive and optimistic mindset. And together with managing authority, I think that we were so successful because of this positive and optimistic mindset. Anna also repeated a few times BGK. Not all of you probably are familiar with this abbreviation. This is the abbreviation of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, which is a state development bank of Poland, and our mission is to support sustainable social and economic development of our country. And today I will speak about the vital role of financial instruments in the support of micro, small and medium enterprises. And probably all of you are familiar with European Union reports about SMEs. So the common denominator of all of the reports is that the SMEs are the backbone of economy, of the European Union economy. And of course, also it is true for Poland. Almost every second Polish zloty of gross domestic product is generated by the micro, small and medium enterprises. And but what is very important is that the support of SMEs is difficult, and as Albert Einstein once said, that in the middle of difficulty lies the opportunity. And we in Poland, we at BGK, at the ministry level, we see this opportunity in the EU funds. We see this opportunity in implementation of EU financial instruments. And this is the topic of my presentation. This is the topic of my short speech. Business Max Guarantee Fund, implementing body perspective. Just to start, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know what are the key elements indicating the success of the financial instruments? The clock is ticking, and the moderator told me that I have not much time, so I will not wait for the answers. I will ask the question and answer my way. In my presentation, you will see 3 elements, I would say, indicating that we had a really big success when implementing the financial instruments. First, you can see on this slide are the figures. So if there is a huge demand from the intermediary level, if there is a huge demand from the final beneficiary level, it means that the financial instrument is successful. And if you will see on the graph here, you have the figures, the sales figures for this Business Max Guarantee product. We have provided within a few years 1.68 billion euro of guarantees, and those guarantees provided the collateral for the financing that was provided from the banking sector to the Polish SMEs in the total amount of 2.85 billion. So far, under this attractive and unique product, we have supported more than 3,100 SMEs, and we have provided more than 4,100 transactions. So you can see that some of the SMEs used our product more than one time. The key elements that are behind this product are on the right side of the slide. And the first is that the Business Max Guarantee was available at 12 banks. 12, the biggest commercial banks in Poland. It means that in every corner of our country, this financial instrument was available. We also cooperated with the cooperative banks, so the distribution channel was really, really effective. And if we were to do it only on our own, I mean only based on BGK distribution channels, simply it will be not effective. So we relied on the commercial banks. And we had with the banks the same approach with the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, where we were really optimistic about the product. I don't have much time to go into details, but it's the implementation of this product could be a script for a movie, where at the beginning there was a lot of optimism, then there was a failure, and at the end there was a happy end. And the happy end is that we have implemented the product successfully. We targeted a lot of SMEs, but maybe if we will have a chance to discuss this in details, we can elaborate this during the coffee break. So the first key success is the distribution channel via the commercial banks in Poland. The second, unique product in the European Union. We thought at the beginning that we created a really attractive product. It was a guarantee for the investment credits. But at the beginning, as I mentioned, was not so optimistic when it came to the implementation. So we were thinking about how we can make it more attractive. So together with Ministry, we decided to add a very important component that boosted the competitiveness, that boosted the resilience among SMEs, which is the grant that was focused on or designed to partially repay the interest rate. And it was a huge success because at the end of the implementation process, the financial instrument looked totally different than at the beginning. We were trying all the time to analyze the market. We were trying all the time to speak to the banks. We were trying to also speak to the SMEs in order to fine-tune the product, in order to adjust the product. So thanks to good cooperation with Ministry, we were able to modify a few times the product. So this is the second key element, so the adjustment of the product during the implementation process. And a flexible approach, this is something which I mentioned. We were not stick to the initial idea of the product. When the COVID hit, when the war in Ukraine started, we modified the product. We also implemented the liquidity, I would say, element that helped many companies to survive. Many innovative companies during the COVID period had really problems with the liquidity, and we together, after modification of this product, we helped a lot for the companies not to go bankrupt, because many companies during the COVID period, they were very viable, they had really good innovative projects, but if they would lose the liquidity, they would simply go bankrupt. Next slide. So I presented you the 3 key elements that contributed to the success. I would say the 4th is the cooperation with ministry, because I think that this is even more important than the elements that I provided. The good cooperation, the dialogue, the open-minded people, the people that think the same way, and the people that do not generate the problems, but look for the solutions. And this graph shows what Anna also mentioned. I will present this from the perspective from the institutional perspective, so from the left to the right, and also I will present it from the right to the left, which will be a SME perspective, which for me is even more important because we are doing this not for ministry or BGK, but for the economy, for the entrepreneurs. So starting from the left to the right, you have European Commission, you have the operational program Smart Growth. This is the funding source. We have Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, who acted as a managing authority. So Anna is the representative of the ministry, and Anna showed you how it looks like, how the process of implementation looks like from the institutional perspective. So I will not go into details here, but what is important, we had a very detailed agreement with ministry, which stipulated a lot of eligibility conditions, a lot of conditions that have to be met by BGK, and we provided very detailed strategy. We provide really detailed business plan in order to be sure that we are implementing the funds in the right way. And on the one hand, it's very good, because we knew where we are, but on the other, we were thinking that maybe we are crossing a line, maybe we are doing too much formalities, maybe we are not cutting the red tape, but we are doing something opposite, which is really, really difficult for the SMEs. So we were trying to think as a bank that will distribute our product. We were thinking about how SMEs will apply for this product, because at the first phase it was really, really complicated, the implementation process. Just to give you the idea, we have trained approximately 5,000 banking employees in order to implement this product, because this was the first product, guarantee product on the Polish market on this scale from the European Union. And as you all know, the provisions, the regulations that are stemming from EU regulations are a bit sometimes too complicated, not from the ministry perspective, not from the BGK perspective, but from the perspective of SMEs, from the perspective of banks. So we try to make it easier for them. And now coming back to the next relation between BGK and banks, we have signed 12 contracts. Those were the framework agreements with the banks. We stipulated all of the eligibility criteria. This is not rocket science, simple agreements, yet very effective. Banks had the limits, and they could put into the portfolio transactions until the level of the limit. But what is important, we also imposed on the bank, and it was not said before, this is something additional that we did. We imposed on the banks the condition that thanks to BGK's guarantee, they have to transfer the benefit on the SMEs. So either the banks had to provide a higher amount of the credit should be on should have longer maturity, or the cost of the credit should be lower. So from the perspective of SMEs, the product was really, really attractive at the beginning, and then when we added the grant component, it was super attractive, I would say. And what this product and how this implementation process looks from the perspective of SME, it is very it is very simple, I would say it this way. Because the SME willing to do the investment and willing to have funding, banking financing for this, SME should go to the bank, one of the banks that were on the list. So SME submitted the application for the loan, submitted the application for the guarantee, and submitted the application for the subsidy. So it was very, very simple, and the application was like just a few pages, not like many pages, which is quite common when it comes to the grants. And thanks to the consent of the Polish Financial Supervisory Authority, BGK could outsource all of the formalities on the bank. So in other words, we implemented the product via banks, and they did all the formalities. It was good from the perspective of SMEs because they didn't have to go to the BGK directly. Everything was done at the level of the bank. So it was very simple, but the key element was to adjust the product and also to train the people at the banks, because at the beginning it was for them a bit difficult to understand how to implement, how to provide our guarantee based on EU funding. What are the features of the Business Max guarantee? So on the left, you see the guarantee component. On the right, you see the subsidy. And in our case, it was a really, really successful story, because those two elements, so the financial instrument, which is on the left, was really good and complementary to the subsidy. I would say subsidy was complementary to the guarantee. And the basic features of the guarantee are, of course, that we provided this product for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The guarantee was free of charge. We covered up to 80% of the credit capital. Maximum maturity of the guarantee was 20 years. Maximum guarantee amount was 2.5 million. At the beginning, we covered just the investment credits. Then due to the COVID, due to the war in Ukraine, we also covered liquidity credits. We implemented this, of course, based on the CPR, and we used two regulations regarding the state aid, so the de minimis regulation and the GBER. We, of course, due to the Polish law, we had to also have a kind of collateral for our guarantee, and it was the blank promissory note. And what was attractive for the SMEs at some stage is the subsidy, which was added at the later stage, where we partially repaid the interest rate of the credit. It was calculated from the date of the disbursement of the credit. The subsidy was for the 3 years. We had for the first year it was 8%, for the second 4%, for the third 4%. So it was huge added value to the attractive product. I would say it was super attractive from the perspective of SME. What was not so super is that we wanted more allocation from the ministry. And Anna showed you that I think it was 5 or 6 times we increased the allocation, and it was very good. And we still the instrument is designed in a way that if the allocation is increased, we immediately can channel the EU funds to the market. We don't have to do much to channel new funding and to put it to the market. Okay, the last slide. Because I said at the beginning what are the elements that indicate that there was a huge success behind the financial instrument. I said that there was a sales data that can confirm whether something is working or not. You can ask the final beneficiaries, and at the BGK we did this. We asked the entrepreneurs whether the guarantee instrument is working. And 96% of them said that yeah, it's working. They will recommend this product to the other SMEs. They also said 91% of them said that the Business Max guarantee meet their expectations. I'm thinking with my team today that it would be hard to make it even more attractive. But the really good colleagues who are on the stage, who are today in the audience, probably will think about something more attractive, but I'm not sure that we can design something even more attractive. But we will try. The third point, which also can indicate that the financial instruments are working, is the kind of report survey. And also at BGK, we are doing the surveys. Every year we are verifying the financial instruments. We check whether they are working. We check what is the outcome, what is the effect on the economy, what is the effect on the micro level, so on the level of SMEs. And probably I need to have a separate presentation, like for 1 hour, to present you the results. So I'll just tell you two important elements of this survey. 63% of SMEs said that they would not have received the financing without our guarantee, or they would receive the financing but on the worst conditions. So for us, this figure is enough to say that we are very, very successfully. Especially it was important during the COVID period, when many of them would go bankrupt. And 40% of SMEs said that Business Max Guarantee has improved their financial condition. It is also important because if
Matej, I have to move on. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. We can read. We can read
the
this.
clock. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
No, we only have 5 minutes left before the coffee break.
Sure.
I'm so sorry,
Sure.
and it's because you
But
were the last speaker.
I was okay. Yeah, I was about to finish. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I mean, I want to ask you very briefly. I mean, you mentioned there was a failure in the middle. Oban doesn't fail. Everything runs smoothly for him. But we want to know what that was and how you overcame it.
Okay, so as I said, it could be a script for a movie because we were together with...
Briefly, 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. So, we were very excited when we implemented the product. So from the theory to the practice, it was a way really of huge excitement at the BGK and the ministry. But then the sales were zero. We couldn't sell anything. It was too complicated. So we tried to educate entrepreneurs. We tried to educate as much as we could employees of the banks, because they were the people at the front line selling the products. So for them, it was the first product that they were implementing, first guarantee product from the EU that they implemented on the large scale, and they couldn't simply do it without any...
So it's coming back to the communication and the education of the people who have to sell the product and the procedures.
Yeah.
On that point, when I was looking at all of the boxes you had of the flow in both directions, it did occur to me, and when you mentioned you educated 5,000 people in the banks to talk about this, given that we're now in the generation of AI, can some of these steps be expedited?
If I don't have time for the answer, I would say yes.
Okay.
If I can. No,
okay.
Because, you know...
Excellent. That's good. Okay. I think that's probably correct. I want to open the floor. We have a couple of Slido questions, but I really, in the 5 minutes before break, I really want to open the floor to questions. So there are a couple of Slido questions, but in fact, I think it would be great to just have some really, really quick... Oh, here we are. Okay, back to you again. Okay, let's go to the Slido questions. Do you believe that SME sector should be primarily supported by financial instruments in the future? So very, very quick answers here, please. Oh, okay. Mostly or only? Okay, well, I think that supports the conversation that they've just heard. Okay, so that's a clear answer. Just because of time, I'm going to move on to the second question. What's the most important ingredient for success in SME support? So, I love the fact that the first answer often gets the most hits. We need to be careful about what's put on that. We need to put other at the top or something and then move people down. Flexible and simple financial products. Okay, flexible and simple. Flexible and simple. Easy to understand. Okay, with that, before we go to the coffee break, any questions from the floor? Hands up, please. Any questions from the floor? I know we've got some on Slido as well, but please do get involved in the room. We'd love to hear your voice in the room. I know there are questions out there. And don't be shy. Please don't be shy. We have a question. The microphone is coming to you. Yep. And just say who you are and where you're from, please.
Hello, Ernesto from Italy, European. I didn't want to ask that, but speaking of carbon sequestration, the enterprise, and the support to energy efficiency, how do you ensure that there's no greenwashing? Sorry for asking.
Oh, Marie.
I'm not sure you can avoid it completely, but I think that the regulation that is coming with CSRD is a really good instrument for avoiding just simple answers, simple justification. It's really with the, I don't know if you're familiar with the double materiality, but forcing SMEs to look at their impact on the environment and what the environment is how it's gonna impact them with the climate change, I think is a great instrument for them to avoid just greenwashing communication. They really have to justify and have a plan and prepare for the future. Yeah.
And now I want to go to the Slido questions, please. If possible, if we can turn this. Okay, so and really quick answers. In the BGK case, how did you monitor the advantages being passed on by the banks to SMEs?
So I guess it's a question to me.
Yes.
So we imposed the transfer of benefit in the framework agreement with the banks. So the bank, when was signing the contract with the SME, has to explicitly write the benefit that was thanks to the guarantee. So of course we said that there's an open catalog of the benefits that could be transferred. But the bank at the origination process at the level of at the bank when the SME submitted the application and were about to sign the contract, so this transfer was explicitly written in the loan agreement.
Thank you. A second question for Aubin. A big issue besides having enough funding is to have enough investment-ready SMEs. So how is that being included?
But this is at the beginning when we do the market testing with the banks. We ensure that if we launch a product, we will have the right capacity to deploy and of course. Again, to ensure competitiveness, to be innovative, you need to invest, and I think entrepreneurs are willing to invest. Sometimes the issue is to access to finance is a bit more complicated. Thanks to the product that BGK presented of the EIF, you see that you create incentivities for entrepreneurs to invest. Why? Because as mentioned BGK, you access to finance a much better condition. In Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, in Occitanie, across France, entrepreneurs can access to finance without collateral requirements. So there is no collateral required, longer maturity, a grace period of 12 months, as I mentioned, Marie, and with interest rate reduction. So okay, in France, maybe the interest rate are a bit lower than other part of Europe, but still, if you benefit of 40 basis points or 50 basis points, the entrepreneur said, okay, maybe I have a lack of credit of story, but I can have this loan at better condition, so I'm in, and they go and they take a bit risk, and the bank are covered very well by the European Investment Fund.
Thank you. And then final question, it's to you, Anna, regarding Business Max. How did you select the participating banks? And is a product overlapping programming periods?
So very briefly, so it's BGK who selected the banks in an open call procedure. So every bank could apply, in fact, but the selection was on BGK side. And
with no influence from you at all, nothing.
No, it was only the BGK who was responsible for this part. And if the project is overlapping, I'm not sure if I do understand the question. Of course, the Business Max is still on the market. It's the eligibility period has finance from ERDF, as we all know, but the product is still on the market. And as I said, under new financial perspective, we have just launched the Business Max Plus. So it's still on the market.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I know that you could say more, but we have no more time. I'm really, really sorry. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you so much. And now it's time for the coffee break, and I know how important the coffee break is. And because we have such an exciting afternoon, please be back here in the room at 11:45. But during the coffee break, make sure you answer the questions for your teams for the Olympics and vote for the showcase. Thank you. I'll call them. Wonderful. Hello everybody, welcome back into the room, welcome back, and we're going to try to keep to time as much as possible because I know how important the networking breaks are, and this is the only session you have before lunch, but it's a really exciting session. It's measuring the impact of financial instruments, and so we're going to present the results of a few evaluation studies on the impact of FIs done at EU, national and regional levels, and we'll also hear about the examples of a supported company, concrete impact of financial instruments on business development. So if I can just introduce the panel with a little bit of hush in the room. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, on the panel, I have Lucian Luca, who is the policy officer, DG Regio B2 unit from the European Commission. I have Giovanni Familiari, who is a partner at T33 Italy. Anna Maria Fontana, sorry, head of division, Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy. We heard you speak yesterday. Iliana Ivanova, who is the Deputy Head of Debt Instruments, Fund Manager of Financial Instruments in Bulgaria, and Michela Diaferia, who is the CEO of Linear Beam from Italy also. So a very Italian panel here. And Lucian, you are going to start with a presentation, Findings and Lessons Learned from the Evaluation of 2014 to 2020 Cohesion Policy Support to SME Competitiveness.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm not Italian, just to make that clear.
Oh.
But that's not a problem at all. So I would like to...
but we need to know where you are from.
I'm from Romania originally, which is close enough. I would like to share with you today some of the findings and lessons learned that we've gathered from a complex exercise we are currently doing, which is the evaluation of a cohesion policy support in general. And one more particular part of it is support to SME competitiveness. From the 14-20 period, which we call the past funding period, and I will focus today on the financial instrument parts, which was just one sub-chapter, let's say, of SME support, because most of the support still goes through grants. We've seen that in the past 20 years, from one funding period to the other, there has been an increase in the use of financial instruments, which we consider to be good news. And looking at the past funding period, so the 14-20 period, we've seen that throughout the programming, there was a significant increase towards the end. And of course, what came at the end was the COVID-19 health crisis, which led to a shift of funding from grants to financial instruments for supporting SMEs, because they were some of the most affected actors. What we looked at in the evaluation, we looked at several financial instruments, and we tried to group them according to the types of action they were supporting. So we have three main actions where we saw the increased use of financial instruments. One was the support to company creation. So for example, seed money or help to have a startup put on track. The second one, which was the biggest of all these three actions, was support to productivity and expansion. Think of machineries, buying new machinery, buying new technologies, tools, to either produce more of something that's already being produced or to produce better. And the third one, which came following the COVID-19 crisis, was support to liquidity and working capital. So companies that had to stop their operations had to be propped up to continue functioning. Also think here not only at support for money to stay afloat, but investing in digital solutions. Many of the companies had to find alternatives to sell their products through digital means. We looked at several countries and regions, so here you have a short summary. And throughout all the financial instruments that we've used, the share between loans, guarantees, and venture capital was rather equal. Going a step back and looking at the SME competitiveness as a whole, there were about 45 billion euros of EU money dedicated to this from the European Regional Development Fund. And this money supported close to 2 million SMEs, 1.8. It led to the creation of more than 500,000 enterprises and the creation of more than 300,000 jobs. As I said, financial instruments played a significant role, but they were covering about 30% of this money. So coming back to the findings, what we've seen from the evidence we collected was that there was a good performance of the SME supported, performance in terms of increased assets or employment, increased employment, turnover. Financial instruments are perceived as being less burdensome and more flexible on the side of SMEs. And we've seen that there are better results when the financial instruments are targeted to more promising projects and more promising SMEs. However, we do have some data limitations, mostly because of the long chain of how the money gets to the final beneficiary. We don't always have data on microdata on the company itself that gets the money. That's with the financial intermediaries, which doesn't allow us to have counterfactual analysis, which is the gold standard of being able to compare a company, two similar companies, one that gets the money, one that doesn't, and to see how they compare in results. Also, we want to know, we needed more data to see whether grants or financial instruments, this is one of the dilemmas we have, which ones work better. And from the data that we collected, we could not have very robust comparison between the two. On the lessons learned from this evaluation, we've seen that during the crisis, there was a sort of distinction in the use of financial instruments and grants. Grants were mostly used for working capital, keeping companies afloat, helping them mitigate the closure of their due to lockdown, while financial instruments were used to keeping access to credit lines. We also saw that there are ways of limiting deadweight. Deadweight is basically supporting a company that doesn't need to be supported because it can stay on its own feet or it can access money easily. And this is especially the case when grants versus financial instruments have to be used. And we've seen that by focusing on financial instruments to those companies that are more capable, this risk can be limited. In terms of different organizational arrangements, there's a lot of variety, and the main two choices are the single-tier structures, which was what Italy and Greece have opted for, or where the funds was used. That's the case, for example, of Bulgaria or Slovakia. I'm happy to have colleagues both from Italy and Bulgaria here who can share with us more on their perspective on this. Just to wrap up, we did see positive outcomes for all the companies supported through financial instruments. However, with the limited data that we could gather, we couldn't have a clear say on what works better in terms of grants or financial instruments. So this is where we probably need more analysis. And I'm glad to have our colleague Giovanni, who can tell us maybe a bit more on that, because there's an ongoing analysis on this. Thank you very much. I think I stuck to my timing.
Excellent. Well, I made a little change in the timekeeping in front of us so that we can have more audience interaction. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Just a quick question about the way in which you might think about assessing the wider impact. How do you go about thinking of the wider impact and how one begins to evaluate that?
Well, this is a tricky question because, of course, the financial instruments act in an environment where there are other forms of support, other opportunities for financing, so it's very difficult to distinguish. What we try to do is to assess the impact also from the perspective, for example, of the revolving nature of these instruments, which means basically that once you give a grant, the money is given, it's done. For financial instruments, when you give a loan, it's paid back, so then there are reflows of money, which increases the impact. Basically, you can support more companies by having those reflows of money. So this is where we looked at, and we had some interesting examples, for example, from Germany, Thuringia, and also from Poland, where we saw that those reflows generated money to support more companies.
And you also had a slide which said the SMEs thought financial instruments were less burdensome. You didn't say then what did you mean than grants?
Yes, mostly than grants. I think also from the colleague from Poland, this was something that came through. It's also, they're more familiar with the procedures because they mostly work with the banks and they know how to interact with those. While for grants, the rules are slightly different. They might be more cumbersome, although following the crisis, the COVID crisis, lots of the rules have been simplified, digitalized, but the perception stays that financial instruments are more familiar, so then more easy to use.
Which is a great selling point. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Lucian. Now moving on to Giovanni Familiari, who is a ERDF SME FI Impact Study, going to talk to us about this, the preliminary findings.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elisa. Good morning, everyone. So I'll talk a bit about this study, which we are carrying out for the European Commission, DG Regio, and the European Investment Bank through FI Compass, and which is still ongoing. So what I will present today are still some of the preliminary findings from our study. And so I will start from, I will present mainly two of the key tasks of the study, one about the literature review and the other one about pilot impact assessment that we have been conducting. So starting from the literature review, so the objective was to look for research papers about the impact of financial instruments, as well as comparing the impact of financial instruments and grants. This work, which we carried out together with the colleagues at EY, looked at all European member states. So we have been reviewing more than 90 papers, covering one or more member states. And so we, as I was mentioning, we looked both for impact of standalone financial instruments as well as comparison grants financial instruments. As concerns standalone financial instruments, about guarantees first. So we could see generally positive impact from this type of support. And what is interesting is also that some studies went a bit more in depth into looking about not just the average impact of support, but also looking at different type of enterprises, where generally what has been found is that the most important impact is on the younger and then the smaller enterprises. We also found a few studies where they looked for impact at with different timings, so more short-term or more long-term. So, and you see that especially effects on employment and turnover were found by these, even if few studies, to be more longer-term. Moving on to loans, here there is a bit less research, fewer papers, also because possibly this is also less used instrument compared to guarantees. In general, what we found here is a good impact, especially on employment, for example, in terms of loans provided to startups. While the impact is more mixed on other outcomes. Equity, here there are quite a number of studies which generally show good impact of this type of support on especially startups and innovative startups, where especially positive impact is in the case of structures envisaging some form of co-investment between public and private resources, and you can see that from the slide that the effects were positive on a number of different outcome variables. Comparison of financial instruments and grants, this is another area which is under-researched. So we have very few studies here. The few studies we have show that in those cases the impact was more or less comparable between financial instruments and grants. However, that was before considering the public resources involved. So once it is considered how much public resources were committed in order to achieve those impacts, then it becomes clear that in those cases financial instruments were more cost-effective. Second task, so this pilot impact assessment. So we were analyzing the impact of guarantee support provided by the SME initiative under the regional operational program in Romania, as well as some grant support provided under the same program for SME competitiveness. And so in this case, the data were made available by the managing authority and the colleagues at the EIF. And so we considered here the situation between 2016, so before the enterprises received support, and then after support in 2022. We considered three different groups, so as I was saying, recipients of guarantees, beneficiaries of grants, and non-beneficiaries, so enterprises that were not supported by the program. We considered about 11,000 enterprises between the three groups, and it's important to mention that the beneficiaries of grants were from a number of different interventions, as well as there were different differences in the characteristics of the enterprises across the groups, as well as the amount of resources committed for grants were much more important than in the case of guarantees, about 7 times more. And the method we used is rather standard, so this propensity score matching and difference in difference. Moving on to the results, these preliminary results. You see, I start from the table on the bottom, and you can see that we were checking for impacts across a number of outcome variables. So you can see turnover, total assets, number of employees, as well as a number of measures of productivity. And what you see in the table are two different comparisons. So you have in the center column, you have financial instruments versus non-beneficiaries. And in the right column, you have grants versus non-beneficiaries. And so you have two types of results. So you can see if the impact was positive or negative, meaning that the variable increased or decreased, and if that impact can be considered to be statistically significant or not. So, for example, in terms of turnover, you can see positive and significant for financial instruments, positive still, but not significant in case of grants. More generally, we could see in this case positive impact of financial instruments, especially on productivity measures, while the impact of grants was more on number of employees, which also reflected, and this is last consideration, which also reflected the objective of the grants in that case, because that specific measure was really targeting employment, and so that is where we also found the most positive impacts on the grant side. And I think I will stop it here, if it's fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you. They're really, really interesting results there, actually. One of the things that you've mentioned is the younger and smaller firms, that's where the greatest impact was. And it just brings me back to what Aubin was saying, you know, where are you targeting the SMEs? You need to know which SMEs to be targeting. So that's very purposeful. And then just on that slide you had before, if you can bring it back up again, the table. Just explain out what you mean by you mean the operating profit per number of employees? Because there's another one that says number of employees.
Yeah, we have, as I was mentioning, we have a number of measures that we have been checking, especially in terms of productivity. And so these are mainly two different groups. So, or on the one hand, we have productivity per number of employees, or we have sales or turnover by number of employees. So these are different approaches to measuring productivity, basically.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we will have time for more general questions. Now, Ilyana Ivanova, impact of the implementation of 2014 to 2020 financial instruments on the Bulgarian economy.
Okay, hello and thank you. Before I start the presentation, I just wanted to tell you something more about the Fund of Funds, the Fund Manager of Financial Instruments in Bulgaria, so that you have an idea of our institution. We are a state-owned financial institution. We are under the Ministry of Innovation and Growth. And we were established in 2015, so this is our first programming period that we completed. 2014-2020. We were established specifically to manage financial instruments with EU funds. And of course, in the setup phase and in the structuring, we were assisted by the IFIs, the European Investment Bank, EBRD, the World Bank, and we used their expertise to start our operations. So we are a multi-sectoral fund, you will see later in the presentation, and because we are the Fund of Funds of Bulgaria, this is a two-tier structure, as you said, and we manage funding from different programs, so it's interesting here to show the impact that our instruments had on the different sectors and the final recipients. So the assessment that was made by my colleagues was, of course, based on desk research, on meta-analysis, meaning that we compared evaluations that were done for the operational programs, also benchmark analysis, meaning that we compared data from previous programming period when financial instruments were implemented under Jessica and Jeremy initiatives, and of course financial information from our database. The interesting thing is this econometric model that was developed by the Council of Ministers in Bulgaria. It's called Sibila, and it was developed by the key economists in the leading economists in Bulgaria. Based on this assignment from the Council of Ministers, and its purpose is to measure the impact of grants and financial instruments, EU funding in general, on the Bulgarian economy. So this is a model that the Bulgarian government will be able to use in the next programming periods as well. And of course, we use the opportunity to measure the impact of the financial instruments through this model, and you will see the results later on. And of course, information from the National Statistical Institute and the Bulgarian National Bank for the volume of the market and all the indicators to which we compared the volumes of the financial instruments. So important thing is that this is a snapshot of the results as of the end of the eligibility period. So we expect to have even better results if we measure it for a longer period. Okay, as I said, the Fund of Funds is a multi-sectoral fund. Here you see the main mandates that we implemented during 2014-2020. Basically, we manage 1 billion euro. Half of it is public funding, and the other half is attracted private funds. So here you see the biggest mandates. The biggest one is the Innovation and Competitiveness Program, where we target SMEs, also startups. We have both equity and debt financial instruments. We have 5 venture capital funds for the whole range of startups, from the acceleration and to the mezzanine financing. And we have the first loss portfolio guarantee from the debt instruments, which again we implemented during the crisis, and it was very successful as well. So from this 550 million, about 150 are equity instruments, and the other 400 million are the leverage that we achieved through the portfolio guarantee. So the results from the implementation of the instruments are really very good. We managed to achieve 100% investment of the funds that we were provided by the managing authority, 100% fulfillment of the indicators. And then when we measure this results to the statistics, we see that 3 out of 5 companies that received equity funding were financed from the financial instruments from the Fund of Funds and our financial intermediaries. Also, during this period, we managed to become a regional leader in equity financing, meaning compared to our neighbors, Romania and Greece, the assets under management are at the highest level. But we did a lot of work to work with the ecosystem. So this is one lesson learned, that we need to help our financial intermediaries to promote the financial instruments and to build the ecosystem if it's not there. And on the side of the debt instruments, the result is that about 10% of the new loans granted during the period were guaranteed by the financial instruments, by the guarantee that we implemented. So we're really proud of these results, because this is really our first programming period, and we started very ambitiously with all these different sectors, different instruments, different financial intermediaries and final recipients. And it was really a challenge, but we're happy with the results. Then the other programs are the Human Resource Development Program. You met with Martina Grigorova yesterday. She's our financial intermediary for the microfinance. Here we have the microfinance instrument targeted at to, again, startups and unemployed people and young people under the age of 29 years. So here again we have 100% investment of the funds, and again access to finance was improved. There I think the percentage is 3% of the newly granted loans during the period were through our financial instruments, and of course new jobs created. Another interesting thing that my colleagues noted is that 100% of the supported companies are still in business. So thanks again to the financial instruments. The other mandate that we have, again, it's an interesting one, is the program environment, where we have a mandate for waste financial instruments for waste management and for the water infrastructure. Unfortunately, the waste management financial instrument was not successful, but that's another lesson learned, because it was really a very small volume, and the eligibility requirements were very specific, and we were not very successful to market it to the financial intermediaries. But with the water mandate, we had the financial intermediary was EBRD, and we managed to finance 1/3 of the eligible final recipients. And here again, the impact is 15% of the funded of the loans to the sector are from financial instruments from the fund of funds. And finally, the second biggest mandate is the Regions in Growth program, which we have a second generation of urban development funds. The first one was under Jessica initiative, and now we had 3 new ones. Again, 100% implementation and a significant share of the debt financing of the municipalities, which are financed by the urban development funds. Almost 20% was through the financial instruments implemented by FMFIP. I see that I am behind the time. And the macroeconomic effects, the ones that I mentioned with the econometric model, that were measured through this assignment of the Council of Ministers, and we call it the fund of funds effect. We have 1 billion, this is in leva, so in euro it's 1 billion assets invested, funds invested in final recipients, both private and public funds. And this reflects in 2.8 percentage growth in GDP, 5.4 increase in employment of people in working age, and more than 7.5% increase in private investments. Again, this was, as I understand, it was a scenario was developed without financial instruments and with financial instruments. So this is the result of the scenario with financial instruments. And again, the data is of the end of 2023. So thank you, and I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem. Thank you very, very much. And we'll move directly on from Iliana to you, Anna Maria. You're going to talk to us about the regional evaluations of financial instruments in Italy.
Good morning. I'm Anna Maria Fontana, and I want to start with thank you for this invitation in this expiring day that start with very good words. Choose hope and not fear. So I hope that my presentation give hope to our policy with financial instrument. This is an overview of a regional evaluation in Italy. As you know, that in Italy we use a lot of financial instruments. These regional evaluations are not exhaustive. We choose in this moment some region that have published some intermediary evaluation, and in the future it will be more and more evaluation, because there are a lot of evaluation ex post that are in progress. We choose 4 regions that have different financial instruments of South Italy, Center and North Italy. All these are some keywords because for the first, all these measures obtain to improve the ability of beneficiary to access credit. After COVID and after Ukraine crisis, in Italy maintain the problem of access to credit above all for very little enterprise. So the evaluation are different from financial instruments that want to improve this ability to access credit, and on the other hand obtain other issues, for instance improve the access to digital transformation, to research, and other objectives. But for the goal, the evaluation are positive, and in my opinion, there are some effects that are common, that are the limited irregularity and the rapidity for the enterprise to obtain the money at the beginning of the project. That is very, very important. In this moment, the evaluation are not very focused on financial instrument. In general, they deal with the object of the incentive, but is important, and this is a fear for the future. It's important to have more and more attention about the added value of financial instrument that is not sometimes considered in this evaluation. At the end, I give an outlook of National Operational Program Enterprise and Competitiveness that was already the object of the other person that speak before me, and the experience was very good because with the REACT framework we have just a little time to spend money, but with this kind of instrument we have the opportunity to support companies during liquidity crisis, and the Bank of Italy make a specific study about this important situation, and thanks to cohesion money we can double this opportunity for enterprise. And for the future, we also evaluate that digital and green investment was in this moment supported by this guarantee. So there are not only the opportunity to have an help for liquidity crisis, but support also the investment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna Maria. And finally, we're going to hear from Michele Di Ferreira, and you're going to talk about linear beam and the ERHA project.
Yeah, it's not easy to summarize. No, 15,
You have 8 minutes.
15 years in 8 minutes, but I will try to make it happen.
Top lines.
I think I'm the only entrepreneur here, no, the one that is using the money, no, that we received from this program, and I'm here representing the second generation of the company. The company was founded by Leonardo Di Feria, that is my father, is the founder and is the first generation. And he strongly believes that in the development of medical equipment, in pharmaceuticals and whatever it is, it can be support and will support the future in healthcare in general. The complexity of the project is due to the fact that this project did not start as linear beam. The project started with ETEL, okay? That is the company that Leonardo founded in 1982, and it was focused on radiology department, okay? But after several years, he decided to invest company money without any financial instruments, building a new sector that was really interesting at that time. That was the sector of the radiopharmaceutical, okay? Which means that we created a laboratory in our premises to, let me say, evolve the company to be a pharmaceutical company. In this case, a radiopharmaceutical company, which means to produce radioactive liquid contrast for nuclear medicine. This pharmaceutical is not for treatment, it's for diagnosis. So what happened in 2009, it happened that, I will show the timeline, it happened that in 2009 we faced that there was a lot of diagnosis, but there was a lack in the treatment. So we are entering in another sector that is radiotherapy. And it's a combination between chemotherapy, radiotherapy, traditional radiotherapy, sometimes surgery, no? That is the actual medical way, no? To treat cancer tumors. So at that time we faced that there was a new, let's say new technology called proton therapy that was extremely expensive and extremely hard to be implemented. And consider that in 2009 there were around 50 centers worldwide, okay, with something like 20,000 radiotherapy centers. So that was the comparison, okay. And we are not talking about replacing radiotherapy. We are talking about how to combine this technology to give to the patient the best treatment. So at that time, in 2009, we started facing that was a lack in this field, in the radiotherapy in general, in the proton therapy, so we started talking about this. And we started developing the project, even this time with company money. And up to the 2018, so almost 9 years, we developed several blocks of this medical equipment that is made by several blocks. It's made by a linear accelerator, that is a technology that is not existing worldwide. It's made by a positioning system, and it's made by even a software that is able to combine all this hardware. So in 2019, when we were developing a lot of research and few development, likely we found this financial instrument that gave us the possibility to finalize the project by giving almost 15 million in equity investment. For this reason, we created Linear Beam in 2019. And there was this particular, let me say, investment that was through the Ministry of University and Research, but it was even through Equiter, advisor of Intesa San Paolo Bank, Italian bank, that invest this money in Linear Beam. Thanks with these financial instruments, we had the opportunity to finalize the project. And today we can say the project is finalized because with this investment we had the possibility to do the development part. Very few research, but a huge development. The complication of this was that the complexity to find suppliers, companies, knowledge, because there is even a very small knowledge. So whenever you find competence worldwide, there is a very few demand and very few offering. So it's completely hard. So with this investment, we finalized the project, and we finalized a project that is, at the end of its development stage, and we're happy to say that this investment gave us the possibility to finalize it and to make it at the, let me say, the last step. What's next? No? What we were talking before, what's next? The clinical stage. Because we finalized it, the project is done, you can measure the beam, because there's a radiation beam, you can see the treatment room, you can see whatever, but we need to transfer this technology into an hospital and to make it a certified medical device. Today, the only medical device we have is the software. We need to make it even the combination between the software and the hardware medical device. This is the final step. Of course, commercialization, because you imagine that there are 3 companies worldwide today producing proton therapy. One is in the US, one is here in Europe, and one is in Japan. And so it will be even extremely complicated to penetrate into the market. So the next will be how this financial instrument can support the companies when the project is done. Thank you.
You managed to explain that very clearly with a minute spare, by the way. Congratulations. That's exceptional work. Really, really important for all of us here, and I know most of us here will have been touched by cancer in our family or friends somehow. So thank you. If you hadn't had the opportunity to get nearly 15 million from the financial instrument, what other options were you looking at? What was the competition to this?
A combination between company earnings, as we did before, and bank loan. That was, but taking much longer time, of course, because you imagine that when you do research and development, it might happen that you buy some components, and these components are not good for your project, so you have to replace them, and this happens quite often, unfortunately, because when you don't have the competence, when you have to build the competence, you take a longer time, and sometimes it might fail. Yeah. And
were you looking at international investors?
We're looking, yes, not immediately, because we need to finalize the project. Otherwise, the value of the company is reduced, because if you have part of the medical device, that is a combination between hardware, software, certification, and clinical evaluation, if you have part of it, the value of the company is reduced. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it will be better to finalize the project and then entering into investment with international investor. Of course, the Americans, I know they are really interested in investing in this technology, and there is an American company where they invested a lot of money, even if they have a different technology, but it's really interesting.
The reason I ask is because at various conversations and events that I go to, when it comes to entrepreneurs and tech, there is a lot of movement of brilliant ideas leaving Europe. But you're choosing to remain in Europe. You've got this financial instrument that is helping you hugely, and you own the ideas as well. You own the patents. You own the knowledge, the intellectual property of the company, and it's remained here. You also mentioned that there were three of these setups in the world, one in America, one in Japan and one here in Europe, but you require global competence. So how are you attracting people to work with you?
We don't have a precise path today. We are focusing on the Italian market today because the competence is very hard to be combined, but because we need to grow into the clinical part, because we are engineering, we are physicists, we have very few competence in the clinical part, and we need to grow in this part. Of course, we are making a group of medical radio oncologists to support our project, but I will say it's a little bit early, no? This work, no? To combine this competence from abroad of Italy, but we will do it. Yes.
So then,
it's early today.
For companies with brilliant ideas like yours, how do you think this message can get out that financial instruments are an alternative option to investors? You know, a lot of companies with great ideas are looking for investors. They're looking for the big investors, and they don't usually find them in Europe. But financial instruments seems to be an alternative option. So how can that message get out to them?
Trying to understand, I think, which is the project, okay, of the company, which is the entrepreneur, which is the final results of the project. I think that the understanding, the deep understanding of the project from the one that is, you know, managing the financial instruments can be the right choice for this. Yes.
Well, I can see why you're on the stage. You're a superb advocate for this. We have some questions for the audience now. So time to get the phones out. Time for the Slido poll. We haven't had one for a little while. So here we go. So the first question. Have you carried out an impact study or evaluation of your financial instrument in 2014 to 2020 period? 3 people have replied. So it's roughly 50-50. Okay, it's not 50-50 anymore. Okay, so impact studies, not quite. Okay, so it's looking around 60-40. Okay, to the next question then, of the 40%. Was this study positive about the impact of FI? So obviously not everybody can reply to that. So of the roughly 40%, which seems to have carried out an impact evaluation, okay, so in that 3% moving down, for anybody who has not seen many benefits, would they like to raise their hand to tell us why? And I mean that, you know, so that people can learn. I mean, you know, why did it show limited benefits? Why did it not work? What could be made better? Is anyone brave enough to share an experience? Yes, the gentleman there in the bottom half of this side. And just say who you are and where you're from.
Pierre Froidiot from the EIB Evaluation Division. So actually I answered to the yes, but still, I mean, we conducted...
Well, hang on a minute. You answered yes, but you're going to comment
Yeah,
on...
but still no, because we face some challenges, and I think it's an important point. We've conducted an impact evaluation, counterfactual analysis on some of the equity product that the EIB group deploys. And it's actually also a bit of a question for the colleagues who intervene there. what we struggled with is how to actually build a credible control group. In the sense that the firms that were included in our control group, it's always hard to distinguish whether you are going to capture the actual impact of your financial instrument and your intervention, or a difference between SMEs that have a viable investment project and SMEs that don't have a viable investment project. So that's kind of a caveat, and that's actually something I wanted to also get the people of the panel a bit of their point of view and maybe their insights on that challenges.
Would anybody like to respond? Briefly.
Well, I can answer, but just to confirm that isn't a challenge, because I mean, when you are trying to compare two different groups of enterprises and you are trying to make them similar, and so you are excluding from each of the groups in order to find the ones that are the same, of course you are, at that point you are talking about different groups from the original population. So that's a limitation which is difficult indeed to be overcome.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? No. Okay. Next question on Slido. Where do you think a financial instrument would have the greatest impact in your MS economy? SME competitiveness, innovation research, social economy, energy efficiency, renewable energy, urban development and infrastructure. I guess this might be slightly biased by the industries you are in. It's quite well spread out, but of course with an emphasis on the SME competitiveness. Would anybody in the room like to ask a question or comment on what they've heard? Oh, yes.
Hello, Sara D'Agostini from DG Regio. Sorry. I have a question for Michele. So I would like to know how easy or how difficult it is for the startup to get to know the funding opportunities that are out there. And what would you suggest if you find it difficult to, as a measure to help the startup to get to know? Because I think it's also a challenge for us to understand how can we make the funding opportunity, how to get the startup to know all the funding opportunity and to get the best out of it, because the money are there, are to be employed and are there to support the SMEs and the startup. So if you have any suggestion on that or a comment would be great. Thank you very much.
In my opinion, it's extremely complicated because the entrepreneurs, they are not following the money, they're following the project, okay? So, and most of the times there is no knowledge from this side of what is the financial instruments or whatever, no, that can benefit the project of the company. That is not essentially the grants or whatever it is, no. It is a matter of knowing what is the best financial instrument for the company. My suggestion to improve the communication and the knowledge between who is managing the financial instruments and the companies. This will make more awareness from this side on what is the best choice to develop the project. At that time, in 2019, we were not aware that there was this possibility of the equity, no? And because the usual way to finance the project is to usually part of the grants and part of loan with the local authorities or governmental authorities guarantee. In this case, that was totally different. It was not possible to invest in the whole company because the whole company was involved in other sectors that were not interesting for this project. So we did almost 1 year of evaluation, of technical evaluation, financial evaluation. We did all the, if I can say, negotiation with the Equiter advisor that drew us to the finalization of this investment. So the communication, the giving the awareness from that from your side to this side on what is the best, let me say, the best tool for the companies. I don't know, Anna Maria, if you want to add something.
Yes, I want to add that the father of Michele was a final recipient of the precedent period. So he came with Michele in Rome to speak about this project, and I suggest to meet Equitar, because for me it was better equity than the other instrument. And Equitar came in Apulia, in Ruo di Puglia, and said to the father of Michele, convince me why I must spend money in South Italy. So this is an important experience of policy of cohesion. Without cohesion policy, without cohesion money, Equitar didn't work in South Italy. Was the first time that understand that was good also make equity in South Italy, and then repeat this experience in North Italy with Intesa San Paolo, because we try to mix also the research evaluation, very simple research evaluation, also with the objective of the strategic program with an equity evaluation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another question in the front row here.
Thank you. So I'm Bianca from the European Investment Bank in Brussels office. I have a question to Iliana, but maybe also for other panelists. So I was following the fund of funds effect in Bulgaria. It's very impressive. With €1 billion, you managed to do a GDP growth of 2.8% in just 4 years. And also the increase in private investments is considerable. So you've done a lot already. There's a clear impact. How could you do even bigger impact or keep the same impact for the next 4 or 5 years? Yes. Is there a way to do more impact? And does it involve improving something in the financial instruments for the future? Thank you.
Yes, I just want to stress that this is an econometric model and these are assumptions. Hopefully this is also the real impact. But yes, if we definitely need to improve the results that we have shown this programming period. We need to keep the good results. One thing is, I forgot to mention that we do not provide direct financing to final recipients. We select financial intermediaries. So definitely one thing is to have a good relationship with the managing authorities and the financial intermediaries to interact. Whenever we have problems with the implementation of financial instruments, we need to find a solution in both ways. So this is one important thing. Another is I didn't show the other mandates that we have, and probably we were not so successful there. Smaller mandates for agricultural financial instruments, for fisheries and aquaculture. They're again very challenging sectors and not very popular for the financial intermediaries. So we need to find a way to promote these financial instruments, and I think the right way is to really work with the final recipients, as the other participants said. We need to promote more the financial instruments and to be more active, because initially, as a fund of funds, we thought that the financial intermediaries can do their job and promote the instruments on their own. But the thing that we did with the equity instruments proved very successful, because we were involved very actively in the promotion of the equity financial instruments, in building the ecosystem. And this is the same thing that we need to replicate in the other sectors that we're not successful. And another thing that we are testing this period is to merge, to try to implement one instrument with different programs. We will see how this will work. We are testing this with the urban development funds, because they're one of the most successful financial intermediaries. So we keep challenging them. So this year, besides the regional development program, we add another program, the Innovation and Competitiveness program for development of industrial zones, and we will see how this will work. But this is one way to also to address the smaller mandates that we cannot. It's not efficient to make a separate procurement procedure, and we try to make one public procurement and in a way to find a way to implement the several instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at all of these questions coming in, and I'm also looking at flashing red lights in front of me and the time. And I know how important lunch is as a networking opportunity. And also because it's your final time to vote for the Showcase Award. You have to do that before the end of lunch, please. The award will be, the awards, 3 of them, will be delivered this afternoon. And of course, there's 8 more questions on the Olympics. So, and here we have the leaderboard. So, Lux number, whoever you are, you're in 5 positions there. Okay, so it's tight. And Northern Lights and Team 8. Dearie me, what's happened there? Okay, so there's time to improve. There's time to improve. Please thank our panelists. So have a lovely lunch break, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello, oh, that was a bit loud. Hello, everybody. And we were just enjoying a moment there with Frank taking a selfie with the female contingent on the stage, which is very unusual. Welcome back. I will talk very slowly while people return to the room. Hope you enjoyed the lunch and chatting to new people or people that you haven't seen in a while. I heard some lovely stories about last night and some people from Croatia who didn't get much sleep, but they're having an excellent time here. So that's what we like to hear. Also, just to add, of course you voted, but just in case you haven't voted for the showcase, you have 1 more hour. So it's been extended until 3 o'clock, and we really want to encourage all of you to vote, because the more votes, the more fair the prizes for the top 3. And of course, I'm quite sure that you have also done the Olympics. There was one team that hadn't got anything right, or hadn't begun, one or the other, I'm not quite sure which. So hopefully they're on the scoreboard. Now, we have 2 really strong sessions. I mean, they're all strong, but we have 2 quite strong sessions before the next coffee break. So I hope all of the brains are in power. I know sometimes there's an energy lull after lunch, but we want to involve you as well with the questions, the Q&A. And again, over lunch, I had some conversations with people who were not brave enough to say some things they thought. So I encourage you to be brave and say the things, because by saying those things and sharing your thoughts, that's how people can know what you're thinking and how change can be affected. Now, this session is, as you can see, entitled Performance-Based Financial Instruments, Lessons Learned from Other Funds. And on the panel, right next to me, is Frank Lee, who is Head of Division for the Financial Intermediary Division at the European Investment Bank. We then have Rute Dapkutje, trying my best with these names, from Eastern Europe, Latvia, a Cohesion Policy Attaché, Permanent Representation of Lithuania to the European Union. And then we have Angelina Todorova, former Deputy Minister of Regional Development and Public Works, the Ministry of Regional Development and Public Works, Bulgaria. And finally, we have Vivi Papashuli, the Mandate Manager from the European Investment Fund. So to start us off, Frank, you are going to give us a little introduction.
Right, so good afternoon, welcome back. We'll try and wake you up for this afternoon's session. This is probably the second most important session. Which one is the first? Yeah. So, as you see, the title of this discussion is Performance-Based Financial Instruments. You can imagine that we're going to be talking a little bit about the RRF versus the cohesion funds. But we haven't called it that, so really the point is not to compare the two as such, but in a way to try and identify maybe the best parts of both and how, in a world of mixing them together, how this might work. Now, we heard obviously this morning's presentation from the mayor. Seemed fairly clear what his position was on this, but let's see what the practitioners on the ground have to say. And just before I start, it's worth noting that the practitioners that we have on the stage today are all long-standing stakeholders and practitioners in the world of cohesion-funded financial instruments. And I say that to make a point, which is that the RRF financial instruments that we will also touch on arguably would not have been done without all the experience and knowledge that has come before this. So to set the scene, this is an extract really from a commission document, I believe, right? So don't blame me for whatever's written there. A commission document that was obviously generated to demonstrate really the differences between the two main funds. And we've obviously tried to hone in a little bit on the financial instrument aspect. But starting off with the pots of money available, essentially the two amounts available are more or less the same, in fact, because even though the RRF number looks bigger, we know that not all of it has been taken up, and even less of it has been actually programmed, arguably. So they are more or less comparable, but as you will see lower down, the number on the left actually includes co-financing, whereas as we know, the RRF does not require this. And this is also, of course, a very important difference that we wanted to highlight. The structural funds is obviously based on ex-ante conditionalities. To some extent, the RRF was obviously introduced, as the Mayor said this morning, as a bit of an emergency instrument in response to the crisis. So the basis under which these two funds have been put together is obviously significantly different. And that obviously is reflected also in other elements like the timing of the investments that need to happen, as you see the next line. This concept of member state ownership, not necessarily only at the level of the member state, but indeed, as we know, when it comes to cohesion funds, we're going, in many cases, down to the level of the regions. We then get into this famous topic of reform connections with reforms, which we'll probably maybe talk about today as well. Obviously, the RRF was a lot more explicit on this, whereas arguably the cohesion funds are linked to reforms, at least the concept of enabling conditions. So maybe not that different. Perhaps the terminology is what confuses people a bit. There's an element of thematic concentration when it comes to the structural funds, the cohesion funds. But then, of course, the big item is the payments mechanism. Payments linked to outcomes or milestones and targets. As we see now, a very new, novel concept under the RRF, arguably not yet fully tested. And on the other side, we have obviously the traditional way in which the cohesion funds have been used, more or less based on inputs, on costs, etc. When it comes to financial instruments in particular, arguably the RRF was not envisaged to be deployed through financial instruments, which I have to say, from our perspective, we found rather surprising, given that a big part of the RRF is actually funded by debt. And it seemed to us fairly obvious that if you're needing to repay the debt, you would want some form of return on your investment, as it were. So unsurprisingly, the financial instruments came into play without, arguably, a proper definition of how that would actually work. And here we actually saw, again, learnings from the CPR, learnings from the cohesion policy on how financial instruments in particular would be used and deployed under the RRF. And this is important. And I think we have, if I'm not mistaken, almost 150 billion euros of the RRF are programmed or expected to be used in financial instruments. And I make that clarification because we're not at that level, certainly of commitment or deployment. And it is highly concentrated in 4 member states, the biggest one being Spain. So it does look on paper as if the financial instruments are going to be more successful under the RRF in terms of volume being deployed. That's obviously not necessarily a very good measure of the success of a financial instrument. But so far, many member states have programmed it. And again, not surprisingly, I think 96% of those financial instruments are linked to the RRF loan component. So it comes back to the point I was raising earlier. This seems to be an obvious thing to do when you're having to fund your activities with debt rather than grant-based. So, I think I'll stop there and let's get on with the discussion.
Thank you very much, Frank. Thank you for setting the scene. There's a lot there. One thing that's not there, and I'm going to turn to Ruta and Angelina first of all. Under RRF, the member states, they develop the recovery and resilience plans under very tight timetables. And that's as compared to the shared management funds, various programs, takes a lot longer. So talk us through what you think about that, the nature of the timeliness, the factor therein. And so I'll turn to Ruta first of all.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, as Frank rightly compared those two instruments, they are not the apples from the same tree. And they differ actually a lot, and this difference is probably enacted in their in their essence, in their DNA, because when you have share management, of course, you have multi-level governance, you have multiple involvement of the different stakeholders, and you have multiple consultation. And actually, this cohesion policy programs, they are more bottom-up. They are more reflecting the regional needs and place-based approach. Therefore, it takes time to really agree on the regional basis with the social economic partners as well. But at the same time, they are outcome of the broader consensus, I would say. And if we take the RRF, so for cohesion policy, we have programmed a very long time. It was 4 years. 4 years from the start till the very end of the programming. And we also, we're programming under not stabilized legal basis at that moment, because there were negotiations on the regulation, there were new requirements added on the way, as the do no significant harm, as the separate partnership agreement, so on and so forth. And having the aim, at least in our case, to put everything under one program, one multi-funded program covering a couple of NUTS2 regions. This exercise was very difficult, very enormous and complex as well, because we do have to admit that still cohesion policy has a lot of complexity in it. The specific objectives, enabling conditions, the annexes that restrict some of the investments. So when you need to put everything together in one program, so this is quite complex and difficult. On the contrary, the RRF was quite a lightning speed of the programming, and it took half of a year to set up the program and half of the year for the negotiations with the European Commission. Yeah, and I would say the requirements were less of the complex to some extent, and also RRF got a lot of political attention, and at that moment, I mean, all the processes went along. So this meant that if you have everything under one roof, as it was in our case, because we have the single managing authority in the Ministry of Finance and dealing with the same two, so the same administration. So at that moment, cohesion policy had to wait a little bit. So I would say, I mean, if overall to describe this process, so cohesion policy, slow and complex, but nevertheless more involving. And the RRF, of course, more speedy, less complex, but nevertheless it's more top-down. So at some point in time, it's a bit less accepted by some of the interventions, a bit less accepted because they are going straightforward. Of course, in relation to financial instruments, at the very beginning, our initial plan of RRF had only a single one of 20 million euros, the accelerator, the venture capital investments. But nevertheless, once we decided to take up the loan, so it was the different story. Almost all of our lending from the RRF goes to lending to the enterprises that further on develop some certain products. So clear differences, and probably this is the point where we have to take the lesson from the RRF in this regard.
4 years to set something, that's an enormous amount of time, during which time many things can change.
Indeed, it's a half of the programming period actually, and I would say there were no very strict deadlines as well not from the both sides. I mean, the aim was to have the process more as speedy as possible, but nevertheless, I've discovered that no matter when you start the programming, when speaking with our member states, you ended up on the same year, 2022, realizing that if the programming exercise won't be finished, we are all going to start losing the money.
So, given your experience of both, what are the positives of both? I'm sticking with you just for this one, and then I'll move on.
Positive.
Well, given your experience of both,
yeah,
what are the positive points of both?
Well, so it's easy. I mean, we have to make a little bit less complex rules for the programs that we are all programming, and we have to set a very certain aim how long program exercise has to last. But for the cohesion policy as well, the hardship was that without having ex-ante assessments, we already had to prove a lot of why are we picking up such a form of support, the financial instruments. And this description in the program is quite detailed, and unless you have the ex-ante assessments already ready. So I would say, I mean, if the financial instruments are efficient itself, I mean, from my perspective, it is a better way of financing. If, of course, it's not for all of the purposes, but nevertheless, if this is the better way, and this better way is to be supported, so then less restrictions supposed to be added on the way.
Thank you very much, Ruta, for opening that. Angelina, similar to you, really, your experience, and talk us through what you've learned with both, and again, you can comment on what we've just heard from Ruta.
Thank you. Actually, I agree with Ruta on a lot of the points. We as financial instruments professionals, we are often in a setup that we need to defend financial instruments against grants. But in fact, we are all in a situation in which we have to think about the right instrument for the right situation, under the right program, in the right member state, in the right region. So our task is very complex. And we also have to, I think, sometimes fight this idea that the EU funds in general are very complex, either shared or centralized. But we always promise that the next programming period things will be simplified, and we end up with more instruments, more programs, and perhaps the general public can get confused. So I think I agree with the main pros of RRF. In Bulgaria, we relatively quickly developed the RRF, but then the negotiations were even faster. And that's good in a way, you have the speed. But actually this partnership and bottom-up approach, I think they are our best tool for awareness raising. And I think this is what the RRF, in Bulgaria at least, we totally lost the opportunity to build capacity, to raise awareness, to involve the stakeholders. So people just woke up one morning with an RRF. Luckily for the financial instruments in the RRF in Bulgaria, we have EIF on the side. I think in a very smart move, about 180 million euro for a recovery program fund, which is actually a multi-recovery fund, which is giving a lot of flexibility to EIF and the future intermediaries to implement innovation, growth, and infrastructure. But I'm sure we will talk about that. So this is for the RRF. I think what we didn't do so smart was that we didn't use the RRF loan component. Here we were ready with an EIB loan instrument in the energy efficiency, for which I'm personally very regretful, because by now, 2 years already, we could have done already some projects and be speaking here again about results and not about future ambitions when we do REPowerEU negotiations in Bulgaria, how we will possibly include such an instrument. And EIB was ready to top up our contribution as a member state with additional funds. So for me, this is still to be explored, a bit too late now. In terms of the cons of the RRF approach, I think this element of market-based solutions, market gap assessment, is another thing we lose. So we lose the stakeholder involvement from as early as possible, and we lose this very hands-on approach on the market situation, including whether we are in a cyclical economic moment or anti-cyclical, because some years ago we used to talk financial instruments in a way also for a general economic policy, how to fight recessions, how to recover, and this was a long-term approach. And now we don't look at the economy. We just think there is a crisis, we have to do something, let's extinguish the fire. But I think that is way off the ground and the market realities in some countries. So that's for the moment from me. Thank you.
So if we were to be hit by another awful pandemic-like situation, what would be a better solution?
I think it was already said in the panels this morning. We need to prepare better for future crises.
That's what I'm asking you. What does that mean?
How to do it, exactly. So I think we have to keep this cohesion policy very evolutionary approach to financial instruments. When we start with ex ante, when we look at the markets, very hands-on, and then we evolve. I think there was this slide of the Business Max instrument in Poland showing how the instruments themselves are evolving. And then we need to have a separate compartment, so whole set of new, different kind of financial instruments who are more interdisciplinary, more working capital oriented, definitely with more flexibility to react in crisis situations, and hopefully they can also be in line with some key policies, but not going, to very detailed targets. Because in a program from cohesion policy, you can go down to indicators and targets, and these crisis instruments, they should be much more based on the ability to save markets, and what in the United States they call create markets. So you don't want to invest so that you crowd off other financing. You invest only in a way to kind of cure the market problem and to allow the private investments to prosper. So that's how I see it. It's not so easy, as I said. It's really complex, and it's really case by case that we need to look at. But the good news is we have EIB and EIF on our side all the time. So NPBIs in Europe are becoming a network that can source very well from EIB and EIF knowledge and existing instruments.
Thank you. Well, we'll turn to the EIF now, actually, but you've still given me the line of the hour so far, which is we woke up one morning with an RRF. That's quite turning to you, Vivi. You've heard from Ruta, Angelina, Frank, of course, as well. So what do you think then, given the differences that we've heard, what does this mean when setting up the financial instruments, the differences?
Yes, so thank you and good afternoon to all also from my side. So I think the main difference in what has already been alluded by all participants of this panel is that when the financial instruments deployment started with RRF, we were able to hit the ground very, very fast. Now the reality is that, and I think Frank already mentioned this, we were able to hit the ground very, very fast because there was experience there from the cohesion funds. This is the reality. If we didn't have the experience from the cohesion funds financial instruments, we would be back in Jeremy times, for those of you around that remember Jeremy times. So we did use all the experience we have gathered throughout the years and throughout the programming periods of the cohesion funds to actually start implementing RRF supported financial instruments as soon as possible. It is no secret that the RRF regulation did not include financial instrument specific provisions and specific articles, which allowed us to use our experience in the best possible and more flexible way. So we did manage to escape all the difficult provisions we didn't like from the CPR, basically, and just use the experience in the best, in our view at least, in the best way we could to start the deployment the fastest possible. At the same time, I will also use what was already said, that the fact that the programming procedure of the recovery and resilience plans did not have the time to involve the shareholders and the stakeholders on the ground also meant that in some cases and in some countries where, at least where our support was requested, we were not involved early in the development of the RRPs. At the deployment phase, we had to maneuver around milestones that if we had an option, we wouldn't select. So it goes both ways. At the end, you are more flexible to deploy, but not being involved at the programming stage or not being early on in the discussions of what we are going to actually deploy means that you meet milestones that maybe they make sense, maybe less so. And then the RRPs are negotiated and they have a very, very tight deadline. So can you easily maneuver around them? Not really. You need to make the best with the milestones that have already been negotiated and agreed with the Commission. So milestones were a breakthrough for the best and for the worst at the end of the day.
Thank you, Vivi. Would you like to comment on that, Ruta?
Well, from my point of view, of course, the faster programming, the speedier is the touch to the market. Nevertheless, we have national rules that sets how the financial instruments are established, and these national rules does not allow to skip ex-ante assessments. So even if the funding source does not require certain things, then the national rules they do. So in this way, I mean, I would say it was equally treated. Either it was the cohesion policy or the RRF in this way, but nevertheless, in our cases, I mean, we discovered the differences in the eligibility restrictions or any other restrictions that certain funding sources have, and more riskier, more innovative financial instruments in our case are being developed from the national funds. And this is to mention the defense fund, which we have developed already a bit less than a decade ago, definitely before the war. It's a venture capital investments, but nevertheless, we wanted to avoid many of the restrictions that exist under cohesion policy, and of course avoid the irregularities going to the sphere that is unknown for us. Also, the first crowdfunding fund, it was also made out of the national resources as well. But I want to mention the particular example of the RRF, how restricting RRF was in our case, because during the negotiations, we had the proposal to include in the RRF plan the Fund for Renewable Energy Communities. So these communities actually in their setup, they finance the energy generation capacities for municipalities, municipal institutions, municipal companies and the households that are living in poverty. And there was some clause in the RRF regulation that said that we had to prove that the investments had to initiate, that the RRF investments have to incentivize the private investments. And since in the whole scheme there were no private companies participating, so this got as the outcome. So we were proposed to change the way of financing to the subsidies, and in our case we better chose to invest the national resources rather than really going backwards, I would say. And so we have to be very much aware, and I think that someone who actually wrote this clause in the regulation haven't envisage that it will have such an outcome that it will restrict, I mean, financing of one of the quite efficient schemes. So we have started financing of the scheme. from the national budget. And another thing is still the programming period. Even cohesion policy funds, if they start not at the very beginning of the programming period, then it is really difficult to cope and go with, and to close the fund when the period ends up. For RRF, of course, the period is even shorter. So that's why everyone tries to be as quick as possible, but nevertheless, I mean, I know that we cannot, change the programming periods, but then we have to make all the processes shorter in order to establish the financial instruments at the first semester of the period.
Vivi, I think you wanted to comment.
Just to complement that, obviously there were national rules, and all of these were abided to for deployment of financial instruments. But again, I think all the national authorities and the countries were also very aware of their market situation because of the financial instruments they have been implementing in cohesion funds, and this has also helped them build quickly financial instruments, the instruments that met the needs of their markets, because they already had built experience and knowledge of what the market needs are. That's just on my...
Well, sticking with you, Vivi, to move on to the extent that the dual reform and the investment approach of RRF, how has that enabled a broadening of the investment supported? And then some examples of this, of the reform activity supported in that way.
Sure. Just to say that it is indeed a broadening of the reforms, because as Frank mentioned in the beginning, I do think that the operational programs of the cohesion policy also include reforms. It's not called reforms per se, but they are enshrined in the operational programs and the investment areas that they target as well. But I think that, for example, in Cyprus, the Recovery and Resilience Plan, other than the digital and green transition, obviously it also included the improvement of the microeconomic cohesion of the country, and that included the improvement of the SMEs' access to finance. And this is how we were able to deploy for the first time an equity fund in Cyprus that was an innovative instrument for the SMEs that is actually ready to start its investments in the next couple of months. I do know for a fact that the country has been looking into such a financial instrument for many years, but the RRF gave it the firepower it needed to actually finance this out of a number of priorities. At the same time, in Greece, increasing the competitiveness of the country after the long-term crisis it went through, the RRP envisaged a loan facility that facilitated basically the provision of financial incentives to private investors to support projects that clearly supported digitalization, innovation, and green transition, etc. And this was actually done through IFIs such as the EIB, the EBRD, commercial banks to channel loans to projects that met this criteria. And also in Bulgaria, the equity instrument that was mentioned of 180 million included 3 windows that, other than early stage and growth windows to support SMEs to fight after the post-COVID crisis, it also included for the first time infrastructure. So these are 3 examples of countries that actually focused on financial instruments to build around the reforms that were included in their RRPs.
Angelina.
Yeah, I think an interesting example of this in Bulgaria, I'm sure in some of the other countries we have a similar situation, but it's not just the speed of RRF and the Cohesion Fund, it is also the institutional framework. I think the managing authorities have a lot more power and the institutions that they represent in terms of cohesion, while the partnership agreement is being negotiated. Also, I think there is there is already a lot of capacity in the managing authorities. What happened in the RRF is that the people who were negotiating the RRF were not really financial instrument specialists, and I'm not sure they consulted such experts. So they Again, that's the good part is that we end up with very general, broad financial instruments under RRF, but it is a trap, because if they had decided to ingrain some milestones and to earmark it all and to use all this costing, which in fact the Commission asked during RRF negotiations, we would definitely have moved away from the normal financial instruments approach. We would have had a very administrative procedure in this, and I think we should be very careful not to do this. Even in crisis times, purely administrative solutions, even if you have very good politicians and they have good ideas and they try to implement them top down, there are still aspects that you need to take the decisions at the right level. That's what I'm trying to say, and the financial instruments cascade in this respect, I think, is very crucial. I think Vivi already said that if you quickly are given a pot of money with inadequate milestones, that doesn't sound like a recipe for success. That's why it's the evolutionary approach is much more important. I'm just very shortly will mention, because we are talking about cohesion policy now and RRF, but it's very interesting also to compare to FC, the so-called Juncker plan, because I think this was a very successful overall instrument, and we have maybe forgotten a bit of its approach. It was also post-crisis instrument. It was really set up with very good leverage targets. I think these are the financial instruments' real targets, not some administrative milestones or reforms, but actual leverage and that kind of type of performance frameworks. And there we saw a nice institutional setup where we had a centralized management way, but also a national institution, national promotional banks and institutions gradually building capacity. And I think in terms of transport investments, energy investments, I think the FC was extremely successful, and we have to think in these terms. InvestEU, of course, is taking a lot on board from that, but this market-based approach, I think, shouldn't be forgotten.
So you mentioned the word leverage there. Higher or lower under an RRF?
I think it's early to say for the RRF in Bulgaria, but maybe the colleagues will share from the other countries. It's the component Frank already mentioned. So you already have your own, contribution at member state level. So this is one way of adding money. There could be additional money at the financial intermediary level. And of course, most other flexibilities and state aid requirements, I have to say, but sometimes we get a lot of interesting additional funding options at the project level, or deal by deal. So this is also something to not be forgotten, I would say.
Thank you. Ruta, tell us about your view on leverage, higher or lower with the RRF?
Okay, so I might start from the reforms a bit, because we had some reforms that I would say some of those reforms were will have a direct impact on financial instruments, on their capacities as well, on the institutional capacities, but because we all know that good institutions make good progress. So under RRF we have the major reform of our national promotional banks, and it was the consolidation of 4 national promotional banks that were previously working in different sectors, because we wanted to have a single point with large large capacities to really play not only in the domestic market but also in the international markets as well. And so out of the RRF, there was a whole consolidation and institutional setup and organizational setup arranged. If I would be asked if this would happen besides the RRF, I would say yes. I mean, we were quite mature to make this step, but nevertheless, it was made finally under the RRF plan, and with such a speed that is necessary to really fulfill this reform under the RRF. And with the RRF loan, we also had a couple of other reforms that impacts the environment overall where financial instruments are operating. So one of this is the breakthrough package, the reform to simplify the administrative requirement for the deployment of new renewable energy capacities, with all the processes making shorter, and this also adapts to transposition of renewable energy directive. Also, we've created the Green Finance and Knowledge Center that assists the companies with analytical, technical, and expertise support, and also increase the Lithuanians' attractiveness to green finance products. Also, we made the direct investment to newly consolidated national promotional banks capital of 150 million euros. So I would say we strengthened the institutional setup in this way to prepare for the future, to have the strong basis to further develop the financial instruments. And if I would look for such parallels in the cohesion policy under the enabling conditions, of course, we do not have such. The other question is how to move forward, whether it is possible each time to establish such a link with the huge reforms and the financial instruments we develop. So probably this is not the case all the time, and this link with the reforms probably supposed to be more indirect. But nevertheless, many of those reforms tackling the environment where all the enterprises that further on goes to financial instruments are operating on.
Thank you. Frank, you've been very quiet. You never mentioned leverage.
I would say the same. I mean, it doesn't matter. The RRF or cohesion policy anyways is the source of funding, so it doesn't impact the leverage so much.
Frank, you've heard all of the ladies there. Any thoughts on what they've said so far?
No, I mean, I can only agree with what they've said. I think we're in a very difficult time to draw comparisons right now, because I think arguably we really don't know how the RRF is going to play out in terms of final uptake. And I think there's another dimension coming into this discussion, particularly when we talk about financial instruments, and that is the role of InvestEU, in the sense that, at least my perception, is that a large success of the financial instruments under the RRF are arguably as a result of what's already been set up under InvestEU, at least on the guarantee instruments. On the equity, it's different, and I understand. And there's a reason why we've obviously not gone under InvestEU for the equity. So I don't think, there's a multitude of factors that are playing into saying whether one is better than the other. So I think we should rightly be focusing on, as I said at the beginning, on are there any good things in the RRF? And particularly with this focus on outcomes as opposed to costs and reforms, are there any good lessons learned that we can take into the cohesion policy? And I'm afraid I don't think we can prove that yet.
And then
although there were some good examples mentioned by the ladies, which I think should be written down, should be taken into account, because these are good. And when we talk about reforms for financial instruments, they are going to be quite different, I think, and outcomes are going to be very different than what we see with the rest of the funds. And I think RRF actually helped to demonstrate that, if you see what I mean. And I think that highlights to managing authorities that there is quite a difference between using financial instruments and using grants. The outcomes you can expect to be different. And it's not always about leverage, as we've just talked about. I mean, there was a lot of discussion in the previous panel about the effects of reflows, the fact that you can actually reinvest the money many times. This often is in contradiction to leverage. But these are all learnings. And as I said at the beginning, the cohesion financial instruments have already built a very solid understanding and knowledge base, as we see here today, to do more things and to be more ambitious. And maybe that's what the RRF has brought, a level of ambition and a level of excitement, let's say, to do much more with financial instruments. And that's where we need to get to.
Yeah, and I just want to stick with you because we've been looking in the past, but then as Angelina said, it's important to have milestones and targets. And when we look at that, the RRF, for instance, in all of these member states, and thinking then also about, you said, shared management funds. So talk to us about your ideas, your vision for targets. What should be there for RRF? What should be there for the shared management funds?
Yeah, again, a tough question, because I believe that arguably these have not been tested yet under the RF. Some of the targets that were set for the RF reminded me of the Jessica days, for which we all got bad reputations for, let's say. So I think that the targets, in a way, need to be linked to the outputs, the outcomes that we have anyway in the programs. But again, shaped for financial instruments. We heard as well in the previous panels today, for example, in the presentation from the colleagues from BGK, also from the EIF, in terms of things like jobs created, leverage amounts, number of companies supported. I mean, these are the obvious things that you would see with financial instruments. But I think there's more that perhaps can come into play, and that depends on what kind of instrument you're doing in terms of sector. We talked a lot yesterday about energy efficiency. There's lots of good targets around CO2 savings, energy savings. So I think we'll probably have a general set maybe of targets that are linked to financial instruments generally, and then perhaps another set, but again without complicating everyone's lives too much. A few targets which are easy and objective to determine, but which are really focused on outcomes. And then the question will be, when do we actually measure these, and what do we do if they're not met? But I'm not going to get into that debate. That's for another conference.
What about the intangible measurements? The intangible success stories?
You mean some of the externalities of is that what you mean?
Things that can happen that you don't have the metrics on.
Yeah.
I say that because I had a conversation with Tim last night about intangible metrics.
Yeah, well, again, it was a little bit like the previous discussion where we were sort of trying to understand can we demonstrate the impact of financial instruments on SME competitiveness compared to grants? And despite all the really good work that's being done on this, I'm not sure we're ever going to get to something that's bulletproof in terms of proving one is more effective than the other. And that's because I think there are a number of these intangible, let's say, unmeasurable benefits which people know are there, but we can't quite put a number on it, right? And I mean, I'm obviously a fan of financial instruments, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this job. But I think, I do believe, and I'm always struck by this comment that the SME often prefers a financial instrument to a grant. And when we talk to the politicians and the people higher up in the diagram, the assumption is the opposite. I heard on day one, I think there were a number of people here on the panel saying, of course, people will prefer grants than financial instruments. Is that really the case? I'm not convinced of that, not anymore anyway. I used to believe that. But I think, we've had a number of events where we've had final beneficiaries on the stage. Again, we had this in the last panel. where they're saying, no, this is better for us to have equity or a loan, because we understand what it is. This is our daily business. We talk to the banks every day. We're not used to this application for grant process. We don't even know where to go to get these grants. These are the sorts of feedbacks we have. Now, is that an immeasurable benefit?
It's a time
Exactly.
benefit.
Yeah.
Angelina.
I cannot comment on intangibles. I think, as Frank said, there are multiple methodologies to approach this issue, but I want to comment on the target and the policy. I think access to finance, especially for the productive sector, is a target in itself. So you don't need always to go to the micro level and to set up so specific targets. So for me, at least, the financial instruments have this general access to finance element, which is a target and an aim in itself, and it's very much aligned with the way businesses and entrepreneurs function. So I very much agree with Frank, and I have seen it on terrain in Bulgaria when Jeremy started, because we were asking different entrepreneurs, why don't you apply for these grants? And they said, but we have Jeremy, we have a very useful way with less bureaucracy, with not waiting for the evaluation of our projects. We have very much ongoing project review, which I think is a very important benefit of financial instruments. And the most important thing I've heard from beneficiaries when they compare grants and instruments, they do say, we are thinking of life cycle investment. We are thinking of maintenance of what we have. With grants, you are checking sort of sustainability now, but it used to be that you check that for 3 years there are no, no revenues. And that always meant that some aspects of your business will be revenue non-generating, which is a loss in itself. So I think we have to see this, the financial instruments in general, as always in line with the target of better access to finance, irrespective whether it's SMEs and mid-caps or public authorities or local authorities and so on. But for me, their main goal during crisis times, for what you asked me before, they are an investment instrument. And they can be an investment instrument in line with key policy decisions and with key goals. So this is the difficult balance, to have a lot of financial instruments as improving access to finance in general, but to have also specific financial instruments, more multi-purpose, multidisciplinary, who are specific investment instruments, and they're in line with key policies, and they can be used in crisis times. And I think the urban development funds that you know in Bulgaria are a good example of that, because they're really not sectoral, and they really easily adapt to the reality of energy efficiency, of circular economy, of digital aspects, and involvement of the territorial bodies.
Thank you, Angelina. I actually want to open the floor to the audience. Given the time that we have left, I would really love your questions. I'm sure some of you have written on Slido. We may have some questions on Slido, but I actually prefer people raising their hand in the room, because then we have a real person. So are there any questions on Slido? Are there any questions in the room? Forget about the after lunch lull. Please. Any questions in the room? Yes. Microphone. If you keep your hand up, they can see where.
Hello, Lydia again from Deloitte. I have a question, and I don't know if it's a bit early, because Frank kind of mentioned it and said that is the topic of another conference, maybe, which is linked to this session, but also to what was mentioned yesterday, I believe, by Jonathan, on the next period coming with results-based payments as opposed to upfront-based payments or disbursement of funds. What could that look like, and if there is any advice to start preparing for that potentially new approach?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I think this is the main question that was expected for this panel, more or less. I don't have a yes or no answer on what to expect for the next programming period. What I would say is that if we are looking into a performance-based approach for cohesion funds, if we are looking into adopting a milestone approach for payments, first of all, obviously it cannot include impact indicators. I mean, it cannot include something that is intangible if we are linking it to payments. So we would definitely need to look into milestones that are very linked with actual deployment. I think there are milestones in the RRF that are very good ideas, especially for financial instruments that are linked to actual, for example, the launch of the calls, the signature of agreements with financial instruments, and then you just let the financial instruments being deployed. What I would agree with is what Frank mentioned, that we are just in the half, not half, but the RRF is not finished yet. So if I may, I would advise that we keep a very close eye to what is coming with the RRF. I will dare say be mindful of audits and what the auditors are already saying about the milestones and how RRF is being deployed. I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned, also from the discussions we had yesterday from podcasts. And I think it's very important to build, if this is the way we are going, performance-based, it's important to build a CPR that is very, very concrete on what it means that we have a performance-based cohesion policy going forward in terms of eligibility and how these are deployed, what is expected from the member states. It's very important to also keep an eye at closure, because most of the milestones do not target the closing of the financial instruments. And I think it's a bit naive to expect that we tick the boxes of deployment at the beginning and nobody checks what happens at the end. I think there are already concerns about that in the RRP, so it would be very thoughtful to already foresee how we tackle that when it comes our way. And I think if we are going to move into a performance-based CPR going forward, we also need to safeguard the financial instruments that are being built on this programming period based on the promise of the continuation in the next programming period. So the next CPR will have to tackle both approaches basically to safeguard both these financial instruments and what's coming in the next one. At least that's my personal view.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So three things that I would think about, which are often talked about when we talk about the benefits of financial instruments. One is leverage. And I think that should apply to certain kind of instruments and not necessarily all of them. Guarantees is probably an obvious one. It's usually why people set up guarantees. The revolving, which is obviously the sort of the other side of the coin, as it were. And then I think the point that was raised by the ladies already, this general idea that financial instruments are leading to some sort of a progression in the market, a reform in the market. If it's linked to access to finance, I think is what was mentioned. But it could well be that, you know, from the semester reports, there's a recommendation to foster the equity market in a particular country. So set up a financial instrument for equity. You're achieving an objective. Okay, you need to then evaluate that at the end of the period, but arguably you achieve that better than you would with grants, right? So keep it simple. Don't complicate people's lives because it's already difficult enough as it is to do. Maybe these are three starting points. You can then add on, if you really want, things like, you know, energy efficiency improvements, you know, climate reduction targets, whatever it may be. But I think in all those cases, we can almost always prove that financial instruments are far superior to using grants.
Lisa, if you allow me, I strongly disagree with this idea of having all the financial instruments in the next programming period performance-based. And that's because if you are serious about market-based approach, then you have performance orientation per se. So if we say that market-based solutions are not performance-oriented, then we are not talking about the single market, and then we're losing it all. So in my view, it's very important to talk about performance of public funds, irrespective of grants or financial instruments, but the very nature, the basics of the financial instruments, I think, is that they should be market-based and performance-oriented. And this artificially turning them into performance-based sort of grant system milestone earmarked funds completely destroys, I think, our approach and leads them away from what they do in the United States, even in China. You want to create markets, you want to attract private funds, and you're using this because of the efficiency of the markets, and you don't want to kill the efficiency by creating artificial performance base, which is suitable to grants and to public reporting, but not in this world. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Angelina. Very, very well put indeed. Thank you. Ruta, I think you want to comment.
Okay, final couple of words. I would agree to Angelina as well. We have to think through, because RRF at the same time, while introduced milestones and targets, it also raised the level of awareness and cautiousness in the member states, because if you fail, you are not directly receiving some kind of support. So in the world of financial instruments, we want to keep the ambition. We don't want to put everything under pressure and on danger. So that we would be still going into some instruments that are more risky, and this is the way to try them out. And also we have to answer what certain aims we are looking for while we are introducing this performance-based approach, either to make the better performance, or to reduce administrative burden, or to make the results more visible and viable. Because I hope all of it, because if we would select one, we can, for example, make the better performance, but at the same time higher up the administrative burden, and then we won't be able to attract the financial intermediaries there. So this I would agree very much that we still have to be very close to the market practice and do not reinvent the wheels straight away. And if the payment against results will be definitely introduced, we have to agree on the rules before we start implementation. So auditing requirements and the attitude of auditors is very important. Therefore, we cannot, let's say, call the experience of RRF successful or not at the moment, because we are still waiting for the auditors to come. And from the audits that are taken for subsidies, we see that achieving of the result is not enough. The auditors are going beyond that and to the final recipients, to the final beneficiaries. So we are raising the question, is this that was meant by the essence of the RRF? So I would say that if we are going for transformation, probably this transformation has to be a bit gradual.
More questions from the floor. Oh, Jonathan. And keep your hand up for all of those other people who are going to ask questions. We have time for maybe 2, possibly 3 if the answers are short.
Thank you. Listening to the panel, I'm reminded of an occasion in the 1970s when the Chinese Prime Minister was asked what is the principal effect of the French Revolution, and he replied, "It's too early to say."
That's quite scalding.
It's not quite that bad. But my question is, let's assume that we are going to pay against reforms. So some of you will have to not agree with the premise of the question, but I'd like you to try and answer it anyway. The RRF, some of the reforms have been completely unrelated to the expenditure that was made. How important do you think to ensure the sort of maximum use of financial instruments in a post-2027 environment? How important do you think it is that the reforms are very closely related to the financial instrument? So Frank mentioned leverage. Should we have a condition that the financial instruments must achieve a leverage of at least 4, for example?
Right, okay. Well, if you could answer that concisely, which is difficult, I realise. Angelina.
Others want to join in, I'm happy.
Everybody can have a go, but I'm starting there.
Yeah, I'm also evaluating the effects of the French Revolution still, so at this stage. But for me, this was what John mentioned, absolutely the biggest problem of the Bulgarian RRF, if I may, because the reforms are good and important and timely, maybe long delayed now, but and the investments are smart. But the interlinkages between the reforms and the investments are very well hidden, if anybody ever had them at all at hand. So for me, for grants, this is not a problem, because politicians, they have to, talk about EU funds, and they typically talk about absorption of grants. Then they have an incentive to implement the reforms, related or not related. But if we involve financial instruments in the equation, then it becomes very unfair. Because we already mentioned, financial instruments have their own logic. They start from market gaps and market failures. They are sometimes reforms in themselves. I'll give here the example of equity funding in Bulgaria with EIF, the way we started. Nobody was talking about startup funding, VCs, PEs, these were just letters joined together when we started, and then after a couple of years, Sofia was top 5 in the startup ecosystems in the world. So this is better than reform at the moment that we say we would like to improve the making business environment in Bulgaria. What better improvement than good access to finance, new forms of instruments, equity, creating markets, creating intermediaries, because there were no intermediaries to choose from in the very first place in order to develop such a market and such capacity. And for me, leverage cannot be also a milestone. I'm sorry to say that, but here I think we have to talk about capital markets development, about what Mayor Emil Boc was talking, like having deposits waiting in the banks, having savings of Europeans used from the American economy to buy EU startups. We are not using many other ways to leverage funds. If we have interrelated capital markets, we don't need to have a capital union, but if we have this better improved system of attracting private funds, then we can improve the leverage. And apart from guarantees, which are obviously, way, as we saw in the Polish case, with using the bank system in risky times, with the guarantee instrument to improve the leverage, the loans and the equity, I don't see why we should tie them up so much to leverage.
Thank you. We don't have long left, so if I could just have a quick comment from Vivi, if you'd like to add to the question.
Honestly, fully agree with Angelina, and specifically on the leverage, big question mark on my side. Leverage is it is very much affected by the market, by the investment strategy you put in place. We target underdeveloped markets. Leverage of 4, for me, for some places, it's already amazing. You go to equity, leverage of 4, you might never reach it. You have these geopolitical constraints you have now, the dire fundraising environment, it's killing funds left and right. So honestly, I'm not really sure that the leverage is the way to go. Can you have other indicators? For sure. But for the leverage, I would go with Angelina, a big question mark on my personal view.
What other indicator, briefly?
You're killing me now. I don't know from the top of my head, to be honest. But these are.
But you have a lot of experience, so you would have something as a gut reaction.
I'm just mindful of the question was on performance-related indicators relevant to RRF. The RRF, the performance, what we linked with payments was deployment indicators. And deployment is whether you launch a call, whether you sign with financial intermediaries, etc. These are result indicators. So I'm not really sure what we are targeting here for the next. We are kind of shifting. If we are going to deploy RRF-related performance indicators, it's about deployment. The result indicators, it's a completely different thing.
Thank you. Ruta.
I wouldn't disagree to that. This is
I like
quite
it
the same.
when people disagree. It's much more interesting.
But, reforms shall not be a precondition for financial instruments. This is true because the kind of reforms we had, of course, they were more interlinked with the capital market and with the institutional setup. Nevertheless, this cannot be repeated many times in the same way. But nevertheless, all reforms, they have a broader effect on the market. Also, higher education reform. I mean, if we will have a skilled labor force, this means that there's better conditions to set up the innovative enterprises, let's say. I mean, so reforms are very much needed under cohesion policy, but they shouldn't be directly related to the instruments.
Thank
and
you,
the same
Ruta.
for the leverage.
You started, Frank, so you can finish.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, we need to keep it simple, but it seems like we don't have a simple solution. So, I mean, reforms is one thing, milestones is another, outputs is another. I mean, we must make sure we don't mix everything up. It seems to me that the main concern is what happens if we don't meet these targets, and is it an all or nothing game, which is obviously the implication, right? So probably we have to think about interim milestones, what they mean, what's the effect of not meeting them. I think we have to allow for revisions to those in justified cases. Market circumstances have changed, etc. Leverage, I don't think should necessarily be. I mean, I actually think leverage should be there for guarantees, not necessarily a fixed number like 4. I think it should be depending on the circumstances. This is why we do ex-ante assessments, by the way. So again, allowing for the flexibility, but at least having some kind of an output-focused milestone or objective. And then I think the question is, how punitive is it going to be if we don't meet them? And this is a bit of a tricky one. I don't have an answer for that.
So that's been a very interesting panel with not a lot of answers, a lot of questions, but wonderful. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, we have one more wonderful panel before the next coffee break. So here it is. It's thank you very much to all the panelists there. It's a discussion on the future of cohesion policy.
Lisa, if I may, just give you a small torch.
Oh, I have a torch.
Of course, I have one for Frank.
Thank you very much.
The compass, it leads you.
Holding the torch.
Yeah. So when you are in the sea, on a ship, and then you need the compass to show you the directions. And when you are in a crisis mode, you are in the dark, you need the torch for the light. So thank you for this.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm slightly stumped. Thank you very much, Angelina. How lovely. Very nice. Well, I never know when I need a torch, Frank. Thank you so much, thank you. So the next panel discussion is on cohesion policy and financial instruments. Please welcome to the stage Peter Berkowitz, who is the Policy Director, DG Regio from the European Commission, Jonathan Vassallo, who is the Permanent Secretary within the Office of the Prime Minister entrusted with European Union funds, equality, reforms and social dialogue from Malta, Mayor Emil Bock, once more, Chair of the Commission for Territorial Cohesion Policy and EU Budget, the Committee of the Regions, and Mayor of Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Welcome back. and Monica Skataska, who is Head of Division Regional Development Projects Directorate from the European Investment Bank. So thank you all for joining us again. And hopefully we will be able to also open the floor for questions, but we'll start first of all to Peter. So yes, settle in. We're at an interesting point in the programme. We've heard so much over the last day and a half, really. The 14-20 period's closed, 21-27 is underway. So can you talk us through DG Regio's main takeaways from the last period and what you're thinking about as we go into this current one?
Okay, well, look, thank you very much. And I just came in on the tail end of the last discussion, which sounded absolutely fantastic. I regretted I wasn't there from the start. So essentially, I just want to make three very brief points as an introduction. First of all, where are we? What are the key conclusions that we draw about cohesion policy? The second is where we need to go, and the third is what does this mean for financial instruments? So just to say, I mean, I'm not telling you anything new. I mean, the messages from the cohesion report are clear. The cohesion policy has been a successful driver of upward convergence over the last 20 years, particularly in relation to those countries that joined in 2004. But there are problems still. There are development traps in many member states, and we still see internal disparities within member states. And these are important drivers of political discontent. There are challenges ahead of us, green, digital and demographic challenges of transition. And I think the conclusion we give there from that, let's say, picture that the cohesion report gives is that cohesion policy is as relevant as ever. There is still work to be done and there are new challenges to be met. We think to meet these challenges, the policy needs to develop a bit more, and this is very much based on the evidence we presented in the cohesion report. I think the first thing is that we have to move from this idea that we're just a policy about money, we're just an investment policy, to being more of a development policy. And perhaps the most important part of that is that administrative capacity plays a tremendous part. Money on its own, in many cases, will not do the business. We need to build and continue to strengthen our relationship with what is the assets, well, the strongest asset of the policy, which is our strong relationship with subnational actors and the local knowledge that brings. And we need to simplify the policy. This is something which you have heard for many years. And also become more performance-oriented. And I think that's where the previous debate comes in. Now, what does this mean for financial instruments? Well, I think the first thing to say is that my personal view, but I think this is shared by many of my colleagues, is that financial instruments are more important than ever. For two reasons. We face new challenges, and secondly, the budgetary means at our disposal are likely to be complicated by many issues in the future. I think a second issue is that one of the reasons why we feel that financial instruments haven't been sufficiently exploited in the current period is a question of capacity. There is need to strengthen not only managing authorities and member state administrations, but also to look at the broader conditions for the development of financial instruments and the mobilization of private sector finance. And then, I mean, there I'm saying something relatively obvious, but I think that there is a real opportunity to do it, and we need to think together about it, is that we need to ensure in the future that financial instruments are simpler, and I'm sure my colleagues from the EIB would welcome that. Once again, more performant, but of course keeping to their key objective, which within cohesion policy, which is the reduction of regional disparities.
Thank you. That's a wonderful opening there, Peter. Jonathan, in Malta, you're on your third generation of financial instruments. You've got a lot of experience, you will have learned, you've taken that into the future and this current programming, so talk us through how you think about your progression as you've used financial instruments in Malta.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation. So it's correct to say it's a progression. I think, and I see Bruno here, that Malta started with a lot of skepticism. And in fact, I remember long meetings and Bruno sweating quite a lot, trying to convince us that financial instrument made lots of sense. We started, and this is another point that Peter mentioned, capacity building. Well, sometimes you need to borrow that capacity, and that's where EIF comes into play, because we had EIF throughout the process, both in the 07-13 and then subsequently in the 14-20. And that helped a lot, because we were speaking with people that knew their way around financial instrument and what made sense. So we started off with skepticism. Now there is more buy-in by both the administration and obviously the policymaker, because this is something else that we may have not had the opportunity to discuss a lot. There is a lot of tension when it comes to the implementation on the ground between the administration and the policymaker, because the administration has the responsibility of making sure that the money that has been entrusted is used to its full potential. The policymaker wants to try different things, new things, especially if there's the opportunity to take a photo and say, I was the first in doing something. And so that tension exists, and we have to look at that. And in fact, sometimes what I find that is somewhat missing in the discussion are actual implementation issues, considerations. And in the previous session, the key question that no one was able to ask and answer is, what are the audit issues? So we're moving to a performance-based model, that is the RRP model, but notwithstanding this, no audit experience so far. And those are the key questions that the policymaker and the administration in general need to be answered. Looking into the future, well, financial instrument, there will be more of financial instrument, because we need the support of the different stakeholders in the implementation of the programs, and financial instrument allows that. And in fact, I think something that we have to really emphasize, it's the idea, and that's where cohesion policy comes in, act local and think global. So what are the problems, what are the challenges, what are the ambitions, the EU ambitions that we want to address through different financing tools? But what are the actual and individual elements that need to be implemented on the ground in our regions, in our cities, that will contribute to those ambitions? And I think looking forward, when it comes to cohesion policy, the changes that we need to see obviously need to remain rooted in the vision of acting locally in order to achieve our European ambitions.
Thank you. I just want to go back to what it was Bruno did that it ultimately convinced you, if you were skeptical.
Well, I think it was more the idea that with a small pot of money, we could have created a bigger impact on the ground. And this is something else that was discussed in the previous panels, that the impact that financial instruments have on the ground. And here, the convincing factor was the fact, okay, we will put 10 million of our program, very valuable program allocation, with the idea of creating a leverage and creating a portfolio of 50 million. Addressing issues that were critical and identified as critical, which were the difficulty in SMEs accessing to finance. So that in itself was an initial carrot, for want of a better word, that pushed us to take the decision. And the idea that we could start small, assess, evaluate, and then decide looking forward.
And then while you have the microphone, just briefly, you mentioned it hasn't really been properly addressed, the implementation and audit issues. Have you any thoughts on that?
Yes, here is that in the discussions, I think we have one important element which is missing, the auditors. How do the auditors look at what we are discussing? What are those elements that become important? Auditors are different to us all. And in this regard, that becomes important because when you are taking a decision, you need to understand the implications of what we are doing and what tomorrow someone will ask us in order to assess whether what we're doing is right or wrong. So the audit and the discussions associated with audits become important because knowing tomorrow's questions becomes an important decision making today in order for us how to design the instruments.
Knowing tomorrow's questions. Well, wouldn't that be a lovely thing? We don't know though, do we? That's the problem. Merbok, you gave us a wonderful talk this morning and so much has been discussed since then, but I want to return to your role in Różna Półka, with the city perspective and the city perspective with respect to cohesion policy resources.
Thank you so much. I will start quoting Commissioner Ferreira, who also was quoting Anna Karenina in the famous book, you know, something like that. All happy families are alike. All unhappy families are unhappy on their own ways. So it's exactly the case with the cities. Each city is unhappy in its own way. So we do have a hope and we have a solution. And here is the cohesion policy funds and the European structural funds. And I have to tell you that, as Peter said at the beginning, cohesion policy is working on the ground. It proved that it has results, and please go in every corner of the European Union and you'll see a concrete result of the cohesion policy. Especially in my city, as I mentioned in the morning, we succeed using the European funds to raise the quality of life and to offer the basic standards for our citizens and to offer a solution to stay instead of leaving. Because I said in the morning, freedom to move means also freedom to stay as a choice. But if you do not have basic services, basic infrastructure, you are not going to stay. So here is the key for cohesion policy, and that's also for the future, as long as it needed. And I think one of the success of our cohesion policy is the fact that we have a cohesion policy for all regions in the European Union. Because sometimes it's said just cohesion policies for the poor, the richest are paying for the poor, and so on. That narrative is not working and is not good at all for our Europe. Because you cannot talk about cohesion without having in mind the single market. You cannot have a strong single market without cohesion, as I said in the morning. So I think if you are looking for to see the just transition mechanism, there are regions in the European Union, in very rich countries, with a lot of problems in the transition from coal to different kinds of energies. There is automotive industry, another problem, we have to support it. There are 1/3 of the population of EU living in deadlock. They didn't have any chance in the last 20 years to raise up, to move forward. So the development trap. So we need a cohesion policy for all regions, and here is the key of the cohesion. It's place-based approach and not one size fits all. And here I want to draw again a warning side. The cohesion policy is in danger for the future. It's a danger of being re-centralized, and if the cohesion policy is going to be centralized, it's the end of it. The cohesion policy cannot work in a centralized manner. And it's talking to you someone who is coming from a very communist, centralized country. We know what centralized means. And please do not repeat our mistakes from the communist regime for our system. Because if you are going to do that, it'd be too late to recover later. Because even it's not in the common human sense to have a centralized way to discuss with the concrete situation in every corner of Europe. It's impossible to have a centralized decision for every local or regional authority. That's not possible. That's the main asset of the cohesion policy, being place-based approach and bottom-up perspective. Of course, with multi-level governance and partnership principles, which are the golden rules of the cohesion policy. So definitely, looking to the future, I strongly recommend to pay attention to that, because it's appealing to say, look, the Recovery Resilience Facility is working, it's centralized, top-down, you have the money, and do it. But look at the results. The results are good as an emergency instrument, but not as a cohesion. So we have to ask our question, what kind of Europe are we looking for? If we are looking to construct a Europe with more disparities, which already still are the disparities, as my colleague mentioned before, we have still a lot of disparities. Think that the green and the digital transition is going to widen the gap, not to diminish the gap, if you are not going to support the cohesion policy. What kind of Europe are you going to have in the end? So we have a say in Romania, and you are going to bring what you put on the ground. So let's work now and think to the future when we are talking about the cohesion policy. And one last element, which I want also to emphasize. Too many times the cohesion policy was perceived as a deposit of money for emergency situations. Let's be honest, we do have emergencies in our life, in our world, in our Europe. But do not use always the cohesion money to solve the problem of emergencies. Why? Because you are affecting the long-term perspective investment policy of the European Union, which is the cohesion policy. The money for the cohesion policy mainly should be focused on long-term structured development of our Europe. If you take always the money, one problem, again money from the cohesion. Another problem, again money from the cohesion. This is not cash machine, the cohesion policy, as used to be, unfortunately. But we understood. We had COVID. We had to solve it. We had to react immediately, and it was efficient. But for the future, let's have an emergency instrument for emergency situation and keep the money for cohesion for the long-term perspective investment of our Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made... You've made a huge success of the city of Cluj-Napoca. Why has it been such a success? You must know other cities that are similar to what that city was X number of years ago. I don't know what period of time we're talking about here for its transition to where it is today. Why has this been a success compared to other cities of a similar starting point?
We did not reinvent the wheel. We did what the European Union did it, and major cities in the European Union did it. After the fall of communism, we saw that the previous market is not existing anymore. Our city was based on heavy industry during the communist times. The market was gone. So we had to reinvent ourselves. And we saw what is our competitive advantage. And after a long debate with universities, with the stakeholders, with the citizens, with the NGOs, we decided that the talents, the university, the human resource is the most important asset of our city. So we reshaped the strategy of our city, focusing on knowledge-based economy, because this is the key asset. We have, as a university city, around 100,000 students on the ground. So having such a human resource, we said knowledge-based economy, and we invested a lot in education, everything connected with innovation, and to try to create a Silicon Valley of Cluj, because in our view, the Silicon Valley is not just a place, a state of mind. If you have the ingredients, you can create Silicon Valley everywhere in Europe, everywhere in the world. You need just the ingredients to create the state of mind. So we focused on that component based on strategy, and after that, after we had the strategy, we had the plan, and we had the money. And mainly, we used the European money speaking the same language as is speaking in Europe. Because Europe helped us to support innovation, and we succeed to have the highest number of IT people in Europe based on population. We succeed also to bring talents and to keep them home, investing in infrastructure and quality of life. And quality of life was not possible just with the public money from the local budget. We need kindergarten, we need schools, we need roads, we need hospitals, we need it, and we use the European money in order to attract and to invest in such a situation. So we did what the entire Europe did it before, and I think this is the only way in Europe, working together in eco, not in ego manner, and to focus and to speak the same language to promote the European way of life. European way of life is so appealing, and that feeling home abroad, feeling home in Brussels like home, sharing the same values, I think is the key for our success.
Silicon Valley is mind, it's also money, actually. It's also investors. But coming back to a comment you made, which is place-based, that cohesion policy should be place-based. We've just come off a panel discussion on targets as well. So how do you think about what the targets might be, or do you set yourself targets?
Of course. And I do believe that now we do not just need to go place-based approach. We need to go more granular approach, more granular than place-based approach, because not in every country the situation is different. In every region the situation is different, so you need to go more granular on the ground to be more successful. The second element is targets and milestones. One of the appealing situations with the IRF is that we have milestones, reforms, money. It's simple. You have a reform program, we have milestones, you have money. So it's working on the ground, someone is saying. Yes, it's working for an emergency instrument, but for the cohesion policy, I do not refuse to talk about reforms and targets and milestones, but connect them with the level which is responsible for it. Because if you are punishing the country, you are punishing also the regions who do not have anything in contact with the problem that the didn't achieve the milestone. Why should I pay as a city or as a region because the national government didn't do some kind of reform? Why? Why should you punish the local and regional authorities? So, yes, connect the money with the reform at the local and regional level. That's correct from my perspective, to have a reform, because you need to be place-based approach, but also responsible because it's European money. But do not connect with other reforms which do not belongs to me, and I have no influence on that. So, from my perspective, yes, we need reform, and also we need to learn from a recovery and resilience facility in terms of flexibility. In our regulations for cohesion funds, we have 5 regulations with 700 pages. In the cohesion policy, we have 1 regulation with 59 pages. So it's a lot of room for improvement in order to simplify. Because if you are going everywhere in Europe, if you are discussing with SMEs, if you are discussing with mayors, they will tell you, in the first 3 things, they will tell you bureaucracy, bureaucracy, and too much bureaucracy, red tape and bureaucracy, and sometimes not Brussels' fault, because the Brussels have some special rules, but going back home, the national government is adding rules. Going to the regional level, they are adding rules, and in the end, you have a Christmas tree of rules, and nobody understands it, and you need a PhD to solve it and to fill a European project. So we need to be more concrete and applying what is here in Brussels, 1 in, 1 out. If you put a rule, 1 out. No more rules, because otherwise this is affecting the efficiency of the European project.
Thank you so much. Well, Monica, turning to you now after that bureaucracy element there. We won't start with that, but you can comment on it for sure. You're here with the EIB, of course. They play a leading role in supporting cohesion policy across the EU. So talk to us about the EIB's role, but perhaps you also have a comment on the bureaucracy.
I'll speak as a bureaucrat, so I have to be careful about that, and it's impossible to follow you on a panel. It's really a thankless job to follow Mayor Bock on a panel. But anyway, I just wanted to focus on 4 points. First, the core, how the support for cohesion policy and for its objectives are core to the bank, both in terms of its history and in terms of its forward-looking strategic orientation, the ambition that we have in this area, and also the results that we've achieved and the modalities that we have to do that, including how we incorporate a place-based approach in this sense. So clearly, I'm not going to quote Anna Karenina, I'm going to quote the Treaty of the Function of the EU, which gives the bank the task to support the balanced development of the internal market and the reduction of regional disparities by facilitating and by financing projects in less developed regions. Why do I say this? Because this de facto reflects from the beginning the fact that we put together support for the balanced development of the market and cohesion policy. Like in the letter report, it's there, it's been there, we understand it, and we want to support it, and we do. Indeed, so from the beginning, this is core for the bank. The support for a modern cohesion policy is one of the new 8 priorities and strategic priorities of the bank, as approved by our Board of Governors on just last week, on the 21st. And this means that this is not going to go away. It's part, however, of a broader policy coherence approach. We need to think of cohesion policy as part of a set of priorities. And in its delivery, we have to do it the same way. So the ambition of the bank was defined in 2021 with its cohesion orientation for this programming period. There's a focus on doing more in transition and less developed regions, with an increasing target going up to 45% overall as a percentage of our EU lending by 2025, and for less developed region, actually a KPI that is around half that. Now, but the focus for us in our activities, as you will see, it's actually on cohesion for all regions, and also focusing on the specific challenges that take place and that we encounter in every region. With regards to this ambition, we've actually delivered. I think, if we looked, I just have fresh for you, it's a little bit of a preview of our report on the activities in cohesion region of the bank. But just in 2023, we reached almost 30 billion for the EIB alone, and over 36 billion when we look at the group as a whole in support for investment in cohesion regions. This is really the top that we've had over many years, and if we look at the EIB alone in the last 3 years, it's been almost 75 billion. And if we compare with the previous programming period, where we're talking about 124 billion overall. But again, this is just a flow. This is just financing, but the issue is the support, the investment support. And the investment support that just last year was, I think, over 235 billion in investment with those, just for the bank. And I think that's important. I mean, we see even without the financial instruments per se, we see some leverage, we see the multiplication. But apart from the volumes, these are just volumes. The important thing is that we've been supporting different types of clients. There's been quite a bit, in fact, of a share of our financing in cohesion region has gone to corporates, and an increased share also to SMEs and mid-caps or financial intermediaries. So mobilizing private investment in cohesion region has been core, in addition clearly to our natural and traditional co-financing of public investment, co-financing with cohesion policy funds. So there's been quite a lot in terms of support for private sector. But also, what's important is support for the policy priorities of Europe, and the fact that, and at the beginning when the new cohesion orientation was approved, there was quite a bit of a sense that there may be trade-offs between you being the climate bank, trying to support cohesion at such level of scale. And instead, we haven't seen that. In fact, our support to cohesion regions has, in the past, had even more, and now we're aligned to about 60% of the lending going to climate action and environmental sustainability. So we've been really supporting the green transition. The year after the cohesion orientation, we had the issuance of our comprehensive proposal for the support of just transition mechanisms. So really the focus on the social climate nexus, on supporting just transition. And there's been really an increase also in that delivery, despite the kind of late start with the plans and the territorial just transition plan. So we see really a picking up of the volumes there too, and another enormous focus on the link between cohesion, climate, and competitiveness. The focus also on the digital transition, innovation, and that's been much more difficult not to crack in cohesion regions, particularly in less developed regions, and I think that there's also an enormous role going forward for more support from financial instruments. So, as I said, there's a lot that we can do. There's a lot that we have done. We do this through lending, blending, including the work on financial instruments, but also advisory, and that's where, what Peter was saying earlier, the capacity, supporting the capacity, including to navigate a multiplicity of instruments. And that is an area that, I'm going to stop here because I've gone on too long, but maybe we can talk about it a little more later on.
We will try. We will try to put it in. Absolutely, Monica. Well, you've mentioned cohesion, climate, competitiveness, and of course, it's been mentioned by you this morning, Mayor Emil, and also it was mentioned yesterday by Jonathan that we have to try to do more with less. So I'm going to turn to Peter first of all to tell us how that's manageable. How can we do more with less to solve all of these big issues? You'll need a microphone.
I'm reflecting. I think there are obvious answers, but the obvious answers need digging into. I think the first thing is simply to be more effective with the interventions that we're doing. And what do I mean by more effective with the interventions? That means better targeting those areas which will give us the biggest return. And this is language which is very much financial instrument language, but it's a language which is important for everything. If we're paying for public infrastructure, we should pay for public infrastructure in places where it's going to bring the biggest effects. If we're going to do support for climate mitigation, then we should be targeting those areas which allow us to reduce emissions at lowest cost. I think there's a whole set of areas where we can do that, and I think that we are living in a time of abundance. It's fantastic in theory, but in practice it's a struggle, and this is why we have all these problems with absorption. We have crowding out of other things. So I think that's a first answer. I think the second answer in that question is that we can become more efficient. And what do I mean by more efficient? I mean actually having better designed instruments. And there's an absolute classic example of this. If you have a private sector investment with a return, why use a grant when you can use a financial instrument? This is kind of, you have heard this from us very often. And I think this has to become something which is much more ingrained. Number 3, we have to do more to crowd in private sector investment. In many areas, the ambitious goals we have in relation to climate, the digital transition, will only be possible to achieve if we are able to get the private sector fully involved in that. And then there's one last little thing which is important for us. This is a European instrument. We need to see where the investments give us the biggest spillovers in terms of European benefit to the largest number of people. And I think there again, it allows you to do more with less. None of this is easy. None of this is easy. That is also, for me, one of the reasons why we think about how we can make the policy more effective, but also make it simpler. Because we need to take out the unnecessary work of what we're doing together in order to concentrate on the things that are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very concisely put. Would you like to comment upon that, Jonathan?
So when it comes to more with less, I think this is a discussion that we've had in the past over and over again. But if one had to reflect a little bit in terms, back in Malta, spending what is available is very difficult. So sometimes we end up in this discussion, we have to do more with less, but we already have quite a lot on our plate. So, as Peter said, being more effective in the way we're implementing cohesion policy. I think it's something that we need to look at. The model of implementation. So there are different models of implementation, one of which is using financial instruments. Yesterday, during one of the panels, what is a good measure of the combination of financial instruments and grants? One aspect was payback period. And I think this is a very important yardstick that we need to start using when it comes to the design of the implementing models. Financial instruments is just one of the tools we have at our disposal. And combining financial instruments with grants on some aspects becomes the future looking forward, because the transition from a pure grant to a financial instrument might not be possible, not because there are political issues, but because the return on investment is not conducive with the investment plan and the ambitions of enterprises. And I think this is an important consideration to take. So doing more with less is definitely looking at what we need to achieve, by when, who is a key player in the ecosystem that was rightly pointed out by the mayor, in order to assess what are then the real policy options and the implementing modes of implementation. Obviously, sometimes the creation of multiple instruments is not helping us. Earlier, the previous panel spoke about 4 years programming for cohesion policy, our colleague. I think more than 4 years is that in between there was COVID, in between the RRF came, in between there was REACT-EU, and all the time we had to stop what we were doing in order to prioritize what was more a priority at that point in time. So it's not that it takes us 4 years to program cohesion policy, but in the process there were so many disruptions that we had to stop, deliver what was more immediate, and then we restart. And every time you restart, you need to take stock of what has happened and move forward. So I think when it comes to more with less, I think we have to reflect at what is the pool of financial programs that we have at play in order to assess whether we can consolidate, maybe redefine the policy objective, maintaining the policy orientation of cohesion policy that effectively supports all the policy instruments that we've seen being given birth in the past 3-4 years.
Thank you very much. Monica, I'm going to come to you first actually this time around, just to change it up a little bit. I mean, you've heard from these two. Again, you're one of the standard bearers setting the scene for everybody. So how would you reflect on what you've just heard from Jonathan even?
I want to take this from a slightly different angle from the financial instrument discussion we're having here. I'll get to those as well. But when I hear doing more with less, I have two things in mind. And most people talk about how can we mobilize more money. But for me, it's a little bit what Peter was also saying. For me, it's what impacts are we delivering on the ground. And indeed, in line with what you were just saying, what we saw, for instance, what we're still seeing with regards to, for instance, the investment under the previous programming period, we see now an acceleration to make sure that the money flows out. And very often what happens when I look at the multi-sector programs that we co-finance, we see a flurry of small schemes coming in just to make sure that the money flows out. But what about the impact? Are those the strategic investment? And those strategic investment get pushed forward, moved around across programs, and at a moment where there was also indeed this glut of grant financing available, this became even more difficult. So for me, there are two aspects that I think are fundamental. I link it back also to the advisory discussion I was talking about earlier. First, avoiding this acceleration and scrunching at the end of the period by supporting the implementing capacity, not just in terms of, we talk about the difficulties of the programming, but it's really the implementation, the delivery, and the delivery at quality and on time. And the second aspect is, and I link with what Peter was saying, the issue of a proper support for strategic financial planning to make sure that we have the appropriate identification of the right financing mechanism and right funding mechanism, two different things, and the right investment, and exactly not to use too much grant element for revenue generating endeavors, etc., which is we still see, particularly at the moment where there's a glut. So there's an issue, I think, and we need to define what we mean by doing more with less. But if we look at the next programming period, that's exactly what we're all expecting. We're expecting less for cohesion policy. And there, indeed, the issue of increasing the share of financial instruments coming in to maximize the leveraging effect is important, but we need to do it in a way that also enables an appropriate scale. It enables the simplification of the modalities, as some people were saying. So I think there's a role, but for the financial instruments, an increasing one for the next programming period, for sure. But we also need to address those underlying issues of the allocation of investment to different funding mechanisms and of the actual implementation to make sure that the priority investments are implemented and not pushed forward, because they're complex very often, particularly if they have to be also cross-border or cross-regional, as Peter was saying.
Thank you. Back to you, Mayor Bock. You mentioned it this morning, doing more with less, and you also mentioned, of course, the whole Green Deal that you're trying to transform your city with as well. So there's so many issues at stake here, and how are you thinking about using the money that is available?
Simple. For me, it's quite simple, because my wife is always telling me, do more with the same or less amount of money. So it's a challenge every day. So being a challenge every day, it's not difficult as a mayor to deal with such a situation. Now, I see two answers to this issue of doing more with less. First, it's make it real on the ground, the concept of synergy of funds. It's a wonderful word, but unfortunately, if you go on the ground, discuss with mayors, they will say it's not the case. And I'll give you a simple example as a mayor. I wanted to modernize an old school, and I need at least 3 dimensions to modernize. First, the building, the foundation, and everything. The second, new instruments for teaching, digitalization, computers, and so on, and all the new technology. And third, to put solar panels in order to use the solar energy. And say, no, you cannot do that. First, if you applied for this, you cannot take the money for the other one. If you do that, you cannot take the money for the other one. So what is the synergy of funds, I said? Because you said synergy of funds, I can take the money from the solar energy, this one for this one. So no, if you start to do this one, you can do just that. So on the ground, we have to pay attention on the specific issues there and make it work. Because I lost 2 years trying to combine and 2 different bites, not by, how to say, auction, not auction, the bite. Purchasing, 3 purchasing procedures instead of having 1 purchasing procedure. Instead of having 1, I need to have 3, and I spent 3 years instead of 1 year. So I think from that perspective, making this synergy of funds real on the ground is one solution. The second one, of course, we must be friends with the new technology. I think that one of the answers is using the digitalization process, the artificial intelligence, in our processes are going to save money and time. Of course, the debate about artificial intelligence is so long, and nobody knows exactly what is going to happen, but definitely we cannot avoid it. We cannot avoid anymore the implication, the evolution, and the consequence of the artificial intelligence. The wave is coming. It's still here around. And it's going to be deeper and deeper and deeper. So if you succeed to include technology, digitalization, artificial intelligence, definitely we are going to be more efficient, as you said, and to have better solutions. I just tell you a quote of someone who said that the factory of the future will have just 2 employees, a man and a dog. The man will be there to feed the dog, and the dog will be there to stop the man to touch the computers. Might not be the case, but definitely we have more time to reflect for personal development and for creativity, because the computers and the robots will take our boring jobs. So we need more time for being more efficient. That's my optimist view about the future of artificial intelligence. But in the meantime, I think we need to integrate technology and artificial intelligence as much as possible in our work, but be careful, being human-centered, orientated with the ethical dimension, as European Union being the very first continent on Earth to have a regulation on artificial intelligence, with this humanistic approach and the ethical dimension. That's also important. And in any dimension of artificial intelligence, bring a philosopher, bring a humanistic together with the engineers to be sure that the humanistic approach is always there.
Have you asked any AI instrument available to us how we can be more efficient and effective?
Of course, I'm using the artificial intelligence as not just chatbots, of course, to deal now with all the issues from the mayor office and to deal with different requests from the people, but also digitalization. The process of digitalization is helping you a lot, from the parking slot to the urban certificates, authorizations, and so on, saving time. And of course, it's very common in many cities, but we now have to move to the next level of integrating all the databases. Now we are still working separately. Now the next level is to integrate all of them. So once you have the information in your mayor office, do not ask citizen again. Ask the machines to collaborate and to offer the final document. I think this is the next stage of the integration of development in order to be more efficient.
I think, Monica, you want to come in on this?
I just wanted to say that we hope we can help. We are now, as part of one of our advisory program support in Romania, we are supporting the ministry, now the name of the ministries, I never get them right, so I need to read them. The Ministry of Research and Innovation, the government cloud project, first phase, which is exactly with the objective of making sure that we have this integration, and with the ultimate objective, which I think is the fundamental one, to make sure that it's going to be much easier for citizens to have access to services, etc. So I think with our advisory work, we also try to facilitate and look at the digitalization innovation, not just in terms of increased productivity and in the sense of the productive part of the system, but really looking at from the citizens and from the point of view of this, quality of life and ultimate freedom to stay in line with the Letta report.
Thank you, Monica. I have plenty more questions, but we have such an esteemed panel here. I really think I'd like to give you the time to ask questions in person or in Slido also. So I don't know if there are any questions already in the Slido system. They can be popped up in front of me. But to those of you in the room, we have a question here. Anyone else in the room? Would you like to ask a question? I'm sure you have questions. Well, are there plans, budgets to support managing authority capacity to inform potential recipients of the existing financial instruments?
So, when it comes to budget for communication of financial recipient, this was a question also raised earlier today. I think the best way to communicate the existence of instruments, whether it's financial instruments, grants for enterprises, is through creating ambassadors. Ambassadors that will pass on the message of the instruments put in place by managing authorities, regions, cities, as the case may be. Sometimes we try to assess and have these perfect communication plans when the best communication plan is communication that is passed on from one enterprise to another and creating these ambassadors, whether being another enterprise that benefited from an instrument, be it the bank. Obviously, in Malta, we are very small. And if we look at our first experience, people got at nausea, heard about Jeremy, the Jeremy instrument. But basically, I think the key message is create ambassadors, because those are your best tool on how to communicate the benefits.
Thank you.
Answer to the second.
Yes. Yeah, I've just looked at the second.
I would like to ask, because it's a very profound and important question, the second one, which is, the first one was already answered.
Actually, the second question here, I'll just read the question because it's maybe not everybody. In the context of EU enlargement, should we expect fewer funds from Cohesion Policy 2027 plus for current beneficiaries? Is it the reason for do more for less rule?
From my perspective, it will be a huge mistake to take the money from the cohesion, the existing money for the cohesion, and to use for the enlargement. Let me be very clear. I strongly support the enlargement of the European Union. That should be the future, and definitely we need to have European Union, not just with 27, 30 or 35. That's my vision also. But I strongly support the idea of Enrico Letta in his report, which I mentioned also in the morning. He is saying, as long as we have 1/3 of the population of the European Union living in regions which are already for 20 years in a development trap, so did not succeed any increase in terms of quality of life, any increase of perspectives, not using the cohesion funds to offer to the entire European Union the situation to raise to the next level, to move to the next level, to increase the situation, to have a better solution for his or her life. And you say, we take the money from you and give to other countries, that is not going to support the enlargement in the proper sense for our citizens to understand the benefit of the extent, because the citizens first are looking on their personal situation. If they are safe and they see they are doing better, of course they are going to support the enlargement. But if they are seeing that they are doing worse, and you are taking that objective, you say, what are you doing? So Enrico Letta is saying very clearly, we need an enlargement facility in order to support with money the process. Otherwise, if you take the money from one pocket to another pocket, you are just going to make worse for Europe and to reinforce the negative attitude towards extension of the European Union. So we need to emphasize how important it's the quality of life for all citizens in the European Union before you move faster to another part. If you do not pay attention to that, it's exactly with the migration situation. Look what is happening in Europe about migration, the crisis of migration. People are saying, as long as I'm not safe home, why should I pay attention for other parts of the world? Take care of my kids to be safe here, to have access to housing affordability and the social houses. And we know that we need integration. If you lose the integration, but in the same time to pay attention to your own citizens, we are going to have problems in Europe. So I hope that will not be a mistake again to take money from the cohesion before you achieve, as I said, the minimum standard of development in every corner of the European Union. And I think it's always on the table a solution, and the solution is what Enrico Letta said, an enlargement facility for a fiscal enlargement facility. That I think it should be the approach for the future.
Thank you, Emil. You would like to add to this?
Just on enlargement, I think enlargement is the wrong question about the next budget. I think that in the period, my personal view, in the period 2028 to 2035, the budgetary costs of enlargement are not going to be the big problem. I think, and just to say, to support Mr. Bock, I mean, I think we can continue to have a strong cohesion policy and enlargement at the same time. But there are other factors in there as well which are part of the budget discussion. We have discussions about industrial policy, we have discussions about defense, we have discussions about migration. And unless we have an ambitious budget, then it will be difficult to fit all of these things in together. And I think that's the political debate that will have to come.
I think there's another point, which is we have the Green Deal and digitalization, but the two don't really work, because when it comes to increased AI, this is a slightly separate thing, but when it comes to money, doing more with less, coming back to that, in order to use more cloud, we need greater servers, and they cost a huge amount of energy. So how are you thinking about that?
Well, I mean, this is not really a question for cohesion policy.
No, it's a separate cohesion policy.
It's a separate
just when
question.
we're thinking about funds.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a legitimate point, and I mean, to the extent that our funds are used for it, then there will have to be a discussion with each region about what makes sense. It's clear that, I mean, this is one of those issues where if Europe doesn't do something, then somebody else outside Europe with less climate-related target constraints will do something. So people will simply log on to cloud and AI servers in the US or elsewhere. So I mean, I think this is a bigger policy issue that can't be solved in cohesion policy.
Yeah. I just wanted to stress the challenges of that famous little sentence, or actually only 2 words, but with so much behind them, policy coherence. The issue here is when we talk about policy coherence a lot, and at an aggregate level, we tend to be able to square the circle. At the local level, it may be much more difficult. Yesterday I was at the meeting of the DGs on territorial cohesion, and the issue of the impact also on, for instance, just on soil use of different type of policies, etc. So this is unfortunately the conundrum that we're facing going forward, and making sure that that can be squared at a local level, and how to do that with a place-based approach is going to be an enormous challenge. So I don't have a solution, I'm just working for a bank.
A rather important one in the context of today.
I'll try to figure out an answer to the question, is there a contradiction between longer-term orientation of the cohesion policy and more place-based approach? I do not see any contradiction, and I think it's a key element to keep the long-term perspective investment of the cohesion policy, because the cohesion policy, it's a structural policy of the European Union. It's not just a technicality. It's a very political principle to change our Europe in a more structured way, having the long-term investment policy, and this goes hand in hand with a place-based approach and more performance, because we cannot apply one size fits all. This is the top-down perspective, one size fits all. The other one is bottom-up, and this is the golden principle of the cohesion policy, because it's making the difference in every corner of the European Union according with their own and specific interest, not according with one size, one general idea, one centralized way of life. So that I was very much against the new trend of re-centralization, of centralization of the cohesion policy, because it's going to destroy the very essence of the cohesion policy, which already proved to work on the ground.
Thank you. You'd like to come in, Monica?
I couldn't agree more. The one point that I think sometimes we struggle with is how do we ensure that that place-based approach is actually streamlined, is actually mainstreamed into the preparation of programs, into the consideration under different policies at sectoral level, and looking at their interaction. And I think that one of the areas where I think we should be working together is actually in the development or in the application, because there are instruments in the mainstreamed application of the approaches that can be applied exactly for that. In our own little part of the support for cohesion policy, which is not that little, as you indicated, but indeed we have embedded a place-based approach, the principles of the territorial agenda, for instance, as part of our due diligence when it comes to our investment in cohesion regions. And I think that trying to do that more broadly in the preparation of programs and in looking at the interactions of policies would be important.
Thank you. Jonathan.
There seems to be the impression that there are tensions between cohesion and performance-based approach, which there aren't. Because the discussion here is who is setting the performance criteria, how they are set, how they are linked to the payment application, and who is in control. And I think we need to answer these questions in order to ensure consistency with the objectives of the policy. Once we answer this question and be faithful to the objectives of the policy, that tension will cease to exist. But obviously, we will need to answer who is setting the performance criteria, how they are set, and what is their link to the payment application. But these three questions have to be answered in a faithful way to the objectives of the policy for this tension not to exist anymore.
Thank you. And you would like to add?
Yeah, no, perhaps I can pick another question. I mean, there's a question, a very good question. It says, as a financial instrument, should we be worried that part of financial instruments will decrease? Is it a bet to invest in something that might not be there in the next program? And I think that touches on a very, very important point, which is, and I just wanted to reassure you that we are thinking a lot about this. There is no point in inventing a new system from scratch where everybody has to start from a blank piece of paper at the start of 2028 and then spend 3 years or 4 years to try and get something going. We have to have a system that allows us to build on the best of what we have achieved in the current period and to have easy transitional arrangements into whatever we get. Because otherwise we will find ourselves in a worse situation than we find ourselves with cohesion policy now, with not spending any money on the ground. So I think, just to give you a reassurance on this, our objective should be to make life easier for successful financial instruments under the existing programs and create space for new ones. And perhaps to come back to just to answer a question, do you think the scale should be reduced to cities instead of regions, for example? As we have seen, there are excellent examples of cities making fantastic use of cohesion policy resources. For me, this is not a question of can you, the only question is can we make it easier in the future? And this is very much a question for the internal organisation of member states. But what is clear is that if we're going to achieve our climate targets, our digitalisation targets, if we're going to address issues of demographic change, then we will need to strongly engage our cities and towns.
I just want to comment exactly what Peter said, and I strongly support his idea, having the question on cities or regions. I think, as I mentioned before, even in the same region, the cities are not in the same position and they have specific needs. So you need not just a tailor-made solution, but a more granular solutions for each cities in different or in the same region. So we need both for regions and not for cities a cohesion policy, because again, you cannot have one size fits all even for the entire region, because in the same region, look in Germany, in one region you will see different aspects, different problems, different solutions. So that's situation, it's always in Europe different. So I think you need to have a mix of them. The second element, are you betting, was the question of are we betting on something which is not going to be on the next or in the present program, something like that. Let's be honest. Why should we give up something which is already in place? For example, let's talk about innovation wave. Are you going to say, no, renovation wave is not necessary anymore? It would be a huge mistake, because it's making a difference on the ground, on the pockets of every citizen, because at least 35 to 45% of the bill is going to be lower after you do the renovation wave. And also you save energy and you are in according with the climate neutral prospects. Why and how should you give up such a policy and not find smart solution to invest? I spoke in the morning, I don't know how to bring again the subject. How about Green Deal? We just succeed to have the regulation, we just succeed to have the law. Now we have to move from the program to the implementation. Shall we give up? Of course you need some fine-tunes, as was done with the restoration law in the Commission. But the fine-tunes means that you moving forward, and of course you are going to affect a few aspects, but the main concept should be kept, because you can quit smoking, but you cannot avoid air pollution. We are going every day in the air and we breathe, and are we going to say, no, doesn't matter, from tomorrow we gave up Green Deal and let's have more pollution because this is the future of our continent, the future of our cities? No, that not should be the case. We must stay stronger, we must keep our engagement, and we must prove to our citizens that we are able to deliver. Let's take the control of the situation. I use also in my city, because I always had to fight against pollution and the owners of cars. Being a country where now with the 1,000 euro you may have any car possible, second-hand car. We had before the revolution of '89, 50,000 cars in the city. Now we have almost 300,000 cars in the city. So I said, okay, it's not possible anymore. We have to make a choice. We cannot have cars after cars after cars. We have to take a decision, of course, making the public transport as a priority, of course, having by 2028 the entire public transport green, to have dedicated bus lines, tram, and so on. And if you want to stay in the car, okay, it's your choice, but I offer you a solution with the public transport. Of course, it's very unpopular at the beginning. People say, oh, my car, but after that, they saw that going with the public transport, it's much easier. And I gave the example with the mother-in-law. I have a wonderful mother-in-law, but the mother-in-law, yes, should not control your life. It's part of the family, but should not control your life. It's exactly with the car in the city. The car should not control your life. I'm sorry, I do not want to. I told always I have a wonderful mother-in-law, but should not take the control of your life. It's exactly the case with the cars. And I give another example. A development country or a development city is not where the poor have cars. A development city or a country where the rich are using the public transport. So change the mindset in the other way around in order to fulfill the target. So definitely we should not give up the policies. Of course, I said some tuning is necessary, but keep them and use the funds and smart enough in order to have the best quality of life possible, and our European way of life to be a model for the world, because it still is and must be kept.
Your mother-in-law sounds like a formidable woman. I only imagine what she would be like on the stage here. Monica, briefly, and then I'll wrap it up.
Yes, very briefly, because the issue of scale has come up, and indeed we've been talking about the importance of granularity, of a granular focus, of place-based approaches. I think that we should not see as contradictory the advocacy for increased scale of instruments and simplification linked with that, or the push, for instance, for some level of standardization and also ease of access, for instance, also to our advisory services, as not in line with a focus on granular and specificity of issues and solutions. I think that it's important, and I think going forward, it's important that we really think about delivering at scale, reducing the number of instruments, trying to go for standardization, while at the same time being able, in that context, to then provide a solution that responds to the specific needs. So that's the squaring of the circle that we will have to do, but I think it's important that the two are not seen as contradictory. On the other hand, it's by going to scale, by reducing the multiplication of instruments, by simplifying the rules, it might then be possible to really focus on the solutions and on delivering them.
Thank you, Monica. Just to really wrap up in the last 5 minutes or so, and to target the most popular question here, it's really concluding with a look ahead to how you see financial instruments and cohesion policy developing in the future. So, Jonathan, would you like to begin?
Yes. So looking forward, I think we need to look at towards more and real synergies through streamlining the funds that have been allocated. Real simplification also means not discarding what is already simple today, and financial instrument is a simpler mode of implementing the policy, and that's why we've heard earlier today that yes, enterprises do appreciate and sometimes prefer financial instruments to grants. And in this regard, I think for this simplification to be effective on the ground, we should not try to look at financial instruments in the same way we approach grants, and that has been a mistake that colleagues from the Commission have done in the past, also through the audit process. We need to really simplify the language, and there was a comment on a question on communication. We really need to simplify the language. I think we are used in a jargon which no one understands us. Sometimes it is Greek to our colleagues. And simplifying the language would make then the implementation of the policy and financial instruments more citizen-centric and engaging for the citizens. One last point, I think if we want to have more financial instruments, if we want the policy to be more effective, we need to look at state aid rules and reform state aid because it is most of the time a point of discussion that takes us months to decipher to move forward. And if we really need to look forward, if we really want change to happen, I think the reforming state aid rules, especially when it comes within the context of financial instruments, is critical, if not important for the survival.
Thank you very much. Peter, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you. Well, perhaps I'll just answer one question which hasn't yet been answered, which is, would the next MFF have the ambition to establish minimum targets for member states when it comes to financial instruments? For example, 1/3 of cohesion funds into FIs, and John is smiling, and I'm going to disappoint him, because I do not think, but I never say never, that we would have something as blunt as a minimum target. However, we will certainly have a very serious discussion about why in certain sectors greater use of financial instruments is not the case, with the ambition of increasing their uptake. I think that we would expect this to be based on evidence that will come from us, I hope, from the support from colleagues from the EIB and of course from the member states. And the last thing is, we won't expect you to say that you weren't warned. Thank you.
Someone asked a very precise question about how about just transition mechanism, do they work with so many territorial restrictions? I think it's someone who is really coming from the ground, because it's really exactly the case. Sometimes you have the money and you can do almost nothing because there are so many restrictions, so many rules, and should not be applied, or cannot be applied on your specific situation. I have a particular case in Romania when I need to do something and they force me to do tourism in that area, and it's not possible to do tourism because it's not the case. So I need maybe for something like innovative aspects or other kind of jobs. So more flexible on the ground, I think it's really necessary on just transition mechanism in order to be efficient, because exactly, again, more granular approach, not one size fits all. So I strongly agree with the idea that you need more flexibility. And one comment about your minister, you said something very, very important about communication. I think it's important to make a distinction between communication to the people, which is a press release, and communication with the people. That's a real communication. And unfortunately, we have still a lot to work. And last but not least, I have to say, we the politicians, mayors, presidents of the regions, we do have a problem, because sometimes going back home, we used to say, I did this kindergarten, I did this school, I did this bridge, I did this highway, forgetting to mention that our European money. All which is wrong comes from Brussels, which is good comes from me. That's not fair with Europe, and I think should be very clear that the European money is making the difference and emphasizing in every corner of Europe, because sometimes we need to say just we did it. It's not fair with Europe, and sometimes we contribute to the negative image of our Europe because you do not talk enough about the influence of Europe. And look at Brexit, and you have the best lesson of that. Thank you.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to end. I didn't particularly want to end on that word, but here we are, and I want to give you maximum time for your coffee break. So it's 30 minutes, and then at 5 o'clock we will have the Fireside Chat with Commissioner Elisa Ferreira and the EIB President Nadia Calviño. See you at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome back. And we have a treat in store for us now. So if you could kindly take your seats as soon as possible. Thank you so much. As you can see on the stage, I'm delighted to introduce the moderator of the next session, who is Maria Tadeo, and she is going to be speaking to Elisa Ferreira, who is the European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, and also Nadia Calviño, who is the President of the European Investment Bank.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for this discussion, and obviously thank you to the Commissioner and thank you to the President. There's a lot of questions in terms of what the future looks like and even maybe perhaps the legacy of this Commission. But before we enter that, I was hoping to ask you, not to get too political, but I think the politics matter in this context. There's been a European election. Tomorrow there's a very important European summit that will take place. I wonder, when you look at the messages that are coming from European society, how would you interpret the result of the election? There's this idea that the center, to some extent, is holding, but there's also a message of a form of social backlash. So how do you interpret the mood in Europe now? And perhaps if we could start with the Commissioner.
Well, in European elections, like in any other elections, there are lots of influences that come from cultural background, it comes from short-term, long-term events. Nevertheless, I was quite happy to see and recognize that, that the pro-European forces still prevail, they are still there, and they are strong. And so I hope that this will help us to address what remains to be addressed. There are lots of challenges, but only together we can face them. And to be together, also, cohesion policy plays a very, very important role. So I'm positive, but I recognize that there are lots of challenges, and also in some of the biggest countries there are signs of a certain instability.
Thank you for that. And President, for you, of course, you were for many years in Brussels. You know the institutions very well, but you were also a politician at some point in your career. Now you're at the head of the European Investment Bank. When you look at overall the messages that came from it, some suggest that believing that a sense of continuation is going to happen and materialize is perhaps naive, because there's a number of messages that are pointing to perhaps some changes need to be made. But how do you look at the European political scene now?
Well, thank you very much for the question. As usual, Maria, in every question you put 5 questions. You know, I note that I could spend 1 hour just reflecting on the many issues that you have flagged. Two main messages from my side. The first one is, I think that indeed the pro-European forces have remained the most powerful ones, and there will be continuity in some areas because it's not only the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. For example, climate action. We can come back to that later in our exchange. But the second thought I have, if there's one lesson taken from these elections, as usually happens in all elections, and I think that's what the Commissioner was also referring to, is that places matter. That the regions matter, cities matter, that there is no region in Europe that could be considered to be irrelevant from a political point of view, from an economic point of view, and so that place-based policies like cohesion policies are more important than ever going forward.
And just to perhaps finalize just this first part, because I think it's important, there's also a form of taking stock of just what this Commission looked like and also the basis of the following one. Commissioner, when you look at cohesion, it's one of the portfolios that ultimately has a huge impact on people, but perhaps because of the news cycle, perhaps because of just the way that sort of news, social media, the geopolitics, a lot of that has taken center stage, and perhaps it's sometimes difficult to explain what's going on. I wonder, when you look at the Europeans, what would be your message as Commissioner for Cohesion in terms of this is what we did and it worked, and why, if it worked, do you think in some parts the message is not resonating?
Well, I would say that cohesion policy obviously has worked. If it wasn't for cohesion policy, there would have been a massive fragmentation. Let's just think of what would have happened if the funds, the 23 billion that were reprogrammed, were not reprogrammed, and what kind of collapse there would have been in the European society, in the European health, in the European economy, in the follow-up of COVID, just for that. But of course, the purpose of the policy is long-term development, and it has worked. The countries that joined the European Union in 2004 and in the following enlargements, they had a GDP per capita of about half, 52% to be more, of the European average. Now they are 80%. They represent, on average, 80% of the European average. So this is just two moments, one long-term, one short-term, that show that without cohesion policy, the internal market cannot function. It cannot work because the imbalances break and they create massive flows of people, brain drain, and the loss of contribution to the common welfare of a lot of regions and a lot of potential that is untapped. Having said this, of course there is a lot of anxiety because we in Europe will need money for defense, we need money for another enlargement, we need money for a lot of, for integrating migrants, we have other needs. But with 1% of the European GDP, it is important, that's the one that we have, it is important that the funds for cohesion are kept and protected, which can only work if people are also more vocal on what the European funding have done.
And that's a very good point, especially as there's the talks about the next European budget and how that is going to be allocated. But I wonder, President Calviño, we talk about the different priorities, and I think in your institution, it is crystal clear how the priorities have changed, even the conversation about the lending operations that you do over the past 2 years. Obviously, there was a huge focus on climate. Now, the debate everywhere in Brussels is about the role that you're going to play in defense. Maybe we can get into that later. But I wonder, when you look at it objectively now and you see 2024, what is the order of priorities in terms of your institution, but just overall in Europe?
Well, priority number one continues to be climate. And consolidating the role of the European Investment Bank Group as the climate bank has been endorsed last Friday by the ECOFIN ministers unanimously as priority number one. Number two, accelerating digitalization, technological innovation. 3, security and defense. Unfortunately, in the current geopolitical circumstances, it's clear we need to reinforce Europe's security and defense capabilities. And then comes cohesion policy. But this is almost half of our investments inside the EU are devoted to cohesion regions. And as I was saying before, it's not only the right thing to do, because it is at the heart of the European project, it is also the smart thing to do, because talent is equally distributed. It's not like people are smarter or more talented in some regions than others. So talent is equally distributed throughout all regions, but opportunities are not. And it's very important that we bring opportunity where talent is. And I think that cohesion policy has been a great success. And when I look back to what we have done in the last 5-6 years, I very much agree with Commissioner Ferreira. The response to the pandemic by the European Union was the right one. We managed to protect our economy, but also to protect our social infrastructures, and that was thanks to cohesion funds being repurposed. Of course, the new instruments like the SURE mechanism to protect jobs through short-term work schemes, and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is also a great success. So sometimes, we're very timid when we're talking about our own strengths in Europe. This time around, I think we got it right, and going forward, we should learn this lesson.
Can I just say very briefly, you were very categorical when you said climate, in terms of this will remain a priority. Some, however, do believe that the momentum sort of has been lost over the past year, that the election showed green is just not as cool, if you forgive the expression, as it was 4 years ago, and the world has changed. So how do you sort of counter that in your policy? Because I guess even for investors, they want to see that you're as committed as you were 3 years ago, but it seems to me there's something in the zeitgeist where some are rethinking whether this will stick or not, besides what is the law.
Well, it's very interesting that there is a dissonance, there's a certain disconnect between this kind of noise in the media or in the political debate, which is not really corresponding to what we see in the economy. What we see is that businesses and businessmen and women, they're getting on with it. They have realized that being green and being successful in the green transition is actually a driver of competitiveness. And in the case of Europe, is a no-brainer. We discovered painfully through the crisis after the beginning of the war in Ukraine that we need to become more energy secure. We need to reinforce our strategic autonomy, and this means we need to make the green transition a European success. And that's why in all our investments we have the 3 C's, that's climate, cohesion and competitiveness. They have to be brought together. We have to make sure that the transition is affordable, that it is just, supporting very specifically those regions that are most directly affected by this, and that it brings competitiveness to European companies, so that Europe continues to lead this technological revolution, and the net zero economy is actually a more efficient economy, also from the economic point of view. I think we can do it. I think we are doing it, and since this is not only right but also smart, I am pretty convinced that this will continue to be a top priority for the next Commission going forward.
And the other big point has been the single market. Of course, there was a report that came out by Enrico Letta. Obviously, everyone's waiting for the Draghi one. Some suggested that it should have been published before the election and not after, but that's a separate conversation. But I wonder, in terms of the single market, if it is in a moment of transition and you're evolving into single market 2.0, how big a role should cohesion play in this new version of what perhaps a more political single market may look like?
Well, in fact, since the beginning, that the cohesion policy has been, hand with hand with the reinforcement or the enlargement of the single market, because the market is based on competition, and so if you don't take into account the different departure levels of the different regions across Europe, the winner takes it all, because it's more competitive, it has more capacity. So rebalancing, cohesion policy is not a redistribution mechanism, it's a stimulus to allow the different regions to participate in the common welfare by fostering, by stimulating an accelerated growth in the ones that are weaker, allowing them to play the game. And having said this, I would like to go back to what President Nadia Calviño just said. In fact, how you organize your growth in the 21st century has got to embody the concept of climate and energy inside the development strategy. That's why there is no conflict between investing in climate or investing in greening and investing in growth, because the growth that is not green, that doesn't take into account the climate, that doesn't take into account the energy challenges, it's not sustainable in the long term. And so we try to embody in the development strategies all these concerns, as well as the new technologies. And in fact, cohesion policy is the biggest public investor in greening across Europe. So making things happen in the territories, in the geographical circumstances where things happen.
So, because this is a very interesting point, you mentioned the green, but it is also true that in the weeks leading, for example, to the European election, the green issue just didn't feature on the campaign just as big as it did before. Some would say, some even try to bury it. So I wonder, what you're trying to say is that if you believe you can elevate the single market 2.0, whoever take over or will take the reins over, it would be a mistake to relegate the climate and to think that you can change the single market without keeping the same level of cohesion that you've had until now. It's impossible to do.
That's for sure, but you have got to adapt the overall decisions that we have taken that are absolutely unquestionable to the different places where it materializes. And for this, you have got really to create the conditions which I hope cohesion policy can go on fostering, to adapt what we have decided to the concrete circumstances in such a way that all the regions can really benefit and reap the benefits, because greening requires a lot of know-how, a lot of technology, a lot of research. So also this aspect has got to be taken into account when you define the strategy for growth of the different places across Europe. And in particular, to give you an example, we are working very closely with the EIB, for instance, in the areas that are covered by the Just Transition Fund. The Just Transition Fund is exactly a fund, an extra fund that was created, established, with a huge participation also in the know-how for those regions that depend on very polluting industries, on carbon-based industries, and that are trying to find a new strategy to keep the jobs, but not same jobs, new jobs, more sustainable jobs, new activities. This transition requires capital, it requires a lot of will from the people, and it requires a lot of technology. And that's why the joint efforts of the IB and normal cohesion policy are essential to make this transition happen.
And I wonder, for President Calviño, obviously an institution like yours, which is a huge player actually in the area that you cover, and of course you have a big portfolio to work with. How do you envision in the rest of your mandate, which is still a long time to develop ideas, that you will fill the gaps that potentially may be left, but also there is now a debate about funding, yes, but there needs to be better value for money for a lot of these projects, or the way that funding is allocated would have to be done in a way that is smarter. So which of those gaps do you believe you will be better placed, better than anyone else, to participate and fill?
I've been on the job for 6 months, so indeed, I still have 6 years to go, 5 years and a half. So it feels like a long time indeed, because we have done so many things in these 6 months, but still I'm at the beginning of the mandate. And one of the things that has impressed me the most is two things I would like to share with you. One is the broad scope of investments that the European Investment Bank Group is actually doing, which is covering the broad range of investments that are necessary for this green transition to be a European success. Starting with innovative technologies, net zero technologies, and I am convinced that the EIB is currently funding the breakthrough that will allow us to have a green transition which is also affordable, efficient, etc. So disruptive, innovative technologies, also supporting startups that are disruptive in this area. Secondly, infrastructures, grids, interconnectors. Thirdly, we're supporting the industrial transition, talking about green hydrogen, talking about decarbonization of transport, we're talking about energy efficiency of buildings, all those key sectors. We are investing heavily in those sectors. We are also supporting those that are in the front line of climate change impact, so that we help them adapt and mitigate the consequences, from agriculture to water management and all those other SMEs that are very directly affected. And then finally, precisely, is the scaling up of existing mature technologies that allow us to have more energy efficiency throughout the whole economy. And I am impressed to see how all of these sectors are being actually covered. And the second thing that has impressed me is how this diversification is actually going to help Europe succeed in this transition. Again, I have a lot of confidence in the ability of Europe to lead. Let me give you one reason why. When I was looking at what we have done in the last years, many people may not know that actually the European Investment Bank had invested in biotech. So it was thanks to those investments that we were able to deploy a vaccine in just 1 year. When the pandemic hit us, all experts were telling us a vaccine, maybe 4 or 5 years. But when we put together the public sector, the private sector, and the right investments had already been done for the basic research that then was put into the vaccine production, we were leading, in this biotech, in this biotechnology, in this health area. We are surely going to be successful also in the green technologies. We really have to have more self-confidence in the ability of Europe to be successful when we put together the public, the private sector with a clear roadmap. Sticking to the roadmap is very important. You both referred to it. We have a plan. There is a roadmap. We are on track with it. Let's try to stick and accelerate, if anything. And also, let's try to communicate in positive terms, because bringing the people with us, and also implicitly, you were both referring to this and the political debate. For a long time, when we're talking about climate change, we have been talking about higher temperatures, and we're beyond the 1.5 or 2 degree objective, and we need more money, and it's daunting, the amounts that are necessary. And it gives a sense to people that this is impossible to master, this is impossible to succeed. And actually, I think we are doing it. So we should be more positive when we're communicating that this is actually a great opportunity for Europe to be leading in this new technology, which is surely going to come in the coming years, and where we are well positioned to be leaders.
If you, just to pick up on that point, perhaps a bit of a provocative question, but as you said at the end, maybe there's something also too about the communications that you have to think differently, because if you look at the past year, events of extreme climate, the concern that nobody, or the idea that nobody denies the effects of climate and science, that is all there to be seen. And yet, when you look at a lot of the green parties that were doing very well 4 years ago, it was a debacle in this European election. So you would have thought they should have been front row, and there weren't. I wonder, given that you're heavily involved in this, is there a question about perhaps reframing the conversation, perhaps presenting it, just packaging it in a different way?
I think there are two things to it. One is indeed communication and explaining the opportunities, explaining the progress we are making and how we are successful. And frankly, as I said a moment ago, businesses are well aware of that, so they're getting on with it, which shows that it can be profitable and it can be beneficial. And if not, we see around the world that other parts of the world are really getting on with it. So we cannot be behind the curve in this area. But beyond talking, we need to walk the talk. And that requires, as Commissioner Ferreira was saying, to take care of the regions, to take care and support the sectors. Agriculture is very heavily impacted. They are the first that are very much interested in having sustainable future and the possibility to continue to be profitable in the new, in a new environment created by climate change. We have to support them. We have to be innovative in the way we support them in this endeavor. And likewise, with those regions that are most directly affected, we're talking about a transition. It means it takes time, it takes effort, it takes investment. We need to help the people recycle, find new opportunities so that they also have a right to stay. You were talking about the Letta report. I think, it is so inspiring to say there's a right to move, there should be a right for people to stay where they want and be able to have an opportunity and develop their lives and their visions also and their talent, fully in that place. So we have to indeed talk more clearly, but we also have to walk the talk.
And on that front, Commissioner, I recently had a conversation, in fact, with your colleague, Mr. Han, and being the budget commissioner, he did say, so this is his quote, not my opinion in any way, but he did say, the way he looks at it, the European budget has become obsolete in the face of a context that now means the challenges are not just more, but actually probably will involve the need for more funding. In your experience, perhaps not to ask you if you want to say it's obsolete, that's also good or bad, but when you look at the European budget, is it, let's frame it in a nicer way, is it suitable for purpose?
Well, in fact, I will not answer the question from a perspective of a commission, but a personal opinion. I think, in fact, we started this project with a very kind of a seed money. If you think of any country or any federal state Of course, this is not a country, this is not a federal state. But just for the sake of comparison, and imagine that the common budget is just 1% of the total welfare, you'll have a problem, in managing, the normal functioning of this country. Of course, in Europe we don't manage the normal functioning, but we are being called to do more and more with this amount. I'm very, very proud that this Commission took this initiative to go to the financial market and to borrow. And I think this was a great initiative, because otherwise, because the 1% budget is allocated 1/3 for cohesion policies in general, 1/3 to support agriculture, and 1/3 for everything else. This is quite a strict jacket for you to do what all the other big continents and countries did, that was in a period of massive crisis, to stimulate something like an anti-cyclical stimulus to the economy. I was previously speaking about the immediate support that came from repurposing the cohesion funding, in which we invested we directed about 10% of the envelope that was already, allocated to member states, so it was not extra funding. But on top of everything, and to make it simple, we borrowed, and with this borrowing, we did an anti-cyclical instrument that was the recovery and resilience plans. Also, a little bit of money to reinforce cohesion that had been used for the other purpose. Also, a little bit of money for the Just Transition Fund, but basically to create this stimulus. Of course, we have other sources. We have own resources that we need to reinforce, because in the past the budget was fed basically with the common customs union barriers, which with time were eroded, and so now they represent very little contribution. Of course, we were talking about several types of own resources. That's something to be readdressed. And this first safe long-term assets that was issued by the European Union, we have got to think how, if we are going to revolve it, if we are going just to pay it back. But there are several ideas that can be floated. Just a last comment is that citizens expect a lot from us, which is good. It is good, but on the other hand, more competencies require more means, of course. And it was interesting but strange that when the pandemic started, citizens were, what does the European Union do? Whereas the European Union had no significant competencies on health, because they were in the hands of member states. For defense, it is in the hands of member states. But all the citizens look at Europe and say, what is Europe doing? It is good. It's a recognition that we are perceived as a source of help, of support, of confidence. But we have got to square the circle somehow, because in fact there is some food for thought that we have got to develop.
And if something like the joint action that you've taken, obviously certainly when it comes to the markets, it was very well received by markets and investors. Certainly if you tell them, do you want a recovery fund 2.0, they would say, of course we would contemplate buying those bonds. So I wonder if that's the response, why can it not become more structural? Why is it not something that, it's not already being debated in a more serious way? If everyone knows it's the elephant in the room, we all know it.
Well, that is an issue to be discussed, and to be discussed exactly in the coming period.
But why is it such an elephant in the room?
You as a journalist can answer that better than myself, I guess.
Or maybe if And, President, it's clear, obviously, you're overseeing a different institution, but if you have any comments in this respect, I'm sure you also plan and you think about where projects may come, whether there would be a new sort of round of funding, whether if projects manifest, there would be channeled through your institution. Do you contemplate the different options, and do you have one that you prefer?
Well, now, let me complement what Elisa was saying about how the budget and how cohesion policy was actually very helpful. I mean, having been Director General for the budget when the MFF was designed, I was very impressed by how it actually provided a quite flexible tool, much more flexible than people thought. And we were able to then repurpose, support the health sectors, the education sectors of the member states. So, at the end of the day, the European budget has proven to be a very powerful tool to respond to immediate needs. But that's my first thought. And then my second thought, to bring the debate closer to the FI Compass event, is we certainly need to make the most of the EU budget. And we have seen, and we have very good experiences having to do with InvestEU, and I mean, first the Juncker Plan, then InvestEU, mandates of the EU budget, which are a growing share of the activities of the European Investment Bank Group, allow us to leverage every euro that is put into the EU budget, be it own resources, be it the contributions from the national budgets, whatever the leaders decide going forward. That allows the EIB to multiply that investment, because we also mobilize private investment, because we always co-finance these projects with private investors. And this has proven to be a very efficient tool going forward, one that I hope will continue to be reinforced in the coming years and of course in the next budgetary programming period. Let me give you an example, which is quite striking, because we always talk about the Juncker Fund and then the InvestEU program and other mandates, but the European Investment Bank Group is currently probably the most important investment partner to Ukraine. Only a couple of weeks ago, I was in Berlin in this Ukraine Recovery Conference, and we signed very important agreements to provide guarantees to the financial sector to support Ukrainian SMEs. We are now creating an export credit guarantee, a 300 million export credit guarantee to support European SMEs exporting to Ukraine. We're also supporting the regions and the cities, very well represented here today in Ukraine, to repair the schools, water supplies, trams, subways, all the infrastructures. And we are also providing technical assistance, the JASPERS flagship technical assistance program to Ukraine. We are doing all of that because of the guarantees from the European budget. Otherwise, we couldn't be actually having such a large impact in Ukraine right now. So I think these blending, these synergies between the EU budget and the EIB as a financial institution that can actually multiply the impact on the ground is will certainly be one of the responses to make sure that the future budget is actually fit for purpose for the growing needs that the EU needs to respond to and the growing expectations of citizens. I very much agree with your, and I find this very interesting, how when there's a problem, people turn to Europe, because actually problems and challenges are global and they require, at the very least, European responses.
And of course, President, you mentioned Ukraine, which is an excellent point, because this week, obviously, we see that when you say synergies, it's a perfect example, because you have the political talks that are going on. Obviously, you have the financial aid, but then as you mentioned, even your institution, the way that you work and you operate and you provide knowledge and funding to the country. How committed would you say your institution is when maintaining a form of medium-term support to Ukraine, which, as we've seen, sometimes can become a very difficult discussion, especially when means are tight?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, the EU member states have come unanimously to agree that there's an unwavering support, be it through macro financial assistance, budgetary support for the country to continue to run, or through specific projects, as is the case with the European Investment Bank Group. On our side, no hesitation. I think we're playing a very important role now to protect the infrastructures, to repair the infrastructures, national energy grids, also transport infrastructures, to reinforce the connection towards the West, towards the EU, and prepare for the accession I mean, today we are precisely celebrating that the accession process will be launched. And so I hope that very soon we will also play a key role in the reconstruction of the war, once the war is over. Certainly, the investment needs are massive, and the European Investment Bank Group will continue to be a key partner to the Ukrainian government going forward, also to prepare and support a successful enlargement.
Of course, because I presume, again, the idea of enlargement, and we go back to the idea of cohesion, is just so intrinsic to a lot of these things, because you can't just enter when it's not a level playing field for everyone, but also when it's obvious there's a huge gap among the different countries that is not a functioning single market because of those gaps. So I wonder, just very briefly, in the question of Ukraine now, as the President mentioned, accession and enlargement, politically, how important is cohesion actually, just beyond the numbers,
well,
for the project?
Yeah, it is absolutely essential. I think we succeeded a similar enlargement in terms, not fortunately, those countries that joined after 2004, they were not destroyed by a war, so the challenge is even bigger now. But if you compare the challenge seen at that time, was really, I mean, also very frightening for everybody. How are we going to do it? And in fact, we did it through cohesion, because the market effectively enlarged. And that's another way to answer your question on internal market and cohesion, because you look around and you see how much of the welfare of Germany, for instance, is associated with foreign direct investment from German companies or French companies, or even Portuguese companies or Spanish companies in the markets that become interesting locations for selling and for investing. And you look at Romania or Czechia or Slovakia or Poland, and you see how much the enlargement was a win-win situation. But because we stopped the risk of brain drain or of permanent losses in those countries for lack of being able to play the game. So, of course, there is initially a massive investment in infrastructure. As we move into more sophisticated areas of value added, of transforming the technology in certain industries, more and more we need to amplify the funding that is available, and that's the very important thing about joining guarantees and grants with loans and with other financial instruments. And here I go back to what Nadia was saying, but in fact we not only amplify the power, the financial power of the support, but also we need the EIB from the point of view of the technical assistance, of the know-how, of the analysis of the viability of projects. And so joining forces becomes more and more relevant, particularly when things become much more sophisticated and complex from a technological and from a financial engineering point of view than it was in the past, just building basic infrastructures. Even then, we needed them. We needed this joint venture, but we are asking for more and more sophisticated projects, and so the working together is more needed than ever, I think.
And we're going to talk about the collaboration among the different institutions in a second, but when it comes to enlargement, and again, this goes back into the new commission that will take shape in, well, presumably a few weeks. And the idea of also of enlargement, President Michel suggested at some point, some thought it was very ambitious, but he said it's better to put a date than not, that there could be a new wave of enlargement by 2030. Obviously, this comes at a time in which the budget will have to be renegotiated in some ways. And then you also mentioned about having a cohesive Europe matters before you can make those steps. What does the European budget need to look like for that to be realistic, in your view? You're not going to be sitting at the table, but what would you think this has to be in it for it to be credible?
First of all, I think we have got to be precise, sound, detailed, look at the calendars, look how we can progress. I think there are some basic conditions that we should not ignore. And this is, to make sure that the rules by which we work together are followed in practice by the different member states, that some, we call it in our jargon, rule of law, and of course institutional capability and other mechanisms that are delivered, and that this is the norm. Otherwise, the free competitive market is not free, it's not acceptable. That we make sure that there is control, transparency that prevents fraud or conflict of interests, but also that this goes by side with some visible support that makes people feel, as in all the previous enlargement countries, that they feel that something has changed, something is moving forward, that the quality of their life is improving, and that there is a future. Because this important sentence of, the right to stay has a connotation. You have got to have the right to stay, which means to have a future, to have a proper life, to have a career, to be paid, to have a family life. So it's not to be subsidized, but to be helped in the initial stages that then will allow you to have a full citizenship and a full participation in a democratic society.
So just to wrap this point, would you say that for the idea of enlargement to be credible and actually take place in real life, you will have to see tweaks, meaningful changes to the budget construction, but also the allocation to policies of cohesion? Would that be a good way to measure whether that date is credible or not?
Well, it's very difficult to make this kind of future considerations. And if you look at the history of Europe, we have reacted in unexpected ways. Even now, going to the markets, a couple of years ago was considered not acceptable. So, let's go step by step. I think what we have to protect is this capacity to stick to our basic principles of freedom, of mutual respect, of free movements, of abiding by principles and rule of law, and then step by step to address what needs to be adapted, what needs to be changed. I think one of the interesting things about Europe is we have not decided what would be the end game, what would be the landing zone after all these experiments. We mend it, we correct it, we analyze, we change, and democracy is helping us to do it. So, having said this, keeping together, being together, which means that everybody has got to feel there is a place for him or for her in this framework. And one of the aspects on which our recent report, 9th Cohesion Report, shows that there is a correlation is when a region or a country is for a long time stagnant, without growth, and when people start thinking, okay, I lived a good life, but my kids will not have the same life, and so I don't fit in this globalized, strange, digital, very complex world. When people, citizens, starting feeling this fear, then they tend to put in question the project of going on, working together, developing together, and they very easily vote in something or someone that tells them, okay, we are going to protect you. Never mind, even if there is nothing behind this agenda, unless apart from a power game. So this is something that we have got to take very seriously when we discuss the future. And I personally believe that cohesion policy has been this glue that keeps us together until now. And we have got to protect the policy, making sure that it keeps performing the same objective of keeping people together and making you feel part, making you feel and allowing you to be part of a joint project of success.
Because that's also a very good point. What does it say about a continent when you have, great projects, great events and big announcements, but going back to what the commissioner said, and that resonated to me a lot because I hear this a lot. What does it say about a continent when you have 25, 26, 27, even 30-year-old people, this is 1990 generation that kind of say, what is the point? I mean, ultimately, I don't think my life is going to be better in the next 15 years. I mean, do you think there's a part of that that's feeding in the debate?
Well, so far, actually, reality has shown that Europe has delivered on the promise of prosperity for citizens. I mean, you were referring to the most recent enlargement, going from 52% to 80% of the average GDP per capita. Likewise, I would say, for example, the European Investment Bank has been a great investment. With 22 billion euros in dispersed capital, we have mobilized 5 trillion euros in investment. And, every year we mobilize the capital. We put Europe's capital to work, not only the financial capital, also the human capital, the natural capital, the technological capital of Europe. We put it to work. And that is allowing, I think, to deliver on this promise of prosperity. And interestingly, we are always very self-critical, and of course, we shouldn't be complacent.
But there's too much. What you say, there's too much negativity at times.
I think so, because it's funny how everybody wants to join the European Union, and so enlargement continues to show that we are not only a beacon of rights and values for the rest of the world, and that explains why citizens want to come, but also that there is a promise of prosperity and welfare for future generations, peace for future generations, that continues to bring countries to want to join the European Union. And that's a very important element. And I would like to also highlight a point that was made by Commissioner Ferreira, but in passing, but I think is extremely important. And it's one of the key lessons we have from the Cohesion Policy, but also the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Administrative capacity and well-functioning institutions is essential for any of these policies to succeed. And so technical assistance in the way of building capacities in the public administrations, in the private sector too, and having well-functioning institutions, fighting corruption, having a rule of law framework that provides legal certainty and that provides also attracts investment from abroad because of these stable framework that gives confidence to citizens and businesses, that is of the essence. And this usually is not featuring very high in the attention of media or politicians, but it is actually proven. And I think, Elisa, unless you tell me, but I think it's a 100% verified that capacity, administrative capacity and well-functioning public institutions are at the heart of development and economic progress. And this is going to be a top priority in the upcoming enlargement. We are already engaging very actively with Ukraine. For example, from the European Investment Bank, we have signed memoranda of understanding with the anti-corruption authorities. This is a point we highlight every time we speak. They are taking it, they always are showing a growing interest in this area. And I think this is an important element, which is also one of the characteristics of the European Union we should not underestimate.
It's a very good point how sometimes when you're inside the union, you perceive things and then you take a step back and there's always this gap between sort of perhaps the internal criticism, which is fair, but also the external aspiration, whether you wonder maybe there's a middle way that's actually more reflective of how things are. But I wonder, President, if I may just go back to the idea of collaboration between institutions and of course, the different European bodies. This week, we're going to see, well, allegedly, the top jobs finally happen on the Friday. Some would say, in fact, the first top job that inaugurated the cycle was yours, in fact. So, well, I wonder what you think of that, but either way you got it. So, but I wonder, in terms of this idea of Team Europe, I'm not necessarily sure you like the term or you think it's cliche or whatnot, but how important is it, again, that you work closely with the commissioners, the team, the staffs, the sort of people that handle these files, but that also you have institutions where there's no silos, no tensions, and everyone works in kind of the same direction. The institutional functioning, how relevant is it?
It's extremely relevant. And
Sorry. Hi.
Hi. Yes. It's extremely relevant. It's been my top priority since I joined the EIB team in 1st of January. I made it my top priority to engage actively, starting with the European Commission. I have met all the commissioners. We all think the same, which is that we have to stick together and cooperate even more closely so that we can really deliver for European citizens and businesses. And I see it every day in the work we do. Inside the Union, outside the Union, our partnership with the European Commission is of the essence, because at the end of the day, you have a political priority. I mean, we've had, for example, President von der Leyen visiting some countries, and then you need someone from the European Investment Bank so that we put our money where our mouth is. So it's very important that we're fully aligned, and I've made this one of my top priorities as an institution. And secondly, what is extremely important is also to work to ensure that the network of multilateral development institutions work well as a system. That I have also made one of my top priorities, and I think we are at the heart of a process that will deliver more support to the global economy, more support to the green transition globally, and more efficiency in the use of public resources in the capital of all these institutions: the World Bank, the IMF, the Inter-American Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And you know, sometimes institutions, you may not know this, or maybe people in the room will be surprised by what I'm saying, but sometimes people feel there's a competition. Yes. So, we were planning to do a project in Egypt, but the World Bank is actually faster, and they have got... I am totally giving zero time to this kind of approach, because the needs are so important and so massive that each of us has to specialize where we're better placed to deliver in partnership. We have to be united in our endeavors, and you know, the European Investment Bank Group actually has clear value added and a technological and an advantage, a competitive advantage, if I may put it this way, in some investment. Large infrastructures, water, transport, energy, health. We are probably second to none, you know, in this area. So I am sure that we can take the lead in these kind of projects, and then other institutions can take the lead in supporting other different kind of activities. Actually, for example, I mentioned Egypt. Egypt has this massive investment program. We are coordinating the transport part of that large investment program with all the international institutions. We are also called to play a more relevant role in energy. And that's the way it should be, you know, cross synergies, supporting each other, and it's the same with the European institutions. Of course, we should be Team Europe. Let me put it differently, maybe in a more dramatic way, you know, the geopolitical situation is very complicated. The world is changing. The basis for Europe's success and competitiveness for the last 80 years are being put to the test. And when this happens, and to paraphrase Commissioner Ferreira a moment ago, we need to stick together. Yeah? We need to be together, because unity pays off, and so we have to really be united to ensure that Europe continues to be this beacon of prosperity, peace, and values, and also that we continue to have a strong voice in this brave new world which is in the making around us.
And now my follow-up question is going to sound very frivolous, because of course you're saying that what matters is the substance, if anything, of the messaging, but of course there's the names, and since you mentioned von der Leyen, I'm not going to name the names, but we all know what's out there. If this cast of people that finally gets assembled and it becomes official, and without naming names, do you sort of like what you see? Assuming there's a von der Leyen Commission 2.0, in a world of continuation where policies also matter in that sense. Yes, no, next question, perhaps.
I'm sure I'm going to like whatever comes out.
Okay.
Because that will be the framework with which to work And so whatever comes out is the result of democracy, the largest democracy in the world also. Very impressive. Let us not take it for granted. So whatever comes out will be the result of democracy, and I'm very, very much satisfied to work with this environment.
Okay, well, since we're approaching the end now of the session, there's a reason why I asked this question, because then it takes me to the final question for you, Commissioner, which is, you're in the final weeks in this position. Obviously, someone else will replace you. I wonder if it's difficult to summarize 5 years in 1 minute, but I wonder if perhaps you could share what you took away from this time in this very important portfolio in many ways. And then when you look at the person that replaces you, is there a word of advice? Is there anything that you say, honestly, I would do this because this was painful to learn, but it's very valuable?
Well, it's difficult, as you said. It's very difficult to summarize because it's such a... it's so rich. Europe is so rich in its diversity. In spite of the pandemic, I managed to visit all member states. I visited, apart from the country I know the best, I visited about 90 different regions in Europe, and I can just testify that this is an incredible wealth. The energy that exists in all these places is amazing. So all these people, they deserve to have a future. They deserve to be confident of being in a prosperous, democratic, rules-based, future-oriented kind of world. And what I would say is that when we are talking about whatever, I mean, macro variables, when you are talking about greening, when you are talking about climate, please always remember that things don't happen in the vacuum. All these dimensions, they have impacts and are made with people and with territories. That's where things happen. So we cannot disregard that whatever we discuss, this affects and is built on people and territories. And so the details matter, the diversity matters, place-based policies, place-based impacts, and the fact that a common policy has definitely asymmetric impacts according to the characteristics of the different regions and countries. So we just have to be more sophisticated in the way we do things in order to make sure that we are not ignoring that the impacts matter, and by impacts I mean people's life. This is what I take as a takeaway, and of course I just hope that we are intelligent enough to protect cohesion policy, which is not the same thing as becoming rigid or frozen, because there is margins, as it has always been since the Roma Treaty was signed, adapt, innovate, change, but keep it, because it is, as I mentioned before, the glue that keeps Europe together.
So you would say the successor, fight for this portfolio.
Fight for it. But there is no point in asking someone to fight. Each of us, we know examples. We have got to fight for it, not to be in a reactive position, but to keep it and to keep the values that it embodies by adapting the instruments, by simplifying the instruments, but fit for purpose, and please keep it, because without it, I don't think that Europe can stand.
And President, just as of course, you also, I think you need to like people and be very sociable, if that's also what I take from your answer. But President Calviño, obviously, a new cycle starts, and that will come with the new commission, but you can feel it's already starting in some ways. It's very difficult to predict the future, and you can have many aspirations, but not all of them will materialize. But which ones do you hope now? We've talked a lot of issues today in different policies, but as you start this new cycle, which one is the one that you say, this we absolutely have to get right?
Well, I think in these 6 years ahead, we will be confronted with many unexpected events and developments, and I hope we are agile and effective in our response like we did to the pandemic. That would be my first hope. And the second one is that indeed in this period we make sure that we see the digital and green transitions become Europe's success.
Well, on that note, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Commissioner. Thank you very much to the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia, Calviño. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria. Commissioner, I'm going to keep you on stage if you don't mind. Yes, thank you so much, President Calviño. I know you have to leave now. Thank you for being here. You have, I know it's very important, you have a wonderful job ahead of you now. It is the Fee Campus Showcase Awards. So we're going to just have the awards coming onto the stage, and whilst they come onto the stage, let me just give you a little bit of an introduction to where they come from. So we're going to have the trophies. There are 3 teams which win, and they come from a small company in France which specializes in sustainable plaques and trophies. They're produced with recycled materials, and in this case, the recycled materials are shells. So we are, at any moment now, going to see the arrival of these wonderful trophies. And I have in my hands 3 envelopes, which I have not opened. But if you would like to say a few words about the Fee Campus Showcase Awards?
Well, of course. I just... As in the follow-up of what we are just discussing, I think we need some practical examples of how to materialize these principles. And so I don't know who will receive this prize. I have no clue. But whoever it is, I just want to thank them for what they have done. Also, all those that have presented their projects and did not receive them. And I think people are voting or have voted to elect the ones that you have. So this means that, of course, this is a kind of a symbolic recognition that honors everybody that in reality is improving the quality of life of Europeans and improving Europe by applying in concrete all the instruments, all the potentialities on which we are trying to deliver. So my thanks and my congratulations, and let's see who will be called.
Well, I have to wait for the arrival of the trophies. They're coming. Whilst we're waiting, I just wanted to ask you, Commissioner, if there was a little memo that was sent out to help explain the Green Deal between you and President Calviño in terms of clothing.
It was really a surprise, but I think when people are aligned, we end up doing things like this.
Well, with that, here is the arrival. Here is the arrival of the trophies. And without further ado, here is prize number 1. You open it. I have no idea who the winners are. And they're all equal. By the way, they're all equal winners.
Okay. Well, so it is my great pleasure to welcome to this podium a project that is called, shall I read it? Okay. Revitalizing Bulgarian Villages Through Financial Instruments.
So whilst they're having photos taken, I will read a little bit about the CISCredit and
FMFIB, Revitalizing Bulgarian Villages Through Financial Instruments. The ESF Plus powered risk-sharing microfinance facility invests in social entrepreneurship to address the needs of vulnerable groups. Promoted by FMFIB, Bulgaria's fund manager of financial instruments, and implemented by SIS Credit and Microfund, this financial instrument has supported the creation of over 1,500 jobs in Bulgaria. And I think you might have just a few words of thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the audience for this recognition. It's really great pleasure. And I want to pass the message and to continue the speech of Commissioner Ferreira that people should be put first, right? About all we talk, at the end, people are first, and I hope for more policies that are empowering youth and women-led businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you and congratulations. Wow. We have envelope number 2.
Okay, I'm going to open this second envelope, okay?
You're very good at the build-up here. I quite like this little like a moment of tension.
Okay, there is a second project here. Okay, so I'm very pleased to announce that a project that was submitted by Slovak Investment Holding, fostering integration through affordable housing.
So you didn't get much time on the panel earlier today. You were sat.
Thank you. Thank you. This is like this tremendous honor for us, and thank you for that. We are proud that we could showcase what financial instruments can do to build a better future, and this award truly goes to all involved in the Dostupni domov, the project. It's Rastio, Michal, Jano, Zdenka. Well, the thank you list would take all night, right? So instead, let me say that we take this as a recognition of all the hard work that has been done and dedication that it was poured into the project, and also as encouragement to keep moving forward. I have a couple of other thoughts as well. It should be brief, but I also want to thank the entire FICOMPAS FI community, because frankly there is no competition, right? It's only inspiration and collaboration among us, and I hope we'll keep working together to make the difference. And maybe one last word, it's from Shells. Shell is a home. It's meant to be, right? This is for supporting the home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wise.
Shells.
Very wise words.
Very wise words, and I
Inspiration.
think shells may all have been also one of the first forms of currency, so it's bringing homes and money together.
That's right. That's right.
Now, here we go. Final winner.
This is the final. This is the last one. I think I need a microphone. Okay. So this is the last one. And this has been submitted by, okay, I'll just read the title, it's better. Shaping Up Wellness in Romania. It's Morphosis Capital.
So a few words of thanks.
Well, we have a lot of emotions because we didn't expect it, but thank you so much for your votes. And we have a mission to make the people healthier and hope to make it. Until now, we've done it well. So from now on, we think to make it better.
On this point, now we all know from your talk yesterday that you're an ex-Olympic athlete. And of course, I had to go and ask you which sport.
Yes, 20 kilometers walking, race walking. It's a hard race.
Well, I think given that we're in Olympic season, you have to show us, you showed me yesterday, I know these shoes are not appropriate, but you have to give us, so we're all going to go and walk in the sunshine. Tell us how to speed walk.
The speed walk is you put the feet on the heel and you need to have the knees straight. You don't have to run. If you run, you are disqualified. And all the race, 20 kilometers, you are watched, supervised by arbiters. And if you don't do it well, you are out. Yes. So, yeah.
So we're going to take that and we're going to be going and in your footsteps trying to become healthy for summer.
If you want, we can do a training. It's no problem.
Okay, we'll add that to the schedule, shall we, over the next couple of days.
Well, all we need to do sport. So I think it's combined very well, the business and the sport, because all of you stay a lot of time on the office. So I think we all should have, 10 minutes at least to do something for our healthy.
Bite-sized.
So maybe just a few words. Representing the asset manager here, Morphosis, I think the shout-out should go to the employees of StayFit, because in the end, they are the ones who are really working. PE funds, they just manage capital, but they don't really work. And the idea is that we would really like to and we're really proud here to represent StayFit. It goes without saying that Andrea, who's here, is like one of the main responsibles for this, but also the founders, Alex, Laurentiu, Marius, who have built this story, and we have helped them to develop StayFit. And the journey ahead is even more amazing, and let's hope we see each other with our next investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope next time after the winning, make a training session together all. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, Commissioner, you've had an hour-long interview. Have you got any final words, not being interviewed, just free words for the audience?
3 words. Well,
free words.
Well, I would just say that it was a pleasure for me to be here. I always like to go and to see things, what you do with all the instruments, all the philosophy, everything. And so I just want to say how much I appreciate the work that is done by all of you, by all those that could also have been here. With this Oscar ceremony, they forgot to thank the father, the mother, the girlfriend. I was kind of pushing for that, it didn't work. But anyway, I think this is just, as one of the winners said, this is just not competition, it's inspiration, it's sharing, it's working in a network, because it is this network of people that makes Europe and that makes so many people outside be dying literally now in the attempt to join us, in the attempt to be part of this community. And I think we are an inspiration, and I hope we keep being an inspiration to make the world a little bit better. We need it, we need stability, we need to create this network, strong network, in fact, to make Europe strong and to make Europe deliver for the benefit of the citizens. Thank you very, very much for the work that you all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you. Well, that's a wrap. That's a wrap for today. No, you can see, I won't be long, don't worry. I won't take their networking, drinking time away, cocktail time away from them. It's been my great pleasure to be with you. I've learned so much, I can tell you, from my reading to being here in person and meeting you all. I really feel like I've done a deep dive on financial instruments, and I'll go home with them, thinking in my head. As you can see, this is what's going on for the rest of this evening, for those of you who have the stamina and the energy. And of course, you can add to that a 20-kilometer power walk with our expert in the room. And I just want to say, finally, this has been put together by an incredible team of people that I've had the pleasure to work with. So I think that team need a huge round of applause. And along with the enormous organizational efforts of the team, I always have to thank the technical team, because without them, we have no sound. So thank you to all of you in the room, and thank you to those joining us online. Have a wonderful evening. Good night.